Rocks hang in the air, full of violent punch bombardment. The duelist's island crumbles at this moment. Pieces are suspended by lion fruit and surround the rocks in what appears to be an asteroid belt from outer space. Very good. Rocks stared at the broken island, gnashing his teeth. Battle IQ, use of fruits, and ideas are all top-notch. His own bombardment was actually defended by Kazan by raising the island as a shield. After the Conqueror's blast, the black clouds in the whole sky have dispersed. This sea area is suddenly bright, and the eyes are dazzling. And, Hachinosu. The upper roof was full of people. There are various forces mixed in the crowd. Hachinosu is the base camp of the Rocks pirates, as well as the concentration of other pirate forces. It is also the place where journalists, Marie Joikbo, and Marine work undercover. So, at this moment, Rocks vs. Kazan, Destroy Duelist Island event. Several recording phone bugs are spreading the news all over the world. And another group of people. Those pirates all looked incredible. The Duelist Island was actually shattered by a single blow. How is that possible? How much energy these two men have? What level has the duel reached? They can actually shatter an island, making people unbelievable that the scene in front of them is real. How could it just be destroyed like this? That's a real island. Countless pirates couldn't bear to think about it. Their faces turned from unbelievable to terrified. Before Shiki and the others knew it, they had retreated to the shoreline of Hachinosu. Yes. As Kazan and Rocks battle more intensely, the fallout grows. At this moment, everyone has been forced to retreat. The land of Hachinosu is already under our feet. How? Hiss. Redfield hesitated to speak. Newgate looked serious, looking at the duelist islands floating in the distance. He couldn't help feeling. A battle that will be recorded in the annals of history forever. Shiki, your brother is indeed qualified to wrestle with Rocks. You think too much, Newgate. Shiki also looked serious. This time, I won. Newgate. The corner of Shiki's mouth drew an arc, and he said with a little contempt. The island has been destroyed, and the rocks have no place to stand on the sea. As long as my brother is willing, with a wave of his hand, the entire island will sink to the bottom of the sea. The voice fell, and everyone fell into deep thought. The biggest field control ability of lion fruit is to make others have no place to stand. Unless the opponent can fly, no one can defeat Piao Piao in the sea. Storm? Kazan is the storm itself. At this moment, the sky is very bright, and it is raining lightly at the scene. Kazan was not affected in the slightest. Are Conqueror's advanced usage techniques similar to Fist Clash? Sorry, I will too. But I'm afraid you won't have the chance to meet today, Lukes. Rumbling Kazan stretched out a hand, and a small ball of ink green light emerged from the palm. With the appearance of the ball, the floating island fragments seem to be summoned at this moment, and they move one after another. A black ball the size of a ping-pong ball flew towards the sky. Floating past the eyes of the rocks, directly toward the higher sun. Locke frowned. Is that an explosion again? Although it is a little powerful, but for Dark Fruit himself, it is nothing more than a little injury, a few broken bones, and a little pain. It has no effect at all. Waste time. Dragon's Breath. Floating object aggregation, planetary devastation. Kazan clenched his fist, and Mo Green's Dragon Ball immediately emitted a huge light. The next moment, everything around, dust, stones, raindrops, and scattered clouds, began to gather towards the dark green Dragon Ball as if being pulled by the wind. Da-da. Dark green with broken islands, getting bigger and bigger. Rocks. Is it also the same suction force as a black hole? No. Just aggregate everything around. Kazan, this guy is really boring. Rumbling a few minutes passed, waiting for the clouds to disperse. People in Hachinosu in the distance looked up and saw that the island was as big as a moon-like sphere, hanging in the sky, and the clouds were like crescent moons, revolving around the planet. After the stop, the island fragments in the sky had completely disappeared. There is only this round creation in the whole sky. Everyone in Hachinosu was completely shocked. They couldn't figure it out at all. The island that had just collapsed was gathered together again, like a huge moon hanging in the sky. The ability of the creator made people doubt whether the scene in front of them was real. At the same time, endless darkness overflowed the surface and began to spread across the entire lunar surface. Black waterfall spread out from the ball, falling drop by drop. It's like the moon is being squeezed out of black water by an invisible big hand. A black moon in a day. What a spectacle. Hiss. What a weird black moon. Is the end of the world going to happen? At a time when everyone doesn't know why. The entire interior of the Black Moon seems to have been installed with a super bomb. Suddenly it exploded like fireworks. Jump. Boom. At this moment, the duelist's island fragments fell into the seabed with the explosion, completely offline. Darkness permeated Rock's body, and the sound of sizzling rang out one after another on the surface of his body. He stood on a rock that hadn't sunk into the bottom of the sea, and the heavy rain continued to wash away the mud all over him. Looking at Kazan in midair, Rox said disdainfully, "It's so fancy, is it useful?" "Rox, what you have to think about now is, go back to Hachinosu first, or go back with me." Kazan didn't care about Rock's contempt and provocation, and his cold voice fell. Sensing the sinking fragments of the island, Rox instantly understood what Kazan meant. Now, the entire island will sink completely soon, and he will soon lose his foothold. Either he will be able to kill Kazan with one blow, or he will be forced to fight continuously at high altitude, consuming a lot of his physical strength. After a long time, in the end it will only be defeated. The only correct choice is to return to the land of Hachinosu. And if you go back first, in the eyes of everyone in Hachinosu, running away is the loser. Because this is the island of duelists, just like a ring, leaving first means you are out. It's a tie. Ha 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 ha. I underestimated you, Kazan, you have such meticulous skills at such a young age. This is the purpose of your tie bet with confidence. It turns out that you have already laid it out and waited for everything to happen. You even set 10 mediocrity bets on purpose. So, what exactly is your purpose? Rox stared at Kazan and grinned. Kazan said calmly, I did pay attention to the environment of Hachinosu when I came here. There is only one nearby island where you can fight wantonly. When you proposed a one-on-one bet, for me, if I destroy the island, there will only be a draw. That's all. I have no interest in defeating you. The purpose of my coming here is nothing more than to tell you, don't have ignorant thoughts that can annex my flying pirates. Draw? I think you should be happy to accept it, right? Call the green dragons gathered at the feet, and the first-generation Goosh was summoned and pinned to his waist. Kazan sat on the tap, looking down at the rocks, waiting for an answer. If you don't agree, let's fight again, and the price can be considered. Forget it. With your qualifications, you are indeed qualified to sit on an equal footing with me, Rox. Accept this suggestion, let us cooperate with each other. Ha 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 ha. Cooperate and take down all the marine branches. Rox laughed. Turn this world upside down completely. Sorry, I refuse. Take down all marine branches? These branches are surrounding your Rox lair. Want me to be a thug for free? Have you dreamed of this level? Hey, I got the information. Marine dispatched 27 warships to encircle the islands of your flying pirates in Newfoundland. It's a pity that your pirates just missed this fierce battle. Rox grinned grinningly. Buzz ha 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 ha. Marine is attacking you. Are you indifferent? Kazan. Is there such a thing? I just arrived in New World, so I didn't think much about bringing a group to Hachinosu. Newfoundland was supposed to be abandoned, and naturally there was nothing there. Cash out the bet first. Let me visit Skull Rock for an hour. Rock's face turned cold for a moment. The reason why he can't take Kazan is that he is missing a top-level Phantom Beast fruit that can fly, and it just so happens that Rox has hidden the Phantom Beast fruit in the Skull Rock. It's just that for some reason, the Rox kept hesitating and didn't choose to eat it. He, Rox, is also an alien who can eat 3 devil fruits. More critically, that's one, no, it's 2 top-level Phantom Beast devil fruits. If it weren't for that guy from Newgate who already has shock fruit, and Ochaku, John Silver Axe and others are too talented to perform well, Rox would have rewarded those 2 top-level Phantom Beasts to strengthen the team's combat power. Bottom line. Or the background of the members of the Rox Pirates is too weak, their qualifications are not worthy of eating top fruits. Thinking of Kazan going into Skull Rock, taking what he wants, it's no different from looting. Can the Rox have a good face? However, the fruits are well hidden, and it is impossible for outsiders to find them. But those treasures are also very important. Originally thought that there would be no draw option, but now it seems that I am thinking too much. However, if he can join forces with the flying pirates and destroy all the surrounding branches, devil fruit doesn't seem to matter anymore. Anyway, on the sea, as long as he wants to find Rox, he will find absolutely powerful devil fruit. Soon, the two reached a preliminary tacit understanding. After the two returned to Hachinosu at the same time, they were surrounded by people from both sides. Ochaku and the others were stunned. This result should be a tie. But Shiki et al. On the other hand, he had expected the result, and just rubbed his hands, wanting to rob. At this time, At the sign of rocks, the intelligence officer Deus took out a phone bug. This is the information that our informants took on the Marine ship. These warships are all aimed at your Newfoundland Islands. Marine also developed secret arms. Kazan looked at the phone bug image, and then at Lawkins. The other party grinned grinningly, as if he had already confirmed the answer. Make a deal. 3 days later, I will lead a group to Hachinosu. Cooperate to take down all the Marine branch. Pay attention, it is cooperation. Don't try to order me, Kazan emphasized. He couldn't stand Rock's self-righteousness a long time ago, and suggested a reminder. Ha 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 ha. Now that he got what he wanted, Rox was very happy. Come on. Give up the skull rock, and let our partners take a good look at it. Watch the 4 flashing red dots on the treasure radar. Kazan's heartbeat was a little bit stronger unconsciously. He always felt that he was going to post this time. Soon, all the pirates in the skull rock were emptied, and Kazan and his party walked into the skull rock swaggeringly under the angry eyes of the pirates. Newgate dissatisfied. This group of people are more like pirates, treacherous pirates. Rox looked indifferent. It's just some treasures. Newgate, you should be clear that if all the surrounding marine branches are taken away, it will mean a lot to our Rox pirates. What are you wearing? For more than 10 years, every time Rox made a strong point, it was targeted by the entire marine. As for his rocks, as long as he adds a few more high-end combat power, it is enough for his rocks to break the game. In fact, there is almost no one available in the sea. Now that the rocks and the flying pirates have reached a temporary alliance, Kazan, Shiki and others are absolutely high-end combat forces, and the two forces, as long as they are slightly manipulated, are enough to make. 11 marine branches fell apart by the time the Rocks pirates have completely liberated the sea area of Hachinosu, and will usher in a large-scale outbreak. This is why Rocks is eager to annex the air pirates. However, now that the two sides cooperate, Rocks is also acceptable. Newgate. Lousy's property is all under the bed, but don't be snatched by those thieves. Inside Skull Rock. Gee ha 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 ha. I didn't expect Rocks to have today, it's so cool. Shiki swaggered, followed Kazan into the Skull Rock, and in the tunnel, when he encountered a box or something, he kicked it to pieces. Redfield. What a dirty place. Shaki laughed and said nothing. Well, it's as dark as a primitive cave. Linlin hates this place, it's too dark. Kaido thought to himself, Rocks pirates? That's all. Soon, Kazan and his group came to the Hall of Skull Rock. There is a red dot flashing here, just above the hall. Looking up, there are various swords hanging from the top of the hall, but the treasure hunting signal is sent from a mace. Kazan didn't think much, and went up to take the things down. Ding. Host contact detected. Worker, 8 fasts. The fortune value is full, and a critical strike is generated. Congratulations to the host for obtaining concentric lock. Fortune value, to clear. Concentric lock. From now on, if any of the host's women acquires the new devil fruit ability, the host can connect to the concentric lock and obtain the right to use the devil's ability. Effect. If 2 people share the same devil fruit, no side effects. Hiss. Seeing this reward, Kazan couldn't help being pleasantly surprised. This concentric lock skill is similar to the lion fruit ability shared by myself and my younger brother Shiki. If there is a ready-made devil fruit, waiting for Stussy or Tianyushue to eat it is equivalent to the fruit power of whoring for nothing. It seems that only Kaido uses a mace in the regiment now, and his own mace has long been exposed to Madara Madara. Kazan casually threw the 8 fasts to Kaido. Kaido caught it in a hurry, and immediately sank his hands. Ah. Boss Kazan actually asked me to hold it for him. What a heavy mace. Definitely a good weapon. Pa-ta. Linlin punched down, and Kaido immediately got a lump on his head. This stinking brat has no manners at all. Didn't you see that this is a gift from the boss? Thank you, Kazan, God. Ah. Kaido was stunned. Wait, big sister head, I just joined the group. Didn't it help to carry it? Was it being given by Kazan's boss? Ah, this. Kaido immediately thanked. Thank you, Kazan boss. Then, several people came to a large room. The bed was at least 8 meters long. You can tell at a glance that it is a room where a titan lives. Kazan kicked the bed apart. A hidden treasure chest was soon revealed. Kaido was very clever this time, and immediately opened it and put it in front of Kazan. Inside is a messy pile of treasure. Among the piles of gold, there is also an ice blue devil fruit with spiral patterns. This devil fruit has very beautiful lines, even Kazan couldn't help but take a second look. And outside Skull Rock, Edward Newgate suddenly felt his heart tighten. Oops. Why do I feel flustered? Host contact detected. See secret treasure. Zone bird fruit phantom beast hyphenation point phoenix form. Experience plus 4 million. Fortune value plus 25. Current fortune value 25 points. Inside the room, holding Ice Blue's devil fruit in his palm, Kazan was in for a pleasant surprise. He didn't expect that he would meet the phoenix form of the phantom beast here. In the original book, this fruit belongs to Marco, the captain of the Whitebeard pirates. Phoenix ability users have entities, but the wounds will be wrapped in resurrected blue flames, and they will regenerate when they encounter damage. Blue flames do not have general flame characteristics, so they cannot spread and burn things. It also has a certain effect on others, which can increase the healing speed. In general, this is a phantom beast fruit with relatively low attack power but explosive healing power. It can be called an immortal phoenix in flight. And the fortune value of 25 points is the same level of evaluation as Logia Thunderfruit. It seems, the Eudemon's Phoenix is still highly rated in the system. At the same time, this fruit also complements Kazan's current shortcomings. Certainly, Kazan, who is a hexagonal warrior, is actually not a short board. The main reason is that he doesn't like getting hurt very much. So the way of fighting is more calculated. With the flame ability of the Phoenix, it is completely different. It's less than 6 years away from the Battle of the Valley of the Gods. Do the math. In fact, the time when Newgate met Marco in the past 2 years is also very reasonable. Unexpectedly, this fruit is Mr. Newgate. Found it, not Marco's own. Newgate, if you want to blame it, blame that faint captain of the Rocks. The Rocks lost all of Skull Rock. What's my name? It's called a reward for winning a fight. It's reasonable and legal. Feel at ease. I just got the concentric lock skill, just now, and now I got the Phoenix ability. Kazan was pleasantly surprised. Without thinking about it, put the Phoenix fruit into the space first. Kazan shook his hands and said to everyone with a happy expression, yes, the next location. Wait, brother, there are so many treasures in the treasure chest. Shiki pointed at the treasure box, with an expression of, the treasure is so big and so shiny, why can't you see it? Kazan explained. This is the room of love. He donates to his hometown Sphinx. Although we are pirates, we don't rely on what he saves for the poor. That guy from Newgate, got it. Shiki had chatted with Newgate before, and knew the situation in his hometown, so he understood. Immediately close the treasure chest and kick it under the bed. Also cover it with a sheet. But the room of the other members of the Rocks Pirates. Shiki and others didn't let go of it at all. All the treasures encountered were looted, gold and silver, not a single berry was left behind. For a short time, several people have collected treasure worth 590 million berry. Looking at it this way, the Rocks Pirates are not rich at all. Kazan and others quickly came to the last room. With treasure radar, robbery is cheating. The last 2 treasure red dots shown on the radar are in this room. There are only 2 treasures left, don't let me down. There are fewer and fewer things and fewer opportunities. Kazan looked forward to it more and more. Kicked the door open with one kick, aimed at the wall, and bombarded with a punch. Pada, a dark space appeared in front of everyone. The dust and smoke dissipated. A green-black, spherical, with a single horn growing on one side of the fruit, and a devil fruit with deep black ripples carved on the peel, lying in the dark compartment. This red dot is another devil fruit. It was hidden so well. Ordinary people really don't realize that there are hidden compartments on the wall. There is a raised horn growing on the fruit, strange shape. Kazan didn't think much and grabbed devil fruit inside. Host contact detected. Secret treasure of the sea. Zone rhinoceros fruit phantom beast blue ox form. Experience plus 4 million. Fortune value plus 25. Detected the host's continuous contact opportunity. Fortune value plus 10 points. Current fortune value 60 points. Unicorn? Green bull essence. Kazan knew that the king of one horn was from Journey to the West, also known as Qing Niu Jing, Qing Niu monster. It was the mount of the Taishang Laojun. The treasure diamond body protector is a legendary ox spirit that looks like a rhinoceros but is not a rhinoceros. What monsters and ghosts, although I don't know what the ability is. But the fortune value of 25 points is an evaluation of the phoenix form. It should be able to prove the extraordinariness of this fruit. But Kazan is not too interested in this fruit. When he thought of his childhood experience watching Journey to the West, he felt that Ching Niu Jing's simple, pretty green cowhide face was really ugly. Why eat it? Become a cow, scare the children. Seeing how accurate Kazan is, found a devil fruit again. Shiki et al. Have been numbed. They didn't ask any more questions, and just watched Kazan put the devil fruit into the space quietly. Others opened the bed, stepped on the sheets recklessly, and kept walking, looking back and forth to see if there were other treasures. Seeing devil fruit, Kaido swallowed his mouth wateringly. Now he is not a capable person, and his understanding of devil fruit is almost zero. Just feel. This is a beautiful looking fruit that must be delicious. The last one. Pat. With another punch, a hidden compartment on the other wall reappeared. And this time, appearing in front of Kazan was a devil fruit with double horns and blue scales all over its body. Kazan is very familiar with the appearance of this fruit. It is the form of zone fish fruit phantom beast azure dragon. What Kazan doesn't know is that these two phantom beast devil fruits were prepared by Rocks for himself. The reason why he doesn't eat now is not that the ability of these two fruits is not enough. But the Rocks have more desirable targets. If he can't get that fruit, he will still choose one of them to eat with a high probability. These two fruits are also precious treasures that Rocks will carry with him at any time, but today, only Kazan's arrival, the location is Hachinosu, and Rocks is going to fight on Duel Island, so he didn't choose to take them away. But all because of a tie bet. Both phantom beasts became Kazan's possession. Unbelievable, it's actually in Azure Dragon form. Kazan held the Azure Dragon form in his hands, and turned to look at Kaido, who was drooling all over the floor. In his mind, the sound of the treasure hunting radar immediately sounded. Host contact detected. Sea treasure, zone fish fruit phantom beast Azure Dragon form. Experience plus 5 million. Fortune value plus 30. Detected the host's continuous contact opportunity, fortune value plus 10 points. Current total fortune value, 100 points. The fortune value is cleared, and a new super reward is hit. Congratulations to the host for getting the Devil Fruit upgraded box. Devil Fruit upgraded frame. The host confused the upgraded frame with the Devil Fruit mosaic frame, so that the mosaic frame will become an upgraded mosaic frame. After placing the Devil Fruit, the fruit inside has a chance to produce a random upgraded effect. Detected that host has Mosaic Box X1 to automatically bind and install. Devil Fruit upgraded Mosaic Frame plus 1, hiss. The rewards one after another almost made Kazan dizzy. The bet with Rocks was really too perfect, this fight was so worth it. Rocks here at Kazan, actually a good guy. But when Kazan really looked at the upgraded box, he really entered the ecstasy thoroughly. Upgraded Mosaic Frame, the current upgraded chance is 10%. Upgraded Mosaic Frame. Host consumes Devil Fruit to increase the chance of being upgraded, and the chance of transforming can be increased up to 100%. In the process of consuming Devil Fruit, the host has about 50% chance to let the upgraded Mosaic Frame gain the ability to invest Devil Fruit. Success. The chance of being upgraded must be increased, and the Devil Fruit will be eaten by the Mosaic Frame. Failure. The chance of being upgraded must be increased, and Devil Fruit consumes Rebirth C. Call. Even Kazan was shocked by the award. Upgraded Devil Fruit. Although I don't know what the upgraded effect is, there is no doubt that the upgraded will be more powerful. Moreover, you can use fruits to increase this chance to 100% upgraded. In the process, it can even give this Mosaic Frame access to other Devil Fruit abilities, which is equivalent to eating other fruits. Kazan felt like he had hit the jackpot. If this is the best upgraded fruit with 5 flower 8 gate, can't you become a god directly? What is this fruit? It's just a bunch of Devil Fruit. And Kazan also noticed that the fortune value of getting the Azure Dragon form this time increased by 30 points, which is 5 points higher than the 25 points of Thunder Fruit, Phoenix Fruit, and Unicorn Fruit. The system judged that the Azure Dragon form is better than other fruits more powerful. It makes sense to think about it. There are too many rewards, and Kazan can't figure it out for a while. Directly import the Azure Dragon form into the space. Molly, open the door, let's go back to the New X West. Yes. Boss Governor. Molly nodded. Soon. In a room in Hachinosu Skull Rock. The transparent door opened in a flash, and the members of the air pirates completely disappeared in Hachinosu. Kazan takes his stuff. Do you want to say hello to Rocks too? Isn't it just taking an 8 fast mace? Got a concentric lock, a Devil Fruit ability for nothing. Besides, a phantom beast in the form of a phoenix. A phantom beast in the form of a unicorn. Is a phantom beast Azure Dragon form? Didn't you just get an upgraded devil fruit mosaic frame? Just 6 simple things. According to Kazan, there is no need to say hello at all. I'm here to talk about cooperation, not to make friends, too polite and unprofessional. Soon, an hour passed. Rox, Edward and others stood on the square. They could not help but frown. It seems that 5 minutes before the flying pirates entered the Skull Rock, there was a little movement. Then there was no sound. Ochaku on the other side said, "Boss Rox, it's been an hour. Why didn't those bastards come down?" Silver Axe. "Can you blame us for the timeout? Go up and have a look." John. "Kick 'em off Skull Rock." A few minutes later. One after another roaring voices came from the Skull Rock. "What the hell? Lousy's treasure. The bed was kicked over. Damn it. Lousy has a big hole in the wall. I don't care. This is the overnight money that Lousy is going to give Shaji Xiaomei's beach party." Newgate frowned, with a huge body, and returned to his room. He opened his eyes and saw that half of his bed had been kicked into pieces. Suddenly there was a fire in my heart. Damn. Shiki. Are you so blind? This is my room. Inside. Newgate hurriedly tore off the sheet, and saw that his treasure was well placed. It was even carefully covered with a sheet. Gu la 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 la, you guys are kind of good. As for the Phantom Beast _ Phoenix Devil Fruit? Newgate knew it was gone. But he didn't understand it, he just thought it was a common devil fruit. Although devil fruit can be worth hundreds of millions of berry, it is money that cannot be seen. Newgate is too lazy to sell it on the black market, but he has accumulated 93 million berry for a long time. Real cash flow. The money you get is different from the money you don't get. At the moment, seeing that the treasures he had saved for his hometown were still there, Newgate lost his temper immediately. Gu la 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 la. Take everyone else's, but keep mine. Kazan, Shiki, both of you brothers, are good people. And the other side. The end of Skull Rock. Rox looked at the 2 large empty holes in the wall, the sheets that had been trampled on by countless footprints, and the bed beams that had been kicked off. Suddenly it was as cold as ice. Newgate doesn't know devil fruit, but Rox does. My own 2 fruits are in the form of Azure Dragon and the form of Unicorn. All belong to the top batch of mythology, devil fruit ability. It's all taken by Kazan at the moment. Damn, who can bear this? When it was really lost, Rox's anger was already hard to suppress. The endless darkness spreads across the entire room with teeth and claws. After 3 days, you better behave yourself. Otherwise. Rox gritted his teeth, his voice became softer and his anger grew bigger. Marred, the flying pirates and the others are robbing. Lousy hid it so well, how could they find it? And at the same time. Nuxus. Yes, Captain. Longbread guarantees to complete the mission. Longbread stood upright, and immediately went to organize today's huge banquet. Kazan gained too much this time, and his mood exploded. After returning, he immediately called the head chef, Longbread, to prepare delicious food and cheer up everyone on board. And Kaido. Looking at such a luxurious new XIS in the joyous atmosphere, the whole person was stupefied. He is either wandering, usually sleeping on the street, and his vision is completely unopened. When he sees the new XIS, the most luxurious flying sailing ship in the Grand Line, the visual impact is amazing. One can imagine. I must stay on this flying ship. Kaido murmured, and Charlotte Linlin begged Captain Kazan to give himself a job cleaning the decks on the ship. Now, it's time for him to work hard and show. Waiting. What about Rags? Kaido was so anxious that he was about to cry. As for Kazan, after assigning basic tasks, accompanied by Shaki, they came to the conference hall. Sitting on the captain's throne, Kazan also began to think about how to maximize the rewards harvested. As for the matter of dropping 11 branches of marine after 3 days, variables must also be considered in advance. In Hachinosu, Kazan clearly saw the intelligence screen from the phone bug of the intelligence officer of the Rox Pirates. Crane, Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, a group of 27 warships, leading thousands of marines. Take part in the siege of Newfoundland. What a great deal. On the warship, weapons are specially prepared for the flying pirates to shoot down the spaceship. By chance. Because Kazan went to Hachinosu, the pirate group also avoided the encounter between the 2 armies. Maybe it's been too long since they showed up, and this group of people probably forgot how the 2 brothers destroyed naval headquarters back then. 10 minutes later. Kazan finally cleared his mind and said, "Shaki, call Kaido." On the new XIS deck, Kaido scraped the deck like a bulldozer. Surrounded by people preparing for the banquet. At the mahjong table, Shiki played a red middle card, turned to Kaido who was wiping the floor and said, "Hey, Kaido kid, didn't you notice that the deck is clean? It's no longer needed." Ah. Kaido was stunned. "Master Shiki, I don't know what to do." Redfield spoke first, and took the cards over. Bump. "Someone does the cleaning. The governor didn't ask you to do the cleaning." Although Redfield has a withdrawn personality, when playing games, his spirit is relaxed, just like a normal person. "I remembered that when I first got on the boat, I hid in the stern of the boat every day, looking at the sea of clouds by myself, and shut myself off 24 hours a day. Also at a loss for a while. Since the flying pirates went to Hachinosu, they only brought back Kaido. Surely he wasn't brought up to wipe the decks. My lord, what should I do?" When Kaido was at a loss, a thunder flashed beside him. "Kaido, the governor is waiting for you in the hall." "Here we come." Kaido was shocked. Inside the conference hall. "This devil fruit is for you." Kaido looked up and saw a blue and black devil fruit floating in front of him, completely shocked. "So, what the governor asked me to do is to make me a capable person like the main cadres." After Hachinosu came back, under Linlin's popular science, Kaido also learned about the situation of the flying pirates. Of course, he also knew that the fruits that Kazan got today were not common things, but sea treasures worth hundreds of millions of berry. Hundreds of millions of Baileys. This number is something that Kaido, who was born in the Faka kingdom, could never have imagined. And every important person on board has become a top-level ability user under the control of Kazan boss. Among them, there are phantom beasts like the deputy in the regiment and Redfield. It is the rarest treasure on the sea, worth hundreds of billions of square meters. In the past in the kingdom of Vulca, even if hundreds or thousands of enemies were killed, what they got was only the verbal praise of the strongest warrior, an empty honor, and the army would not even arrange a victory banquet after the victory. And now, I have just joined the pirates since I was 23. The boss of Kazan will give himself a brand new advanced mace. Now also give away devil fruit. The head of the big sister, the admiral, and the earl all took great care of themselves. And Governor Kazan, even more. Kaido's emotions immediately became a little tense. And, on Kazan's side, it's entirely from his own point of view. He got the devil fruit upgraded mosaic frame, which means that he must always have a highest level devil fruit in the space backpack. After the chance of the upgraded mosaic frame reaches 100%, he will throw the fruit into the mosaic frame, and the lottery will produce an upgraded. For this fruit to be placed in the inlaid frame, the higher the score, the better. If the basic score is good, the upgraded will be stronger. No doubt. Kazan has decided to keep the fruit with the highest score in the system, the fruit in the form of Azure Dragon. Azure Dragon form has the highest score, who will keep it? As for the rhinoceros fruit, phantom beast species, and blue bull form? Of course it also belongs to the top eudemons. Kazan guessed that the unicorn, rhinoceros, and green ox are all types of strength. These fruits are actually quite suitable for Kaido. If Kaido is allowed to eat the Valley of the Gods 5 or 6 years later, he will be able to exist as the main combat force. You can also get to the top sooner. Boss Kazan, I. Looking at Kaido who couldn't understand what he said in the audience. Kazan also had a headache. A Charlotte Linlin just grew up on the boat, and another Kaido came. This is Zone Rhinoceros Fruit Phantom Beast Blue Ox form. It is a more suitable ability for you. Ask Molly to open the door for you, and go to a deserted island to adapt this ability. Phantasmal species. Blue Ox form. I heard that it is a phantom beast, and it is a top-level devil fruit worth billions of berry. Kaido couldn't hold back any longer. Tears were rolling in his eyes, and he didn't dare to go up to catch them. After all, one phantom beast fruit can buy the entire Vulca kingdom. This kind of arrogance directly shattered Kaido's worldview. What kind of land has he come to? Kazan is really convinced. With a flick of his hand, a hurricane blew Kaido to the deck. Soon, Yinzan's voice followed. Molly, throw this kid on a desert island. Watch him eat the fruit. If you don't adapt to this power, don't let him come back. Not long after, Kazan also uses Molly's door fruit ability. Come to Bagpipe Island. Bagpipe Island is now in South Blue. Although the construction of the ground buildings on the island has not started, some laboratories have been built. After all, it is in the construction stage. Stussy is currently doing research on the island and has not chosen to join the group. And Stussy, Kazan thinks the right person to eat the phoenix form. Because, concentric lock, must be related to, women. Currently, among the women, only Tien Yushui and Stussy have no fruit. In comparison, Stuss has a good combat power, and he is still a type of melee physical skills. It is indeed appropriate. Come to the laboratory. Kazan can see the miniature model of the entire Bagpipe Island, as well as various unknown scientific instruments, many of which are equipped with sparks and lightning. Stussy is in front of the experimental table with more than 10 female assistants summoned by Amazon Lily busy. Seeing Kazan coming over, Shaw and others studied Stussy in overalls. With long and slender legs in high silk, she swung forward and wobbled in front of her. Master, my Lord Governor. Seeing Governor Kazan came, Amazon Lily's female assistant was also very sensible, leaving space for the two of them to be alone. Looking at the surrounding research projects, Kazan is very interested. He asked casually. The main direction of Stussy's current research still revolves around the architectural planning of the entire Bagpipe Island. But Stussy has done most of the work. When I am free here, I will take a group to carry the Marie Joyce Cross Sea Bridge back. The island can only be built with stone materials. When Bagpipe Island is released, it will definitely surprise everyone. And at the same time, Stussy also studies genetic technology. She can calculate the cell owner and the age of peak activity by refining genetic cells and various medicinal solutions. This age group is the best time to wear pure gold. Also an important reference for the allocation of pure gold by Kazan. I have to say that Stussy is not only good in combat, but also a rare scientific team. Where's Linlin's? Kazan asked. Stussy took a few light steps and took out a test tube from the test bench. Stussy shook her slender hand slightly, and the pink liquid immediately became clear. The calculation result is out. Linlin is suitable for wearing pure gold between the ages of 30 and 40. After 30 years old, Kazan couldn't help but twitch his brows. Could it be that Linlin didn't start his constitution transformation until he was 30 years old? Linlin, who is just 28 years old, is still a fat guy. Wouldn't he be the old director for 2 years? This constitution is really difficult for her. Then Kazan also asked about the situation of the two brothers Moli Mo K of the Titan family. The general life expectancy of the Titan family is over 300 years old, and it is suitable to wear pure gold after 150 years old. At that point in time, the original Summit War was finished. Done. Kazan still got down to business. Present. Take out the devil fruit in phoenix form. This is the Phantom Beast hyphenation point devil fruit in the form of a phoenix. This ability is entrusted to you. Meet the dreamy ice blue Phantom Beast devil fruit. Immediately Stussy was out of breath and had a racing heart. Man. Quickly knelt down in front of Kazan, buried his face and looked attached. Fruit? Stussy is in this state. What kind of fruit do you eat? On the test bench, the test tubes shook and collided, making pleasant jingling sounds. After an hour. Ding. You used the concentric lock on Stussy, and gained the devil fruit phoenix form ability on him. Get a random level IV50, it has been added to the panel entry. Seeing the rewards, the card is very satisfying. As soon as he stretched out his hand, a group of blue flames burned on the palm of his hand. And through the creation of lion fruit, this flame can take any form. If you look carefully, Qingyan is actually not a single color, but a combination of cyan and gold intertwined with each other. It's cool, without feeling the heat. However, Kazan can really feel that this flame is indeed full of steam. Not bad. The ability of the Phoenix is in hand. I also gave a level of IV50, which is enough to use in battle. The green flames began to spread on Kazan's body, and after spreading to that head of gold long hair, the whole person seemed to be wearing a green and gold flaming cloak, which reflected the whole person. At the same time, New World, Marinex1 branch. The island where the branch is located is called Yotland Island, which is the largest island in the Hachinosu Sea area. Marine has established a fortress here, and is responsible for dispatching the Marine branch in the entire Hachinosu Sea area. Inside the huge office. Anxious, flustered, impatient, filled with all kinds of emotions. How is it possible, after 15 years, that bastard Kazan appeared again? He still played against Rocks. How could he be the opponent of Rocks? This news is fake. All the reporters in Hachinosu reported this incident, and there are photos of the scene. The entire Duelist Island has been destroyed, enough to see the intensity of the conflict, but things are still very strange. Bounty. Kazan, this guy must raise the bounty. In the audience, various Marine officers were discussing what happened today. Zzz. The record phone bug stares his glasses at the wall, and immediately a portion of the Kazan Rocks fight emerges. The island of duelists, violent wind and rain, water dragons tumbling, fabricating giants, devouring the world. It's Kazan's ability. It can be seen that this bastard has indeed grown a lot. Every time he fights, his momentum overwhelms everything else. When a vice admiral thought of the destruction of Marineford back then, as the person involved, he immediately gritted his teeth. The intelligence personnel watched from a distance in Hachinosu, and the information they got was basically Kazan's big skill bombardment. Only the people on the duelist island know the specific details. Sengoku Vice Admiral. Holding the newspaper in my hand, I lost control of my hand and squeezed the newspaper. A corner was broken, obviously contemplating. Kazan disappeared for so long, the flying pirates still exist. Now that he comes back, what waves will he cause? These information are all confirmed by CPO, undercover agents, and reporters. The information cannot be faked. As soon as Kazan came back, he fought against Rocks, and the captains of the two pirate groups came into contact. What does it mean? The situation in New World, with the addition of Kazan, became complicated. Sengoku was faintly worried, but couldn't figure out the connection. After all, since the birth of the Rocks pirate map, its brutal group rules have not changed, that is, by constantly devouring other pirate groups to strengthen itself, and under the power of Rocks. Next, the other pirate groups can only surrender. Under such circumstances, the flying pirates stand in New World and live in peace under the eyes of Rocks. Now that Kazan comes out, the flying pirates and the Rocks pirates are in conflict. Even if the problem seems to be solved peacefully, it is like hemp rope. Once it is entangled, it is difficult to untie it. Also, Sengoku doesn't think that guy Kazan can't see Rocks' ambitions. Also, Sengoku doesn't think Rocks the bastard will change his personality. When these two meet, no matter how good their superficial skills are. But when this really collides, the two add up to at least minds. But it is precisely because of the harmony scene that Sengoku can't help frowning. He can't figure it out. And at this time, Marine Admiral Kong came here. The scene fell silent. Let's put aside the matter of that bastard Kazan. Sora folded his thick arms around his chest, looked at the crowd, and said plausibly, our headquarters has accumulated enough combat power and intelligence. It's time to take a clean sweep against the Rocks pirates. Oh. A group of Marine non-commissioned officers began to cheer, completely forgetting what was just discussed. They have waited too long for this opportunity. Rocks is a hard bone, because it is too hard. Marine is afraid of breaking his teeth, so he dare not bite hard. Obviously they are Marines, but they can't really rule Tianhai. It also allowed Rocks to occupy the title of the Overlord of the Sea for a long time, and the relationship between the two was reversed. Garp picked his nose and said, is it finally going to an all-out war with Rocks? Just thinking about it makes me excited. This time, let me screw his head off. Ha 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 ha. Among the Marine sergeants, only Suru and Sengoku were not happy. Unlike other generals and non-commissioned officers who are easy to approach, the two will consider things more comprehensively. Just got in touch with Rocks and flying pirates. Well, forget it. Is the current enemy just the Rocks? The flying pirates are also a huge threat in the future. Sengoku said, Sora Admiral, are you too anxious? We haven't got all the information about the contact between Rocks and Kazan, and we don't know the specific reasons for their conflict. It's still unknown how, if you attack rashly, will it? Crane nodded timely. Since the two sides conflicted, they lived in peace in the end. This result is a bit surprising. Something must be wrong. Kong also agreed. For so many years of confrontation with Rocks, he only has conquest in his heart. He had conflicts with the flying pirates before, but it was not obvious. Now, because Kazan came back and was connected again, it was a bit of a surprise. It's just that the main force is already on the way, and will join us in New World within 3 days. The combat power can be guaranteed. As long as the action is fast enough, the pirates have no time at all. Response. We don't have much time left by Marie Joyce. Seeing that this was the end of the conversation, Sengoku Kazuya stopped talking. After all, it was Marie Joyce who gave the order, and it was Marine Admiral Kong who gave the order instead. Fortunately, the strength of naval headquarters gave the two of them a sense of security. After all the preparations for so many years, the water in naval headquarters is very deep. Even the real high-ranking officials of Marine know little about the combat power of the headquarters. Anyway, if handled properly, the Rocks pirates can indeed be wiped out. Garp squinted one eye. Xiaohei. I said you two guys are a little too cautious. Don't worry. This time, you just have to stand behind me and watch. The young and beautiful Crane held his purple long hair and gave Garp a blank look, not wanting to talk to him. The time has just passed the third day, and the moonlight is in the sky. The new XIS of the flying pirates is floating in the sky tens of nautical miles away from Haninos. Anyway, to join forces with the Rocks, Kazan also chose a nearby position. At this time, a routine deck meeting is going on board. A green giant dragon descended from the little garden where Kazan lived, with its head stretched out, to the entrance of the meeting hall, 4 meters above the deck. Kazan sat lazily on the dragon head, and the first-generation ghost was stuck on the dragon horn. He leaned against the dragon horn on the other side. Dragon is the passive of Fangfeng fruit. In fact, dragon is not real. But it can also be condensed into a creature that is full of storms inside and has a substantial touch on the outside. If you really want to describe it, it's a bit like rubber rafts, waterbeds. Kazan couldn't help smiling as he watched the joyous atmosphere on the deck. Kaido turned into a green bull over 5 meters long, crawling on the deck, like a sculpture for everyone to touch, check in, pinch, and tail. Shiny cyan scales covered his whole body, and across his back was a nest of black hairs, from the top of his head to the tip of his tail, where it merged with the tuft of hairs on the tail. And the blue bull's head protruded from the 2 horns of the Ghost Clan, and in the middle of the forehead, there was a pagoda-like single horn brought by the Phantom Beast, and the triangle looked like a divine beast. Anyway, it's quite coordinated. As for the human beast form, Kaido has not mastered it yet. But the animal form has the same function as the Azure Dragon form, and can leap. The strength has also passed the test with Titan Morley. Blue Cow. The soles of the feet can create auspicious clouds, and you can fly with your feet. At the same time, it can mobilize fire and thunder elements to fight. Like other phantom beasts, its resilience, defense, and power are all over the top. However, Qingyu is different from Azure Dragon, because he lost the wind element Gad. Others seem to be about the same. Mu Lo Lo. Kaido is like an old cow grazing, munching on the pieces of meat fed by other partners, squinting his eyes and enjoying it very much. Kaido found that being a cow on a boat is not so good. As long as I transform into a beast form and sit down on the deck, the companions around will look at me curiously. I can be the mascot of the flying pirates, and I can be fed by everyone. On a boat full of bigwigs, I dare not go to the house for many banquets. But flexible with this method. Every time I was fed, my stomach would burst with food. Ah, jolly. It's so wonderful to be a part of the flying pirates. Kaido is bullish and intoxicated. Blue blue blue. Kazan couldn't help laughing. The atmosphere of the flying pirates is really good. A bell rang behind him. 2 minutes later, Chi came to Kazan. It's Newgate calling, saying the Rocks would like to arrange a meeting right away. Shiki turned back and said, there are still a few hours, isn't it time? By the way, brother, is it necessary for us to participate in the mess of Hachinosu? Kazan smiled and replied, it is necessary. The original Rocks has brought together a group of powerful people, including Shiki and Newgate on the wings, Linlin and others on the elite, and Shiki is a lion fruit capable person, giving the Rocks pirates great mobility and fault tolerance. But because of the emergence of Kazan, the Rocks no longer have a luxurious staffing configuration. Under the siege of Marine, his personal combat strength is beyond the table, invincible. But other people except Newgate are really stretching. Kazan also intends to use Rocks to attract firepower, since it consumes Marine's active area. Before the Valley of the Gods began, Kazan actually didn't want the Rocks pirates to fail to develop, or even to perish prematurely. Otherwise, when Marine is free, the air pirates will be the main target. Before there is no strength and no complete suppression, the Three Kingdoms is the most balanced state. This kind of chaos is also the most profitable way to take advantage of the chaos. Happy banquet. It was just the calm before the storm, and it was over soon. Not long. In the middle of the night, the Sky Pirates had already floated above the Skull Rock Square. Skull Rock, the party hall. Flames are burning in the brazier, and the picture space is full of black smoke. Shiki looked dissatisfied at the bearded man in the corner. Hey, Ochaku, don't look at me with that kind of eyes, bastard. Are you looking for death? Squeak. Ochaku looked at Shiki, his eyes flickered with fire, he gritted his teeth, and his cheeks puffed up. Enemies are extremely jealous when they meet each other. The flying pirates raided the Skull Rock last time, and all their belongings were confiscated. Many brothers in the group had no money to go to the beach chicken yard for fun. All the 30 million berry accumulated by Ochaku were wiped out. Can you not hate the flying pirates? Shut up. Rox had already returned to his usual demeanor, walked to the bottom of the hanging map, and said to everyone, I got information that there are a large number of naval doctors in the G1 branch of Naval Headquarters New World. It's been 2 days. Now we set off ahead of schedule and hand over the branches in the surrounding sea area overnight. As for the treasure, when the battle is over, it will be divided into 30 to 70%. Shiki dissatisfied. Come all the way. Why is our flying pirates only 70%? Rox frowned and slapped the table. It's me 7, you 3. That's nothing to talk about. Shiki waved his hand. Looking at the confident Rox, Kazan didn't intend to cooperate. Whoever grabs the treasures and materials, it's up to each person according to their ability. Tell me, Rox, what's your plan? Of course it's the two pirate groups charging together, that's the grand momentum, that's the world tremor. Marine, everyone must die. Rox said with fierce eyes. In Rox thought, he can push the 11 branches of Marine horizontally with the least cost if he can make the pirates fly together in the air for a surprise attack. There is only one move to beat Marine to the ground and drive Marine out of the Hachinosu Sea area, and even New World. The Rox pirates will usher in a real outbreak period. At that time, he, Rox, will be the real overlord of the sea, not just a title. And the two regiments temporarily merged through close observation. Rox can also take this opportunity to see the strength of the Kazan flying pirates, especially those mysterious members. After this cooperation, there will be a way to deal with it in the future. But Rox was thinking a little too much. Kazan doesn't think so, although everyone has the same destination, but you want to take my private jet. Sorry, I don't sell tickets. Moreover, the result Kazan most hopes to see is not only to make this operation a small war that is won, but also a war that loses both. Of course, the two losses refer to the Rox and Marine. The fiercer the two forces bite, the better, and it is best to take out each other's branches. That's in Kazan's best interest. Pat. A dozen or so pieces of gold appeared in Kazan's hands, and then they were suspended, floating on the hanging map. Map screen. Hachinosu is in the middle, like the center of a clock dial, and around Hachinosu Island, there are more than a dozen irregularly distributed islands, like the scale of a clock, enclosing Hachinosu in the center. 11 of these have been marked as Marine branches. Kazan pointed. The gold nuggets float to the marked positions on the major islands. We started with the two branch islands of X6 and X7. Two forces, one clockwise and one counterclockwise, attacked from two directions, and finally converged at the X1 branch. This is enough to tear the gap. Scatter? Rox could tell that Kazan didn't want to act together. Forget it. Everyone is very defensive. Anyway, it's good to achieve the goal of liberating Hachinosu. Acting separately can also contain half of Marine's power. See, Hachinosu's break has become clear. Rox no longer struggles with what to use. Soon. This time the strategy is formulated. Kazan's flying pirates, clockwise from the X7 branch to the X89 branch, circling forward. The pirates of the Rox, start from the X6 branch counterclockwise, and move forward with the X5x4 branch. Let's see who takes down the Marine branch of X1 first. If Marine looks at the head and the tail, that force must be scattered. As for Kazan and the Rox, whose team will face Marine's main force? Let's see how the battle situation changes, but there is no doubt about it. For both sides, whoever captures the X1 branch first will be the biggest winner. The headline news at that time will definitely be the name of its pirate group. And they don't know it is. The various branches of the Marine also started to act, all gathered in the vast sea, and the target was Hachinosu. Intelligence has always been there, but intelligence officers usually see surface information. There are definitely errors. And accidents will appear at any time, and too many things need to be judged in a timely manner. The three forces, with their own goals, are implementing the battle plan. The time came to 6 o'clock in the morning. The sea area near the X7 branch is empty. Nuxus, meeting hall. Kazan was sitting on the captain's throne, Shiki was standing beside him, all the cadres of the flying pirates, and more people were standing on the deck with serious faces. Shiki holds a silent phone bug in his hand. The phone bug was silent. Mean. Shiki is the eyeliner arranged by the X6 branch where the Rox team is located. There was no news of a fight. Could it be that the rocks in their boats are moving too slowly and haven't reached their destination yet? Another intelligence source said. Kazan laughs. The rocks are waiting for us to do it first. Let's just wait. That's his Hachinosu, it's rocks in a hurry. Wait for half an hour after the news from over there, we will attack again. Now, everyone rests in place. The limelight is not important, the purpose and results are important. Kazan is in no rush for this fight. At the same time, the sea area near the X6 branch, the seabed. Armadas of rocks are clad in coatings, floating above the dark ocean floor. Coating technology can be widely used in One Piece world. It is to wrap the hull of the ship with a layer of waterproof membrane to isolate the seawater and form a bubble. In the bubble, the people on board can breathe, and the ship can also sail on the seabed. If the pirate ship wants to go from Paradise to New World, or back and forth, it must use this technology. As the number one force among pirates, the Rocks pirates are also staffed by Wuha 8 Gate, among whom they also master the coating technology. Gu la 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 la, Newgate smiled without saying a word. Captain Rock's operation greatly inspired Newgate. This man is worthy of Rocks. He actually thought of using the coating technology to arrange offensive tactics, so that he could reach the attack point and then float up to start the war, which reflects that he can avoid encountering marine on the sea surface and cut directly into the enemy's heart. And so many pirate ships have been coated early, it seems that Rocks has been waiting for this day for a long time. Coup. If there is a chance in the future, we, Lao Bai, will also use a coating raid. Just raid Marineford. And Rocks also held the phone bug in his hand at the moment, and was also silent. Damn. Is that guy Kazan still on the move? Does he think the same as himself? Whoever fires the first shot, the warning bell inside the marine will ring. There is no doubt that this location will become the object of Marine's special attention. In other words, those who attack late will be noticed by Marine later, and the loss may be smaller. Shoot the bird. Even as a strong man, the soldiers and generals under him are still flesh, and they don't want to lose it. Rocks has a headache. But soon, Rocks gritted his teeth and ordered, prepare for 5 minutes, the whole ship will float up. All attack. At the same time, Hachinosu. It was the morning when they were drunk and sober, and many pirates walked through the streets and alleys shaking the bottles in their hands. Go away. Get out of Lousy's way. Suddenly, a roar came from not far away. Afterwards, someone saw a pirate pushing away the drunks beside him, causing the drunk pirates to vomit uncontrollably. You bastard, looking for death. And soon, more and more similar impact events occurred. The pirates on the island finally realized that something was wrong. Sudden. Cannonballs flew over one by one, blasting the scolding pirates on the street into pieces. What's going on? Why? Why so many warships? Damn it. How dare Marine attack Hachinosu? This island is occupied by the Rocks pirates. Are they trying to start an all-out war? Look around. At sea level, the entire Hachinosu has been surrounded by warships. It seems that there are hundreds of ships on this scale, and the guns of each warship are frantically spitting out flames. The dense shells were fired at Hachinosu Island. The sound of the explosion was bang bang bang, and it directly shattered everything on the landing point. If Kazan sees, I must think, this is probably the real form of Buster Call. 5 Vice Admiral? 10 warships. Also you can only bang a small island like Ohara? Marine went crazy, heading for the big island. Certainly. Because of the limited range, even the artillery on a warship cannot cover all of the large islands. But at this time, the outer area of Hachinosu was already full of flames of war and was bombed to pieces. Marine aboard a major warship. Kong is wearing a coat of justice, standing majestically at the bow of the boat. Followed by Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane and other vice admiral. Their marine, also using the technology of coating warships, sailed all the way on the bottom of the sea, sneaked into the Hachinosu waters together, and then appeared suddenly and launched an attack. Certainly. Hachinosu was so large that the artillery was nowhere near Derek's stronghold. But, as long as you put Sina on it, the real battle is far from now. Kong holds the gold phone bug in his hand, and Bulubu keeps sending attack commands. Speed reloading. Don't stop bombing. The one in front of you is Hachinosu, there are no civilians on it, they are all heinous pirates. After urging the order, he looked at the flames of war on the island. Kong is very satisfied, but suddenly felt that something was wrong. It's strange, why didn't the Rocks pirates react at all when the artillery fire attacked Hachinosu? The pirates who were burned into fireballs are running around in the street. It seems to be similar to ordinary islands. Sengoku and Suru frowned at the same time. The atmosphere always feels a bit abnormal. But can't tell why. And soon, a marine sprinted out from the cabin of the warship. Report. Sky Admiral. Harland Island, where our X6 branch is located, is being attacked by a large number of pirates. It's the Rocks pirates. Their captain, Rocks, is there too. The urgent voice fell. What? Kong immediately realized something was wrong. Just now I was still suspecting that Hachinosu was attacked, but there was no sign of Rocks. Unexpectedly, Rocks actually led a group to appear in the X6 branch. Kazan's comeback is like a butterfly flapping its wings, and the butterfly effect is immediately produced. By accident, pirate forces and marine forces planned to attack each other at almost the same time. As a result, the goals were inconsistent, causing the two teams to completely stagger their strengths. Now, Marine learns that the Rocks pirates are not there, and immediately loses interest in Hachinosu. The whole army begins to return to defense. Because without Rocks, Hachinosu is just a common island. The whole army retreats. The advanced generals come to the conference room to discuss. Kong left a word and disappeared on the deck of the warship. Watching the mass evacuation of Marine, the pirates of Hachinosu saw that the outer circle of the island had been bombed into ruins. A voice of despair resounds throughout the island. Ah! On the other side, the X6 Marine branch. Blue, blue, blue. After answering the phone, Rocks didn't know that Hachinosu had been bombarded by Marine for a round. Cut off the head of a Marine vice admiral, shot a kicked directly to the wall, and exploded like a watermelon. The fingers made a scissors shape, turned around and inserted into the eyes of an attacking Marine. Eyeballs burst open. Boom, the Marine soldier's head exploded instantly. No wonder the interior of the Marine X6 branch is so empty. It turns out that the elites have been transferred away. If Kazan hadn't appeared, all members of the pirates would have been defeated in Hachinosu. But it's over. Rock's displeasure was evident on his face. Brush a few knives passed, and the head of the Japanese Marine account was separated. Blue Rocks immediately called John, Ochaku and others, ordering them to float up from the bottom of the sea and directly lead the team to attack the X5 and X4 branches that are further ahead. Rocks isn't with Ochaku at all. Now, since Marine's target is Hachinosu, the cadres deployed in the front can act in advance. Originally, Rocks planned to take advantage of himself and Newgate, and the two took advantage of their combat power to quickly cross from the back to the front. Let Ochaku and others lie in ambush at the front branch and wait for an opportunity. Knowing that these Marine branches are empty, Rocks immediately decided to destroy 3 branches. The flying pirates are also attacking. Let's see how you Marines choose. One after another, phone bugs rang on the Marine warship. Information was sorted out one by one. Sky Admiral, our X6x5x4 branch, has been attacked by the Rocks pirate group one after another, led by Rocks and the captains of the pirate group, Ochaku, John, Silver Axe and others. And our X7x8 branches have also been attacked by the flying pirates. The X7 branch has been destroyed, and the X8 branch is under attack, led by the great pirate Kazan. Listening to the intelligence officer's report, Kong's face turned red immediately. For this operation, elite personnel from other branches have been deployed to Hachinosu. Naturally, there is no resistance inside. Being pushed horizontally by 2 gangs of pirates is quite normal. But what Kong didn't expect was, Rocks is actually also today, choosing to take the initiative to attack. This is too much of a coincidence. At the same time, Kazan actually teamed up with Rocks and split up. What the hell, group is the toughest problem. How should I choose? Which side should I save first? Or split up the troops to rescue them at the same time? The situation in the battle changed so suddenly. Kong originally thought it was a one-sided attack, but when the battle actually started, he realized that he was the master of passive defense. Looking at the map of the battle situation, Sengoku frowned and analyzed. According to their attack route, it should be divided into 2 directions. The ultimate goal is to take down our 11 branches in the Hachinosu Sea area. Their goal is all of the Hachinosu Sea area branch. So, their ultimate goal is the X1 Marine branch on Gotland Island. According to the flying and speed advantages of the flying pirates, and the characteristics of the Rocks pirates blasting in batches, it is unrealistic to rescue the branch nearby, so we have to make a choice. Yes, whether it's the air pirates or the Rocks pirates. They all have their own offensive plans, and the Marine branch is empty in the middle, so it can be said that they push all the way. It is already impossible to rush to save those nearby Marine branches. When the main force of Marine arrives, those branches are already in ruins. Sengoku's meaning is obvious. Marine must abandon the rear and go directly to the branch near the X1 fortress, so that it is possible to snipe the two groups of pirates. Kong frowned. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane come out. Swipe swipe. Sengoku and the others immediately stood up. Kong said again. You four, lead the team to the X10 branch to snipe the flying pirates. Don't let them go 10 steps forward. Hiss. Hearing Kong's order, the other vice admirals couldn't help but gasp. You know, there are 2 branches X8 by 9 in front of the X7 branch, and there are at least 1,000 Marine soldiers stationed on them. If the main force goes directly to the X10 branch instead of rescuing them, it is equivalent to the branch. All Marine soldiers have been abandoned. Garp looked displeased. I thought it was going to be against rocks, but I didn't expect it to be Kazan and others. Simply overkill. I have been in naval headquarters these years, and my fists have become more and more hardened. I have long wanted to fight the rocks. However, Garp sees no problem with Kong's decision to abandon other branches. At least it was Kong who gave the order in front of him, and Garp didn't want to lose face, so he nodded and agreed immediately. The battle situation is really changing. Sengoku said in his heart. The original battle situation was Hachinosu, who was the center of Marine's attack, but in the blink of an eye, the rules have changed. It has been changed to defending the 12 o'clock position of True North, X1 branch. Moreover, Marine also split into 2 groups, sniping the Rocks pirates and the Flying pirates respectively. The main battle site becomes the X10 branch island at 11 o'clock, and the X2 island at 1 o'clock. Let me, Garp, Zephyr, stop the Flying pirates. Sky Admiral leads the hidden force to deal with the Rocks pirates. As the warship heads to the island that Kazan and the others are attacking, a dark cloud hangs over Sengoku's head. Time passed. In the blink of an eye, it has reached a fever pitch. Thanks to Stussie's development of the bombing shells, the flying pirate map is like a bombing ship, passing by the Marine branch, it will drop the bomb directly. The whole process does not cost a single soldier, and the Marine is easily frightened and jumps into the sea to escape. Now, the flying pirates have come to Hades Island, X10 Marine branch. However, the Marine branch is really big, only 2 were blown up, and the ammunition of the flying pirates has been exhausted. I can only do it. In a flash, the transparent door opened on the island, and Kazan and others came out. But not long after entering the island, several shells were fired at them from the ground. It exploded around me in an instant. Soon, a large group of Marines rushed out and surrounded the flying pirates. Headed by the long-awaited Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane. Garp took a look, disappointed. Only 500 or 600 people, I thought it was a big pirate group. Really, that guy clearly misjudged, I should be there to deal with rocks. Arrest. Zephyr has purple hair, and his mouth is already cracked with laughter. Arrest. Pirates should be squatting in prison and begging for mercy. I can already imagine my job after retirement. I should go to Impel Down to be the warden. Let them spend the rest of their lives in prison. Sengoku frowned. Hey, Garp, Zephyr, don't underestimate them. They are not what they used to be. I haven't seen him for 15 years, and Kazan's appearance seems to have never changed. Sengoku looked shocked, and his face gradually became dignified. Moreover, they came out from behind the door, obviously a strategically significant devil fruit ability, and things have greatly exceeded expectations. Are those 2 titans also capable? The opponent's lineup is a bit strong. Crane also frowned slightly. They are not simple characters. Needless to say, Kazan and Shiki, the deputy Redfield, according to my judgment, has the ability of a phantom beast. Just now, that is the ability of the fruit of Paramecia. It's the Paramecia that Shiki took from the celestial dragons many years ago. Crane once learned about the headshot incident of celestial dragons, and also looked at the devil fruit illustrated book. He knew that the stronger the door fruit ability user is, the wider the door will be. The transparent door in front of him is at least 8 meters wide. Titan's constitution is really terrifying. Garp looked disgusted. TCH, isn't devil fruit amazing? I don't care about eating that. Finally at this place, Garp was already tired of waiting for the flying pirates, and he only wanted to settle the matter here, go to the other side, and find rocks to break his wrist. With a reluctance on his face, he said, they only count people like this, let's finish it. And the Crane is ready. Wiping her hands back, she tied her thick long hair into a ponytail. Opposite. Kazan and others couldn't help but laugh. Now in the sea, those famous first batch of powerhouses have stepped into the peak, and the advantage of age is getting smaller and smaller. Even when meeting a 4-person group of marine legendary level, Kazan is not vain. Kazan's side, isn't it bad? Has Shiki and Redfield as wings. Shaki is a thunder fruit capable user, and has already used his ability freely. Linlin itself has a strong combat power. Titan Mobi and Mo-K are also extremely powerful. Behind him, there is Kaido who can charge at any time. No matter how you look at it, the opponent is fighting. They're underestimating us, Kazan smiled kindly. However, times have changed. Shiki looked at Sengoku and suddenly smiled, Jia ha 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 ha. Boom, Shiki drew a musket and headshot Marine who was whispering. After blowing the gunpowder smoke away from the gun barrel, Shiki said gracefully, Marine is really a fly, it's noisy. With a gunshot, the Marines immediately drew their guns and knives. The battle is imminent. But Kazan's side is obviously short of people, so of course we have to clean up the soldiers. Immediately, Mo-K, who understood the captain's intentions, immediately used Shimadama fruit to push those members of the flying pirates who couldn't stand hockey to the gate of the gate fruit. At the moment, only the main force of Fikong pirate picture is left on the field. And also at this moment, Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, Shaki, Linlin, released together. Conquerors. In an instant, the marine soldiers around Garp foamed at the mouth, rolled their eyes and passed out, and the snipers farther away, the hotshots, were all stunned, even the marine branch Shi Jian. The walls that were set up were also shaken out of cracks. This, all conquerors? What kind of celestial group is this? In Crane's heart, there was a feeling that what was in front of him was a heavenly group. Conquerors is a special qualification that only appears 1 in a million people. Out of the crowd in front of you, 5 of them have Conqueror's hockey. This is tantamount to finding a needle in a haystack, finding 5 at once. And, they're Conqueror's hockey, even to the point of physical destruction. Crane even noticed that Kaido, the newcomer from the kingdom of Vulca, was also standing in the crowd of the flying pirates, following behind everyone, with a look of indifference, obviously looking at Marine. Kazan, this guy, is collecting all the monsters in the sea. A large piece of Marine was dumped on the field. Against the backdrop of the fallen, Sengoku Garp and others stand alone. There are only so few people, let's end it as soon as possible. Kazan looked at Monkey D. Garp and laughed. He sealed and returned what Garp had just said, verbatim. Kazan wondered again. Is it useful to have a lot of miscellaneous fish? The powerful conquerors also frightened Sengoku and others. Garp no longer had the arrogance he had just now, and remained silent on the side. Shiki pulled out Sakura Tenmuku, pointed at Sengoku, Jihahahaha, Sengoku, today is on the island, I hope the foundation of your branch is strong, don't let lousies sink it. Black knife. Crane frowned again, although she was not a swordsman, she knew about the formation of the black knife. Why haven't we seen each other for a few years? Shiki has already practiced double knives into black knives, so his control of armed and knowledgeable colors can already be regarded as the top group of people in the sea. In an instant, layers of bad premonition filled my heart. Redfield pulls out the bloodbat, reads people's hearts and locks Zephyr. Then you, purple-haired Marine. Feeling the attack of special knowledge and knowledge, FA immediately put up defenses. That's the only way I can deal with you, Crane. Shaki narrowed his eyes slightly, looking at Crane with a smile on his face. Charlotte Linlin was stunned for a moment, and then she realized that the opponents on the field had been picked. Well, what about me? There are also some Marine Vice Admirals around that are not stunned by hockey. However, Linlin is not interested in those little things. Moreover, isn't there Molly, too? Otherwise, just watch the boss fight. We are pirates, of course we have to look like pirates. Linlin, the 4 of you go to the Marine branch. If you see something you are interested in, just move away. Kazan thought. The flying pirates also searched for 2 lost branches before. As a result, a large amount of supplies and military expenditures exceeding 90 million berry were obtained, with a total value of more than 150 million berry. Although Kazan is very rich, he will not miss any opportunity to make money. He is planning to build a floating island in the near future. Okay, Tushin. Let's go. Well. After speaking, Charlotte Linlin flew away on Thundercloud Zeus. And Molly opened the door directly, and in a blink of an eye, he was already at the gate of the Marine branch. Mo-K drilled into the island, and a huge figure appeared next to Moli. Moo la 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 la. Kaido turned into a unicorn and flew away on the auspicious clouds. Garp saw that these people completely ignored him and the others, and all swaggered into the marine branch. Immediately expressing that he couldn't bear it, he squeezed his fists covered with armed colors, and was about to take action to stop a few people, but was quickly caught by Zephyr. If you run away, how can you fight the battle in front of you? Sengoku was stunned. This group of people, all of them are capable. Didn't that stinky kid, Kaido, rob warships everywhere in the sea some time ago, and grab food in the canteen of the warships? Why did he just join the flying pirates and become the Nang Litu of the phantom beast species? Crane felt his scalp go numb. What's the situation? Devil fruit doesn't cost money, and the next second, Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, and Shaki stepped on the thunderclouds and all rose into the sky. In an instant, various abilities dazzled the eyes. He-Gen was stunned on the spot, his expression was beyond shock. This might be the so-called Tien Tuan. Hey! Xiaohei, it's dangerous, come behind me. Garp frowned, and blocked the attack, but Kazan had already acted and came in a flash. A punch that wraps around Conquerors and lands directly in Garp's face. Garp immediately smashed into the wall next to him. I haven't figured out the situation yet, Garp. The battle situation gradually became clear. The current battle situation is like a game of League of Legends, our King of Glory. Kong originally wanted to take people to push down the Crystal of Rock's house, but found that the highland of Hachinosu was not defended at all. When they realized that the situation was wrong, those pirates had actually divided up their forces, demolished their own defense towers, and aimed at their own base. Kazan led the attack to the road. Rox led a man to attack the bottom lane. Marine couldn't retreat in time, so he had to abandon the outer tower in the River Wild area and return to the high ground of the city's defense branch. Now the two armies are divided into 4 forces, and the upper and lower highland towers of the Marine are wet. Here. Garp came out of the smoke with blood on his head. He had taken off his coat, and the white shirt was soaked with blood. Garp himself knows how powerful Kazan's boxing is, and he bombarded himself to such a distance. The strength is by no means inferior to him. If it wasn't for his good physical skills, quick response, and immediate defense, he would have been severely injured. That fist, but with Conqueror's twine, Sengoku frowned. He knows Garp's skill best, even if it is a surprise attack, he cannot easily succeed. Back then, that stinky brat grew up amazingly. Hey! Sengoku! Don't get the situation wrong. As soon as Shiki kicked his feet, he crossed his swords in an instant, and rushed towards him like burning cannonballs. Clang! Sengoku didn't dare to be negligent, and immediately defended with a palm, and was directly pushed back to the side. Standing still, Sengoku immediately yelled at Garp and the others. Stand apart. The abilities of these people are most suitable for coordinated operations. And when his voice fell, the other side. A whirlwind of blood immediately erupted from Redfield's body. His hands were already covered with bewitching purple-red fluff, his neck and the top of his head were also bewitching purple-red, his animal ears had been pricked up, his eyes were like night devils that made people tremble, and his fangs showed in his smile, very weird. Ready to grow old? With a flick of the cloak, Redfield's whole body seemed to be covered with one. The dark red slender claws attacked Zephyr. Faced with strange forces, coupled with being locked in by reading people's hearts early. Aging. What the hell? Zephyr instinctively paid attention to Redfield. This guy. Like a red devil, bloody all over. Sideways to avoid the claw attack. But I didn't want to see the impenetrable darkness suddenly appear in the next second, and there was the neighing of wild beasts in it. It's dark. What is the bat like tearing? Boom! The blood-red eyes in the darkness opened, and the dark figure of Laidfield suddenly appeared. Kicked Zephyr in the stomach. Zephyr was kicked and flew backwards, but luckily Garp reached out to stop him. Phantom Beast. What a tricky ability. Zephyr stared at Redfield sternly. The fun has only just begun. Garp twisted his neck and locked eyes on Kazan. Crane originally wanted to find a chance to get close to one of them, and then use the ability to wash the fruit to completely wash it into clothes and lose its combat effectiveness, but now it seems that these people are all monsters. The weird ability makes people unable to parry when they meet for the first time. Shaki's side has been eyeing the Crane who is thinking about it early. Because she heard Kazan commented that Crane is a very important the resourceful general in Marine. Her decision often determines the entire battle situation. Of course Shaki has to be on guard. Crane, don't do unnecessary things. Crane was pierced by a flash of lightning, and after stabilizing his figure, Crane immediately used his ability to cleanse his whole body, dispelling the embarrassment after being struck by lightning, and the scorched smoke gradually dispersed, hiding in a sad expression. In a short time, Crane can't think of a way to deal with the situation. Also at this moment, the 6 people acted collectively. Kazan, Garp's side. Boom, Kazan unleashes his power again and bursts out. Shave. Garp's footsteps burst into afterimages, using 6 styles. After stomping on the ground, he disappeared in place. Both of them wrapped their armed colors around their fists. Even, Conqueror's winding is in a state of being activated at any time. Boom, both punched at the same time. At the moment of approaching, Kazan turned around and threw a fist at Garp's right face, while Garp aimed at Kazan's flank, and the 2 punches of the 2 entangled conquerors in an instant. After flying upside down, KZ stabilized his figure. Because of Kazan's phoenix, Garp's punch was strong, but it only hurt for a second, and the resurrected blue flame in his body burned wildly, and his body, which was a little numb, suddenly back to normal. It seems that every cell has returned to its original location. It cost Kazan almost nothing, and Phoenix's powers healed the internal wounds. The resurrected Chingian really has a good ability. Every time you get an ability, the most exciting thing is the testing stage, which is why Kazan chose to confront Garp. In contrast to Garp's side, his head was buzzing from Kazan's turning and punching, half of his face was swollen, and the left forehead was even ruptured. Blood rushed out. Hoo, Garp stared at Kazan with squinted eyes, already turbulent inside. He knew very well about his own strength. As long as he threw a punch, even if the opponent used armament hockey to defend, he would definitely be injured. In the end, Kazan was like a normal person. Did I miss it? Garp even doubted himself a little. A very common punch. Kazan walked slowly towards Garp, a calm voice sounded. Yeah. Then let's try this. Garp's fist was full of blue veins, and the armed color began to gather on the fist from the entire arm. In the next instant, the whole person was in the sky above Kazan. Straight down. Superman clash. Garp is flying like a Superman. The whole person is like an airplane, using the strength of the whole person, concentrating the strength on the fist, and falling like a burning missile. Oh. Nice idea. Kazan puts his right foot on the ground, shifts his center of gravity forward, and concentrates the strength of his whole body on his legs. A sidekick with a step, kicked into Garp's bombarding fist. State, fist to leg. A huge response sounded on the field, and the airwaves centered on the 2 exploded instantly. Let those Marines who just got up fly backwards, life and death are unknown. And Kazan's supporting leg has been hit by a huge force, sinking to the point of stepping on the ground, and the stones shattered and flew. Garp is not having a good time either. He felt that his straightened fist had a tendency to bend. This was the forward jump of a broken bone after a head-on encounter. Immediately, the experienced Garp stopped immediately, and flew backwards with the momentum. Take advantage of this opportunity. Kazan gave a quick chase, a flying kick, right in the forehead of Garp. Garp's whole head seemed to be hit by a sledgehammer, and the explosion-like pain filled the whole brain, and blood burst out from the clenched teeth. And just when he was kicked, Garp burst out in an instant, and the colored conquerors armed with both hands sizzled at the same time. Grab Kazan's leg and suddenly fall hard towards the ground. One strike with both hands, boom. A big pit immediately appeared on the battlefield. At the same time, the sun-green dragon is entrenched in the pit gap. Dragon buffer. Not only can the wind dragon attack, but it has also practiced a part of casting. The wind dragon is wrapped with a layer of rubber, which can also become the best buffer zone. Damn it. What the hell is this? Garp fell to the ground, suffering from a pain in the head. Watching Kazan, who was lying on the green dragon in the pit, was slowly lifted up by the green dragon and returned to the ground again. This? Kazan took the wind dragon back into his body. It's just a small skill of Fangfeng fruit. One word from Kazan can make Garp pissed off. Because Kazan's Fangfeng fruit was snatched from Garp. At that time, Kazan had just eaten Logia, which not only killed more than 90 Marine soldiers, but also caused Sengoku, a capable landlubber, to fall into the bottom of the sea. The reason for everything was this wind fruit. And after that, Garp and Kazan forged a feud. After the Gale Island incident, Garp started to research a trick, which is a special trick to deal with Logia ability users, such as Kazan, must be thrown to the bottom of the sea. This trick is the bottom of the sea falls. Card common combines the armed color and conquerors together, wraps around the target ability user, preventing it from turning into an element, and at the same time violently throws it down quickly with great force. And the target is the bottom of the sea, unfortunately. Kazan wasn't thrown into the bottom of the sea, nor did he fall completely. Gritting his teeth, Garp said, "I should have pinched your head early." Kazan said indifferently, "The mouth is as hard as a fist, but what's the use? Times have changed. Try it yourself." Nonsense. At this moment, Kazan quickly mobilized the wind dragon, and his whole body was wrapped in the dragon's head by the wind dragon. After the moves are formed, the wind dragon swung its tail and charged forward. Garp backed away puzzled. But in the next second, the wind dragon was already close to the position 1 meter in front of Garp. Suddenly, the wind dragon opened its mouth wide, and a strong wind raged in its throat, like the muzzle of a cannon, spraying a storm. And Kazan's figure, following the explosive force of the hurricane, shot out like a bullet leaving the barrel of a gun. Return you. Blast hurricane assault. Boom. When Kazan is also in Superman's flying pose. When the figure arrived in front of him in an instant, Garp's reaction was half a beat behind. This is it the ability to use storm blasts as kinetic energy to launch capable users? In exchange for maximum impact velocity? Iron body. Garp realized that the situation was not good. His whole body became pitch black, tied with the strongest rags, his arms were made into cross stars, and his whole body was like a black iron sculpture. Kazan was like a huge missile, directly pushing Garp backwards. Zilla. Standing on the ground with both feet, Garp kept pushing up the stones on his heels, and the whole body has been pushed back tens of meters. On the ground, there is only the same deep groove. And at the same time, at the moment when the wind dragon launched the blasting attack, it caught up with the attacking Kazan again. One man and one dragon merged into one again, and the huge impact combined together, directly attacking Garp deep into the wall of the marine branch. Dragon Ball Storm. In an instant, a series of explosions sounded. Rumbling, wait, Garp shakes a little. When it crawled out shaking, it immediately spewed out a mouthful of bright red. And on his left forehead, there has been a wound that runs through his beauty. What a powerful move. Cough cough. Poof. At this moment, Kazan's whole body is surrounded by resurrected green flames, with green flames bursting out from his fingers, joints, and neck. It seems that this move exploded him like a cannonball. The way he went out was a bit suicidal. After all, people are not steel, and they cannot be used as real bombs to hit the earth with sparks. Fortunately, with the blessing of the phoenix fruit, Kazan's fault tolerance rate has been greatly improved. Some moves can also be tried. Although Garp's constitution is strong, what he encountered was a phoenix of the phantom beast. And the user of the ability is still Kazan. Hoo-ha. Garp was panting heavily, his body was covered with cuts and bruises, White's shirt was completely stained red with blood. If he continued to fight with high intensity, it would be very dangerous. However, after all, he is a person with great perseverance, and also the Shaoqiang constitution of immune to death. It's not a problem to support it for a while. At the moment, Garp exploded again, rushing towards Kazan. The two figures kept flickering on the battlefield, and every time they collided together. All with bursts of explosions. The sound alone can shatter bricks on the ground. Fist-bone conflict. Dragon fist shakes the bones. Even, the two began to punch each other in the air. The figure was still far away, and the conqueror's hockey collided in the air. Black thunder exploded in the sky. The branch buildings farther away were all torn apart by this powerful force. Those Marines who had already woken up could only watch helplessly, not daring to go forward at all. On the other hand, the battle between Shiki and Sengoku is gradually intensifying. Today's Shiki is no longer that 18-year-old boy. And Sengoku is not a cowering warrior with his feet on a warship either. 10 palms of Buddha light, buzzing, under the impact of the gold Buddha, a huge ball of light exploded in the sky, bursting out a burst of golden light. Before the light exploded, Shiki's figure flickered at a high speed. Following the figure's movement, the surrounding land swelled to a height of tens of meters, and instantly turned into 20 majestic earth lions. Dupu bit the giant gold target. And when the lion slaps, Shiji will always appear. Sakura Tokiku's gold sword energy, kill even the lion and the people together. The ground crumbles, like the fission of the earth. The sword blade cut the gold Buddha, making a sound like a chainsaw, and sparks shot out continuously. No, if this continues, Marine will be completely suppressed. Besides, Charlotte, Linlin, and 2 Titan clans, and a Green Bull, have already sent large and small packages from Marine. Ministry out. As soon as they arrive, they can make casual moves, and the already weak battle situation will suddenly be overturned. I have to think of a way. Crane hid aside, his brain running fast. She knew that the battle between Kazan and Garp, Shiki and Sengoku was too grand, and other people might be hurt if they entered the attack range, so Zephyr is the game changer. Zephyr was fighting Redfield, but out of the corner of his eye, he saw the sign in Crane's eyes, and immediately understood that Crane wanted to participate in the battle between himself and Redfield. Although, Zephyr personally prefers to be singled out. But now the battle situation is obviously that Marine is in a weak position. If individualism is still emphasized, then this time Marine's mission to snipe the flying pirates will face a complete defeat. Zephyr's eyes moved slightly, indicating that he already knew what Crane was thinking. After all, both of them were soldiers of the same period 16 years ago, and they cooperated for more than 10 years, and they cooperated quite tacitly. At the moment, Zephyr explodes into a deep blue warm color. With a huge figure, he rushed into the darkness at extreme speed. Fun Marine. After several rounds of fighting, can you already distinguish my shadow from the darkness? However, so what? I know your discussion. Zephyr is always on the defensive. But Ladefield has never targeted the Crane, who is watching from the sidelines, and at this moment, he has already used the mind-reading method on the Crane. The so-called battlefield is not only the people fighting in front, but also everything that can be used around it. And the amount of knowledge that Redfield uses is negligible. In terms of combat power, Crane is the weakest among Sengoku and others. She didn't notice at all that she had already become a prey. Bahahaha. A strange laugh. In the dark mist, Ladefield's scarlet eyes opened, and there were black shadows of bats passing by in the red pupils. This scene is like a gothic illusion. The hunt begins. The situation has deviated from expectations, and Zephyr has nothing to do. Now the flying pirates must be downsized in order for Marine to reverse its decline. Crane is the person who ate the fruit of Paramecia Shushi. Ability is to flush any item. The washed items will lose their shape, and the living body will lose their strength, and even the evil in the human mind can be washed away. The ability of the rule system is the nirvana to reduce the opponent's staff. At this time, Zephyr, who had been on the defensive, suddenly rushed into the darkness at a high speed, and this time he took the initiative to launch an offensive. Redfield showed an imperceptible smile, his claws clenched his fists and bombarded. Zephyr was punched in the stomach, and a mouthful of blood spewed out, but he also tried his best, armed with a black arm, and grabbed one of Redfield's arms. Next second, under the explosive power of Zephyr, Screenfield was brought out of the black mist arranged in vampire form. Crane. Now. Zephyr's voice was like thunder. Call out, the Crane is ready to attack, and it is about to cut across the past handknife. The moment it hit Redfield's shoulder, the knife in his hand was no longer sharp, but turned into a palm. Seeing the halo of soap-like bubbles coming out of Crane's palm. About to pat Redfield on the shoulder, but the next second. The left hand is controlled by Zephyr, but Redfield's right hand moves directly to the left, bypassing his abdomen. From an imperceptible position, a streak of purple-red nails shot out. In an instant, it ran through the Crane's neck. Prick. Dark bat thorn. Crane. Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr immediately noticed that the slender neck of the Crane had been pierced by a pencil-sized purple-red spike about 1.5 meters long. As a result, the whole person was hung in midair. And strangely enough, even though the main artery was pierced, there was not a drop of blood flowing from the Crane's neck. Everyone panicked immediately, but at the moment. It's a battle now, distraction has a price. Kazan, Shiki, all shot Garp and Sengoku again. When Sengoku and the others climbed up from the gunpowder, they froze in place and did not dare to move, as if they had no intention of fighting. Fortunately, Kui Qian turned his head to dodge, and the neck bone was fine, otherwise he would be dead and disabled. And at the moment when Crane was about to fight to the death, he activated his fruit-washing ability again. She instantly felt that her physical strength was crazily passing away. The blood vessels in her body were no longer flowing with warm blood, but more like 10,000 wriggling iceworms crawling in the blood vessels, blocking, freezing, scratching all kinds of blood. Feeling hit. What ability is this? Before the Crane could make the right thinking. Her cheeks, neck, arms, legs, all the skin shrank crazily. In a short period of time, she was already a white-haired old woman. So this is the aging that Redfield said? Seeing a Crane like this, Zephyr was completely stunned. Crane. Only then did he discover that Redfield's ability can actually deprive others of their life history. And how can Redfield miss the opportunity to attack? Immediately with a knee bump, Zephyr arched his body and flew backwards like a shrimp. Aging is but a pint in the arteries. Crane has changed from a young and beautiful image with the pinnacle of appearance in life to an image of an elderly person with loose skin all over the body, pale hair, and wrinkles on his face. Even his teeth have become loose. Little Crane. The Crane in front of Sengoku and others is not 100 years old, but also almost 99 years old. He struggled to stand up, but found that his whole body was too weak to move. An old voice sounded slowly, "You, help me." But Sengoku et al. Are just about to reach out. Pop. The Crane's voice sounded again. "My thigh is broken, and my palm is also broken. Don't touch me." Senseless. Sengoku and others looked at the aged Crane in front of them, completely dumbfounded. Garp stared fiercely at Kazan and the others. "You are behind me, I will protect you. As long as you kill that capable user, you will be restored to your original state. Most of Devil Fruit's abilities will be released when the ability user faints or dies." Ignoring Garp, Redfield gracefully withdrew his sharp claws. "It's only 69 years in the command room." "Gia ha 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 ha." Shiki laughed and said, "Pat, why is the lifespan of that stinky woman, Suru, only 69 years? Redfield. This is the limit, she won't survive 3 days. His 3 days of life? Crane, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr all gasped. Redfield took away 69 years of Crane's lifespan with just one piercing attack. Now Crane is 31 years old and has lost another 69 years of life. He is truly a centenarian. Sengoku frowned, wanted to comfort but didn't know how to say, "Crane." Sengoku, now is not the time, Kazan laughed. Shiki added, "This is not the time for you Marines to respect the elderly." Boom, Shiki broke out again and started a new battle with Sengoku. Immediately, Kazan and his wings faced off against the Marine trio again. Crane lay alone on the cold ground, trembling all over, feeling desperate inside. She felt that there was a huge blood hole running through her entire neck. The breeze brushed her neck, and her head was as cold as if it was mounted on an icicle. The blood seemed to have frozen and no longer flowed. Is this a harbinger of death? The giant panda who used to be very heavy, very plump, troubled her infinitely. At the moment it is empty like nothing. Underwear, ran away too lonely. Cried. Crane couldn't help weeping. Woo. Blue, in the midst of grief, Crane still maintained a trace of reason. She knows that in front of the mighty flying pirates, when all the members are violent, her forces are already defeated, and the only way to survive is to wait for the rescue of Kong Admiral. The phone connects. Crane? Kong's puzzled voice came over. Yes. Me. He clenched his teeth with difficulty and insisted, his voice was hoarse and endlessly old. The battle situation on our side has collapsed. However, Crane's voice for help has not completely fallen. Interesting? Kong immediately hung up the phone. It is clear. This old woman's voice is definitely not a Crane. Crane powerlessly put down the phone bug, and the whole person suddenly despaired. Why? Empty Admiral. Why are you hanging up on me? Hope was annihilated. Crane wanted to cry and howl, but found that he didn't even have the strength. Woo. Shiki came to the side of the crying Crane, smiled and confiscated the phone bug. Redfield has been on the ship for 15 years, and everyone in the Flying Pirates knows the power of reading people's hearts. Naturally, it is impossible to be attacked by surprise. If there is, it must be a flaw that was deliberately sold. And, the loneliest people are the more deceitful they are. Even the clever Crane can't escape being played by Redfield. The location of the Marinex 2 branch, the location of the Marine elite in this battle. At the same time, it is also the location of all the main forces of Rocks. Just as Kong hung up the phone, a call came again. The voice came. Kong Admiral, Sengoku, Garp, and Zephyr Vice Admiral were all injured, and Crane Vice Admiral directly became a centenarian. Our Marine branch is about to fall completely. Cooks, what did you say? Sky Admiral, our side is on the brink of defeat. Sengoku Vice Admiral, they are all going to die. Help. Was that person really a Crane? Kong squeezed the phone bug. Tell them to hold on for a while. I'll lead the team there right away. Failed. Kong never expected that the strongest group of 4 in the new generation of Marine would be in a weak position in the battle, and even wanted to send out a distress signal, and the branch was even on the point of being lost. The loss of the base is not important, what matters is those 4 people. Sengoku, Garp, Zephyr, Crane, the 4 of them are the future of Marine. 4 people. No one can be lost. The situation of the battle has developed like this, which is completely beyond Kong's cognition. Not to mention too many accidents, the Marine branch became a battlefield. Even, Garp, are they going to fail? And if they persist for another hour or 2, the Rocks pirates will be wiped out. At this moment, near Kong, tens of thousands of pirates are fighting with Marine, the shouts of killing are loud, bones are piled up, and blood flows into the sea. But on the whole, Marine occupies the prime, and Rocks is being besieged by Marine's hidden forces. This time, Naval Headquarters not only deployed 500 absolute elite soldiers to fight on the front line, constantly inflicting heavy damage on the Rocks pirate group. Also recruited 6 top defensive demon fruit powers from all over the world. 3 of them have played against Edward Newgate. The other 3 have the strongest defense, and they are fighting Rocks, the explosive fruit ability user. Rocks has unparalleled combat power, and Kong is also very afraid of the explosive fruit in his hands. Only a strong defense can resist the high explosive attack of Rocks. At this time, after hanging up the phone, Kong immediately joined the battle. Roar! Kong instantly turned into a new demon's ape demon. Today's sky is a huge 15-meter-long demonic ape, and everywhere it is a beast titan with tight chest. But at this moment, Kong stood on all 4s and made a forward lunge. Ramos, attack from me. Be quick. Here we come. Admiral. Behind Kong, a huge armored figure was rolling, and in the next second, using Kong's back as a springboard, he rolled directly into the sky, and the huge tortoise shell body smashed down towards Rocks angrily. Clark Ramos. Zone Turtle Fruit Phantom Beast Basalt Form. With the ability of mythical monsters, it has the best defense of the monsters. Not afraid of the explosion of Rocks at all, it is the nemesis of all high attack power. Ramos turned into a huge dragon turtle and hit Rocks from a high altitude, the ground cracked open, and countless smoke and dust erupted at this moment, but Ramos, at this moment, was pinched by the shell of the Rocks wolf. Kong, you kid, haven't you always wanted to know Lao Zi's real strength? Keep your eyes open. At that moment, endless darkness spread out from Rocks' palm, covering Ramos. Rocks have the dark fruit ability, but know this ability, except for Rocks himself, only Kazan who forced him to use his ability. In previous battles, Rocks never exposed this ability. But today, Marine is obviously targeting them, all of them are defense exploding existences. Now besieged by 4 advanced forces, Rocks finally found the perfect time to unleash darkness, the perfect time to kill with 1 hit. What's going on? My ability. Ramos uncontrollably changed back to human form, and he felt that his basalt form ability was instantly sealed. Kong felt bad, and said loudly, no, that's the most vicious Logia dark fruit in history. It can disable all capable people. Ramos. Use your own. Armament hockey defense. Dark fruit. I'm going to do it. Ramos erupted in an instant, and his whole body was covered with a strong armed color in just an instant. But Rocks is not a good stubble, and in a blink of an eye, he jumped into the sky with Ramos in all black. When reaching the apex, Rocks locked Ramos' neck tightly, with an arc hanging from the corner of his mouth, and whispered sinisterly in Ramos' ear. Do you know what wave destroys armed forces is? Drink. Ramos' ears exploded immediately, and armament hockey was yelled out by Rocks, and he yelled back, leaving nothing behind. The 2 were twisted together, spinning and falling like cannonballs, hitting the hard stone slab. Euro. And almost at the same time, a huge explosion like a small nuclear bomb sounded in the pothole, and a mushroom cloud rose. The entire square was blasted into a huge hole tens of meters deep, and all the stone bricks were blown away at this moment. When the figure of Rocks stepped out, his whole body was soaked in blood. The pit was empty, only bloody traces. Da. After a long time, a small piece of turtle shell fell from the sky and spun around Kong's feet. Faced with this situation, Kong couldn't help trembling in his heart. Ramos, dead. The phantom beast species known as the hardest defense, Xuanwu. After being attacked by the dark fruit to neutralize his strength, he was blown to pieces by the exploding fruit with the force of destruction. Kong never thought of it. Rocks hide so deep. He and Marine have been facing the conflict for more than 10 years, and they have fought dozens of times, but only 1 explosive fruit was exposed. Moreover, Rock's physical skills are definitely the king of this world. With dark fruit, it is enough to be called the nemesis of all capable people. Go on fighting. I'm afraid that other capable users will also lose here. Withdraw. As Marine Admiral, Kong will fight with all his might until the last moment. But in front of him, the advantage of all capable members on his side is completely restrained by Dark Fruit's rocks, so it is no longer wise to continue fighting. And, there are 4 more important people waiting for him to rescue than a Marine branch. Here, let it go. Save those 4 Marine sparks for. On the other side, after a fierce battle, Sengoku and others will be defeated. Even if you insist on fighting, the ending is nothing but the end of deceit. With a few more attacks, the winner will be completely determined. It is worth mentioning that Sengoku and others are really tough, but Kazan and the others did not hold back, but insisted on fighting until now. Garp's arm is bleeding, Sengoku has sword wounds, and Zephyr is covered in claws. Shiki and Redfield, in fact, are not bad, both have injuries. However, compared with Sengoku et al., the injuries suffered are lighter. Only Kazan. As the revived Qingyan went out, his injury had completely healed. In the distance, Linlin and the others had already packed up and strode forward. There were many Marine non-commissioned officers in the branch, but under the strong combat power of Linlin and the others, they charged all the way and killed hundreds of Marines. Also snatched a lot of good things. Linlin had small thoughts in his heart. She's ready tonight, go to the great room and ask Kazan for credit. Because of the mechanism, he got a devil fruit in this robbery. Linlin kept secretly laughing in his heart. Together. Just as Kazan gave the order, let the whole team launch the final attack on Sengoku and others. 3 Haki passed through the distant sea, locked on Kazan. I see. On the surface of the sea in the distance, there is only a huge ape demon, stepping on the surface of the sea with all 4 feet on the ground and rushing towards it. Every time it steps down, the seawater explodes like a shell explosion. Kong. Is the target meat? That's just enough to settle the account of Sabodi's island. The corner of Kazan's mouth couldn't help showing a smile, and with a flick of one hand, the wind dragon hovered directly from his arm. With a roar, all the surrounding wind elements were sucked into the mouth of the dark green wind dragon, and the wind dragon had already expanded several times. And at this moment, the wind of the whole island is still and flowing. Meanwhile, the sea. The 2 fleets are sailing towards the same target, the island where Marine and Kazan are at war. The front is Marine, and the rear is the Rock's pirate group. Ochaku with a bandaged head asks, "Boss, why don't we block Marine on the island?" In the face of Ochaku, who is very curious, Rox has never paid much attention to it, but at the moment he is in a good mood. Marine is defeated, but it also has the ability to fight a decisive battle with the flying pirates. Let them go, I naturally hope that the 2 sides will fight. The Marine branch has been completely destroyed, and most of the Hachinosu siege has been lifted. The remaining half depends on the next operation. The battle situation is changing rapidly, and no one would have thought that the final battle will be held on the island where Kazan is located. Rox grinned and said, "Marine is defeated, I will beat the dog who is in the water. Marine wins, I save for Kazan, he's in the pocket of the Russian rocks." Boss is wise. Ochaku boasted, his mind was in a daze. According to Rox, Kazan is more important than killing Marine. The air pirates are suppressed by Marine, which is the situation Rox is most happy to see. So, he made the pirates give up hunting Marine and let the fleet follow far behind. Regardless of the outcome, he and the Rox must achieve a win-win situation. Don't create an accident for me, just fail like this, Kazan. Rox stared at the warship in front of him, his eyes suddenly became fierce. Scrap. You're out of date, hurry up. Prickly. Rox cut his finger, blood soaked a cannonball, he threw it violently, and smashed into the interior of the warship in front of him in an instant. Boom. The huge explosion formed a large crater on the entire surface of the sea. That warship was reduced to pieces in an instant. And when the Rox fleet passed by the explosion site, there was actually a trace of dew floating in the air. Rox is an explosive man who ate the fruit of the explosion, and blood can also be used as explosives. Compared with Mr. Five's small explosion that can at most stun people and break arms, Rox's explosion power is comparable to a warship full of gunpowder. The other side. Kong turned into an ape demon, getting closer and closer. Kazan went up to meet him. In the process of advancing, the storm around Kazan became more and more dense and expanded. The wind armor that was originally close-fitting is now as high as 20 meters, and its appearance is similar to that of the Uchiha family in Hokage, Susanoo. Hurricane outfit. Hurricane is a move evolved from the Gale armor, which uses the storm to compress the body around him, raising his defense to several levels. When the enemy attacks, it will be strangled by the storm of the hurricane, and the effect is like anti-injury armor. And when Kazan attacks, every part of the huge wind armor is a blasting weapon of the storm. Around the island, the wind was absorbed by Kazan and calmed down. Sengoku, who stayed at the scene, could even hear his own breathing clearly. This feeling is as suffocating as it was during the Battle of Blast Island. Garp, Zephyr. Sengoku frowned deeply. Garp and Zephyr nodded simultaneously. Now that the empty admiral has arrived and Kazan is rushing to meet them, the remaining marine units will also be augmented. Now is the perfect time to fight back. Members of the Flying Pirates, Sengoku and the three must work together to kill even one, and let them regain a little lost face. Even if they don't, they will be able to pick up dead enemies as soon as marine reinforcements arrive. Garp. Kill who? Sengoku, Charlotte Special Linlin. Zephyr. Go. Power exploded under the feet of the three at the same time, and Sengoku turned into a golden light. Hockey of all colors. Aim for Jinlot Linlin. The Flying Pirates, Shiki, and Redfield are the most powerful, and it is impossible to kill them quickly, and Shaki is a Thunderfruit-capable user, so fast that it is difficult to capture, and the rest is only Charlotte Linlin who took the lead in robbery. As for the Titan brother, the stinky kid Kaido? Sengoku and others ignored it. Boom, Zephyr moved first, Garp set up his attack later, and Sengoku stepped back. Shiki looked serious, and drew out his two knives. Pat, these three bastards are going to fight back. Redfield's 10 fingers turned into sharp claws, his expression was cold. I don't think so. Well haha. The target is me. That's great. Napoleon, Prometheus, Zeus, wake up. Feeling locked up, Linlin immediately released Hockey's various anthropomorphic mazes around him. Yes. Mom. Lightning flashed all over Shaki. Linlin, you have teammates. Linlin understands. Linlin said. In the next moment, Zephyr attacked first, and punched Linlin's face, causing the blood to burst. But who is Linlin? It is one of the most talented existences in the entire sea, and the steel balloon is not called for nothing. She may be injured, but not fatal. Linlin instantly inflated his body and took the punch hard. Immediately, all the Hockey were released, and the soul vibrations of the soul fruit exploded, and the terrifying coercion attacked Zephyr's soul. Zephyr was stunned for a moment, but his arms had already been grabbed by Linlin. The monster power is in full swing. The twisting pain from the arm was like being run over by a steamroller. Zephyr was in pain, and cold sweat dripped from his forehead. Is she a monster? This strange force, I can't move, and at this moment, Garp and Sengoku have also rushed to the front. But at this moment, a huge green bull rushed over, its one horn directly pressed against the belly of Gold Buddha, and it was deeply sunken. Bastard, that is the head of my big sister of Kaido. How can I be besieged by you bastards? Sengoku's palm immediately turned into a shockwave, Buddha shock. Slap on the back of the bull with one palm, puff. A huge shockwave melted behind the back, and the Sanskrit sound vibrated. Kaido immediately spat out blood, but still relying on the thick skin of the phantom beast, he pushed Sengoku back several steps with all his might. Kaido kid, don't die. Shiki was going to attack Sengoku, but saw that Kaido, who had been silent all the time, made the first move and turned towards Zephyr, Redfield. The brief moments that Kaido won were invaluable. Redfield knew right away, setting up darkness around Charlotte Linlin. The dark claws suddenly emerged from the shadows, and directly hit the approaching Garp, and the fists of the two collided together. Immediately creates an explosion of conquerors. The darkness shattered and gathered again, and at this time, Shiki, Shaki, Molly, Moke, Chi-Chi locked Zephyr, which has been controlled by Charlotte Linlin. Linlin. Shaki turned into lightning and flashed in front of Linlin's face. A thundershot hit Jifa's chin. Zon Blue's electricity passed through Zephyr's head, broke through the sky, and countless thunderstorms fell straight down, leaving Zephyr in a thunderstorm. Hiss. It's such a terrifying energy, it's paralyzed all over the body, and you can't break free. Zephyr immediately covered his whole body with arms. What method do you have to use quickly? Kaido's stinky brat is no match for Sengoku at all, and it's your time of death when you get back. Mother. Zeus wrapped around Linlin like a flowing cloud, and suddenly exploded at this moment. Flames, thunder and lightning, slashing, all greet Fa. Molly turned himself into a stone man with the fruit of the island, appeared in front of Charlotte Linlin, stretched out a giant hand from the ground, and completely grasped Zephyr's legs and feet. Now, big brother. A huge force came, and Zephyr felt his legs were about to be crushed. Don't underestimate our Titan brothers. Molly dropped a punch from the sky and bombarded Zephyr's head, fist at the door. Zephyr felt that his head was like a Rubik's cube, moving like a cube, his eyeballs reached the corners of his mouth, the world was spinning, his teeth were about to shatter in an instant, and 2 lines of blood came out of his earholes. And at this moment, Sengoku kicked Kaido several tens of meters away with 1 extra kick, making him a holy doctor again. Buddha's Wrath Light Array. It's useless. Redfield jumped out of the darkness in an instant, crossing his hands to completely absorb the impact. Zephyr is reaching its limit. The potential exploded completely, and finally broke free from Linlin's grasp. Also in this instant, Garp's fist clash struck, and the entire battlefield was completely detonated. The most intense conflict broke out between the double ante. Even the moves released are already distinguished between friend and foe, and they are attacking indiscriminately. But under the joint efforts of Kaido and Redfield, in the end Shiki was 1 step ahead. Boom. Double cutting blade raging slash, with a gunshot opening the way. The pitch-black Sakura Tenkikuku flashed past, and Zephyr's right arm was broken into 3 pieces. A section of the palm, a section of the arm, a section below the shoulder. Zilla, blood gushed out, like several burst high-pressure water pipes. Time seemed to freeze at this moment, and the entire sky that Fa saw was filled with scarlet. When Shiki fell, the 2 knives had been retracted, and a musket was still holding a smoking gun in his hand. Zephyr's palm was shattered by the musket bullets wound around him. Zephyr, Sengoku, Garp saw the tragic scene, their expressions were already terrified. The crane on one side was lying on the ground unable to move, and broke down crying, "Zephyr! My hand!" Zephyr yelled, his mouth wide open. Holding the bleeding shoulder with his left hand, kneeling on the ground, his spirit has collapsed. And at the same time, Kazan and Kong collide face to face. Kong turned into an ape demon, jumped high from the sea, saw Zephyr's arm was cut off. Kong's heart was very complicated, and finally turned all this complexity into the power of revenge. This war. Marine has been too brutal, Kazan must die. Snow White's demon ape turned into a huge shadow, covering a piece of sky. Kong's full blow aimed at Kazan, who was wrapped in Green Susan's armor. Kazan. Go to hell. Funeral in hell. Boom. The flashing huge white shadow collided with the flashing huge hurricane Susanoo. The fist of the giant demon ape collided with the fist of Storm Susanoo Titan. The ape demon's fist easily penetrated Susan's armor, the storm burst open, and the huge fist directly reached the face of Kazan's body. And Kazan. The right fist is full of conquerors winding, killing knowledge, reading people's hearts, and invading Kong. Boom. Blast off the giant ape fist. The power of the rampage swept over all the slabs behind Kazan, and the real person was shot out like a cannonball. And the sea behind Kong is the same, it's like the sea is receding collectively at this moment, and the seabed of the island is exposed in the air. The sea of clouds is surging. A huge crack appeared in the sky. The ape demon form is a kind of phantom beast with explosive power. Its giant strength is comparable to that of Titan King Kong, and it has the power of wild beasts. Zan naturally fell to the disadvantage in the power competition. His whole body was wrapped in green flames, and he completely withdrew from the hurricane armor. As if being hit hard, it shot out towards the back at extreme speed. And also at this moment, Kong turned into an ape demon, but was completely surrounded by armor. I see. The hurricane armor that had been punched to pieces by the ape demon gathered again. And this time, it's not on Kazan, but on the attacking Kong ape demon form. Susanoo King Kong. Among the exploding Ching Yan, there was a sudden shout, "Explode." Kong chose to give up defense, and chose to kill Kazan with a single punch, which must be at the expense of defense. In an instant, the whole island was full of strong winds, and the waves were monstrous. In the form of the demon ape in the sky, the whole body is covered with Green's gust of windblade, the sound of piercing and rattling, the sound of thousands of waves, the flying windblade across the body surface of the ape demon, cutting off pieces. The white ape bristles struck in all directions. The marine branch building in the distance was split in half by the windblade. After the storm, the wind of the entire island, the clouds in the sky, and the waves on the sea are all peaceful, regular, and clockwise. Everything seems to follow a certain law. Fangfeng fruit has changed the natural environment permanently at this moment. And Kong turned into a snow-white ape demon, standing on the dilapidated square, with snow-white fur like steel needles, and in the gaps, blood dripped crazily along the bristles. In just a few seconds, the white ape demon has turned into a red ape demon. Kong's figure shrank and returned to human form. But at this moment, the marine uniform on his whole body has long since disappeared, and there are hundreds, even thousands, of wounds on his body, which are savage and dripping blood crazily. The most horrifying thing is that Kong was once scratched by a first-generation ghost, leaving a scar on the left side of his face. Add another eye-catching scar at this moment. From the bottom of the ear on the left face, to the eyes, to the eyebrows, and then to the top of the head, it spans half of the face. If you look carefully, Kong's left eyeball was already pale and lost its luster. Hoo-hoo. That guy should be dead. Kong lost his strength and knelt on one knee on the square. Give up all your defenses, concentrate all your strength on your fists, and strike with all your might. To kill that man, Kong couldn't help but want to fall down. Sky Admiral. Sengoku hastened to hold him up, his palms were covered in blood. Sengoku never expected that Kong Admiral's eyeballs would be removed again. The flying pirates already have the strength to kill Marine Admiral. What about Kazan? Is he dead? Marine Admiral's punch with all his strength should be able to kill that bastard. Sengoku turned his head and looked. There are countless blue and gold flames emerging from the ruins at this moment. This kind of blue flames spread on the ground like life, and the green flames are endless. So, with all eyes on, burned for a full 5 minutes. And in the center of the flame, a figure slowly gathered, and then walked out step by step. Call out. First-generation Onitsu appeared in Qingyan out of nowhere. A burning arm protruded from the flames to hold the scabbard. In the next second, the famous knife was stuck on the flame. Kazan had the first-generation Goosh pinned to his waist, and the flames on his body slowly receded. Not good. He's not dead yet. Sengoku was shocked. What a monster. How come it's the same as being unkillable? With every step Kazan took, Sengoku's heart tightened. A thought popped into Sengoku's mind. That man is like an executioner. With every step he took with the knife, Kong, who was kneeling in a pool of blood, was getting closer to the moment of execution. Zephyr, one of the strongest new generations, lost his right arm, and Marine Admiral lost a left eye. This battle, in fact, regardless of the outcome, Marine will be nailed to the pillar of shame in New World. Will spread all over the world. Garp. Sengoku trembled, glanced at Garp, then turned his head to look at Zephyr kneeling on the ground on one side, and then turned his head to look at the weak Crane lying on the ground on the other side. Take people. Run away. When Kong was about to kneel completely, Sengoku had given up all thoughts, hugged the bloody Kong, and fled frantically towards the sea. Garp clenched his fists unwillingly, glanced at Sengoku who had already escaped, and chose the nearest one, and Zephyr, who was carrying one arm, also fled frantically towards the sea in an instant. Watching the former partner flee in an instant, the eyes of the Crane's eyes lost their light in an instant. The pupils, which were already old and white, are now dimmed. Don't leave me. Save me. Save. Garp. I want to live. Crane has realized at this moment that he has become an abandoned child left by Marine. Seeing that all the Marines were defeated and fled, the tragic battle ended. In this fighting spirit, almost all fighters were wounded. The resurrected green flames on Kazan's body are still bursting out of flames from all over the body, indicating that the internal injuries are serious. That one punch from Kong could literally take Kazan's life. But, that was before Kazan had the Phoenix ability. Roar. We won. Oh hoo, now I can fight next to Marine's dead body. We made it, we won. Charlotte and Linlin jumped up happily. Well, Linlin hurts. But when I think of holding a devil fruit in my hand, I can go to the big room at night to ask Kazan for credit. Moo la la la. Kaido was almost unsteady with his mace in his hands, but the smile on his face couldn't be restrained. Now Kaido is facing Sengoku. Even if he has a phantom beast, he can only be beaten. But I have a group of big bosses by my side. Lord Governor, are we going to recover Marine? Titan Molly asked naively. No need. Kazan pointed a finger, and the green flames of the revived covered everyone. The healing ability of the Phoenix is not a cure for all diseases, but it is much better than medicine. Yaw. What is this? It's amazing. Everyone felt the coolness and healing, and couldn't help but marvel. Shiki looked at the gold flame on his arm, picked up one, and found that the flame was very cool. Moreover, the blue flame spread and burned, and the scar on the arm actually gradually faded away. Kazan glanced at the crane that had fallen to the ground, already a centenarian. After thinking about it, he took out a pair of shackles from the space. This pair of shackles, designed by Stussy, is made of sea stone minerals mined by Wanokuni. The effect is similar to the handcuffs worn by Yamato. It has a mechanism that explodes when you leave the new X. The sea stone can restrain the crane, the ability user who washes the fruit, the crane. Perfect for a prisoner like Crane. Kazan turned his head and said, "Brist, put the crane in the prison of the Nuxus, and then put these shackles on her." "Yes. Your Excellency Governor." The female warrior nodded excitedly. Kazan felt that it would be more effective to keep her than to let Crane die like this. The first effect is that you can take the crane at any time and come out for a walk. Yes. A simple action can drive Marine to death. Since the crane has this special function, it is better than killing it. Kazan looked at the surface fleet, followed by Rock's fleet, and gave the order immediately. Send another big gift to Marine's long memory. Let this failure be engraved in their bones. There are dozens of huge warships on the sea, and it is not appropriate to attack rashly. Even lion fruit-capable people are not invincible in the floating state. If they are besieged, they may sink to the bottom of the sea. Roar! Linlin and the others immediately cheered when they heard this. Soon, Kazan, Shiki, Redfield, Shaki, Linlin lined up on the harbor. 5 strands of conquerors burst out, indiscriminately attacking distant warships. Feeling this berserk power again, Kaido followed behind them, his expression even more excited. When will I be able to have such power? Kaido's back is covered with cold blue flames, and his heart is crazy and hot. At this moment, on the warship, Kong is lying on the floor, the deck is already covered with blood, a mummy is bandaged, and White's bandages are full of fresh blood. He is still in the form of a phantom beast, and has the most powerful recovery power. The result was still a lot of serious injuries, and the old wounds had just healed a little bit, and new scars popped out. Ahem. Kong's face was very ugly. He still doesn't know why, under the blow of his overdrawn strength. Kazan is miraculously still alive. Moreover, this time Marine has been planning a huge war against the rocks for a long time. Because of Kazan's comeback, Marine is completely defeated. This is a disgrace to the whole Marine. Kong didn't expect that there would be so many accidents in this war, making it impossible for everyone to respond correctly. Sudden departure from the rocks pirates Hachinosu. To the rocks to reveal the hidden dark fruit abilities. The branch of conquerors that can annihilate armament hockey. Sengoku Garp and others were defeated by the air pirates led by Kazan. Zephyr lost an arm. Marine Admiral's own, lost an eye. Against that Kazan guy, giving up defense is a stupid decision. Marine lost the name Crane the resourceful general. The humiliation one after another stimulated Kong's nerves. This is a shame to nail Marine to the pillar of shame and become a pillar of shame. The wounds on his body burst open again. Kong Admiral. The ship's doctor quickly sprayed Kong's body with potion. And the other side. Zephyr's arm was tied firmly with a bandage, and the bleeding finally stopped, but the scars all over his body were shocking. When the ship doctor bandaged him, his whole hand was shaking. This is the case for ship doctors who are used to seeing blood, and the other soldiers dare not look at it. Some sailors have already vomited madly towards the sea. Zephyr had never been so hopeless in his life. Heart-piercing pain came from the empty arm, and the crippled self. Can you still arrest the pirate? Who would have thought that the foursome, known as the future of Marine, would fail like this in front of Kazan? Does Marine have a future? Sengoku was also tied into a mummy, and his expression was ugly. Ultimate. He finally gave the choice to Garp, and Garp chose the Zephyr, ditched the Crane. He, who has been their colleague for more than 10 years, has made a lot of determination to give up, but when the thing actually happened, it made people regret it. It can only be blamed for not being prepared this time. Offended the current flying pirates. However, according to the situation at the time, giving up the Crane is also the best choice. Crane is already a centenarian, and Sengoku and others can't kill Ladefield at all. Therefore, even if Crane is rescued, he is still a person who is about to die of old age. When everyone looked sad, the ship doctor who bandaged Garp collapsed from foaming at the mouth, and the soldiers fell to the ground one by one. It's Conqueror's hockey again. Garp cursed, raised his fist, stared at the 5 figures lined up on the ruined island port, and cursed. Kazan. Do those bastards still want to fight? Such a long distance. It has no effect on us at all. I don't know what they are showing off. Bastard. This group of pirates will one day kill them all one by one. Garp's face was full of anger, and he stared at everything fiercely. I have already regarded Kazan and others as sworn enemies in my heart. And also at this time, behind Garp, there is also a powerful conqueror's Haki. What is this again? Damn it! It's Rox and Newgate's conquerors. In the distance, Pirate E. Rox saw Kong being rescued to the marine warship, and he already knew in his heart that Kazan had won. This result made Rox furious. For him, this is the worst possible outcome. However, the fact has already happened. Rox can't figure out Kazan's strength. Rox seemed to retreat in his heart. Zan seemed really hard to conquer. When Rox was thinking about countermeasures, he felt the conquerors from Kazan, and immediately understood what Kazan wanted to express. Rox glanced at Newgate, who nodded, and the two also sent out powerful conquerors. The target is the fleeing marine ahead. Marine, Kong's warship. Another conquerors. The marine soldier, who was already dizzy from the shock, turned pale instantly, completely unable to hold back under the shock of another conqueror's Haki. Ouch. After a while of foaming, they all fell down unconsciously. And when two conquerors, coming from both sides, collide. Dozens of warships sailing on the sea are at the center of conquerors' Haki confrontation. Not good. Sengoku yelled. He already knew the intentions of Kazan et al. Had the conquerors been left to wreak havoc, the warship might have sunk here. Now, under the impact of the conquerors' collision, the fences on the warship burst open one after another, and the barbs pierced into the marine soldier's skin. In the eyes, tearing wailing resounded through the deck. It's over. Despair. The marine soldier knelt on the ground, crying with his head in his arms. What a terrible power, our marine is lost. We failed. There was no way we could have won. Powerful Haki attack, even the General Marine Vice Admiral can't resist it. Wow. An officer who was probing the fence fell into the sea. But even if a person falls into the water, no one is in charge. Speed up. Get out of range of the conquerors, Sengoku ordered. Then, Sengoku looked at Garp again. Immediately, the two cast one left and one right, each casting conqueror's resistance. But how could the two of them be the opponents of a group of powerful people? At the moment when the conquerors collided, blood and feces were constantly flowing from the nostrils of Sengoku and Garp. But they can only accept it hard, resist hard, gritting their teeth to resist. The wounds on his body exploded again, spitting out blood. Sengoku and Garp swear that they have never encountered such embarrassment. They used to run after the pirates, but now, they brought Marine Admiral Kong, being chased by pirates, embarrassment. What a shame. They have just swallowed the bitter fruit of failure in a huge war that has been prepared for a long time. Ha 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 ha. Reservoir dogs should be beaten hard. Bring all the shells to me. Rox blasts the cannonball out. Before Garp's eyes, two huge warships were instantly blown to pieces. Terrible power. Normally, a cannonball that can blow a hole in the hull of a warship is not considered powerful. However, the cannonball thrown by Rox can not only blast into the hull of a warship in an instant, but also detonate it instantly, causing the entire warship to shatter into pieces. Garp had already had his confidence destroyed by Kazan before. At this moment, they are facing Rox's unscrupulous provocation again. Garp's confidence was hit again. Boom. Boom. One after another, the warships shattered into pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea. The sinking of each warship means that thousands of marine soldiers died in the sea. This battle is too tragic. There was a trace of disappointment on Kong's face. Marine, maybe there is going to be a change. It was night. The deck of the new XIS is full of supplies looted from Marine. It was at that time that Molly broke into the Marine branch and released 600 pirate members with the fruit of the door. It was searched and searched. For Sengoku and others' advanced battles, these little pirates can't participate, but they also play a role. Governor Kazan, the material and cash berry collected this time is almost 200 million. A statistician reported. You guys did a great job, Kazan encouraged. Long live the Governor General. Long live the flying pirates. Amazon Lily's female warriors shouted together. After the fight, Kazan did not choose to continue contact with Rox. Anyway, loot or something, just take it and leave. Now that Marine has escaped from the Hachinosu waters, the Rox pirates are out of the siege and have a chance to develop. The next time will be the Battle of the Valley of the Gods, and if Rox doesn't bring out the Valley of the Gods to discuss, Kazan won't bother to talk to him. The course of the new XIS was heading towards the Marinex 1 branch, and all the Marines there retreated. The Hachinosu Sea area has suddenly become a marine-free zone. Kazan intends to launch it into a floating island and use it as a base in New World. The marine buildings above are much stronger than ordinary buildings, and the X1 branch is the largest marine branch in the Hachinosu Sea area. The configuration is the most luxurious, and there are ready-made ones. Deserted island to redevelop a base conveniently. It is also a crazy thing to turn the marine branch into a pirate base. Moreover, Sky Island is not afraid of invasion, and the fruits of every door extend in all directions. Your Excellency, the prisoner named he seems to have gone crazy, and he keeps saying that he wants to die. A female warrior came to report. Kazan nodded and said, Pat, come with me. Soon, the cell. The old crane curled up on the floor, with sea stones healing money on its feet. Seeing Kazan's arrival, Crane kept muttering, Kazan, kill me. Kill you. Kazan's icy voice came. The shackles under your feet can limit your strength to be weaker than the common people, and there is a mechanism. Song will explode if he leaves New XIS. If you want to die, you can always find a place to jump off. No one will stop you on this boat. Saying that, Kazan asked someone to open the door of the cell. Crane flinched and couldn't believe it. The look of self-mockery at this moment covered her entire old face. Is there any point in living in such a decayed state? Crane's mood is very complicated. He really wants to die. She was actually abandoned by her most trusted comrade in arms. The year they had to join Marine, the upper management assigned her 3 teammates, Garp, Sengoku, and FA. And what Sengoku often says is, Xiaohei, with me here, you don't need to worry about these things. Garp. Leave these bastards to me, stand behind me, Xiaohei, I will protect you. Zephyr. All the pirates should be sent to prison, leave it to me, just take a look, Xiaohei. The results of it. In front of them, I was captured by pirates without any resistance. It's obvious that they've already called for help. What's even more frightening is that it was in the hands of a cruel pirate group. What kind of creature is a pirate? Crane is very clear. It's just that my old appearance shouldn't be able to arouse their interest in any aspect. But getting old is already the greatest punishment. Kazan laughed. Pat, give her back her life. Redfield nodded, and a red light ball immediately appeared on the palm of his hand, and he flicked it directly into Han's-Jo Shin. Kazan turned to the female assistant and said, Tell the others, if this prisoner wants to commit suicide, no one needs to stop him. Da. After giving the order, Ya Zan simply led the people away. He didn't care if Crane died or not, and he wasn't interested in torture her, but mental attack was absolutely indispensable. If the Crane can survive, walk in front of Marine anytime? Kazan is still very happy. Furthermore, Kazan is also preparing to go to East Blue to demolish the Cross Sea Bridge. I don't know what the Crane's expression is when it sees the aristocrat Zhengchen. Shiki has finished collecting information. The Kingdom of the Bridge has a palace of celestial dragons, full of slaves, full of oppression. Marine, who claims to be righteous, should take a good look at what kind of things he is guarding. The cell door was open. The Crane's body regained its youth, but was restricted by the sea stone and was extremely weak. At the same time, the words Kazan said earlier played in her mind. With this pair of shackles, he either stays on the new XIS forever, or jumps directly from a high altitude and explodes to death. But Crane, who had regained his beauty, did not dare to step out of the cell at this moment, curled up in a corner and trembling. What to do? On the one hand, it is the lost and recovered beauty, and the hope to live. On the one hand, it is the despair of being abandoned by the most trusted companions, which is worse than death. Dead or alive? Crane's mentality suddenly collapsed at this moment. Rumble, New World, an island rises from the ground. The original Marinex 1 completely changed hands at this moment. The flying pirates set up more than a dozen bonfires on the branch square piled up with stone slabs, and the music exploded. Banquet, start. Charlotte hid Linlin secretly, with a happy face. Well, Linlin's happiness depends on you, you must satisfy the boss. In her hand, there is a red devil fruit, which was dug out from a drawer in the marine branch earlier. Linlin knows. Kazan has been looking for devil fruit. Since he is so lucky, of course he is careful to claim credit. Maybe you can live in the big room of your dreams tonight. Kaido also came at this time. Big sister, I know you've always wanted to please the boss. I just got a devil fruit. Please help give it to the boss. Kaido said, and transformed into a one-horned blue cow with blue scales. Clatter. Spit out a black devil fruit from the mouth, which was also found in the marine branch. The blue cow form has 4 stomachs, one of which cannot digest things, which is equivalent to a storage room, where some things can be stored. Well, Kaido, are you sure it's for me? Linlin smiled even more, and his expression became more expectant. This kid Kaido is quite up to the mark. I am worthy of my sister for bringing you on board. Ah. Right. Let you deal with it together. Kaido scratched his head. He was actually going to hand it over to Kazan. He was fighting or recovering before, so he didn't have time. Since Linlin wanted to please the boss with devil fruit, he simply gave it to the big sister who has been taking good care of himself. Previously, he couldn't understand Sengoku's attack on Linlin, so Kaido took the lead instantly. Although Sengoku beat him to the ground, fortunately, Kazan's defense and strength in the form of the green bull of the phantom beast species exploded. Kaido is fine now. Moo la 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 la. I'll go right away. Well, Linlin swaggered away. Sky. New XIS deck. Crane did not expect, in a blink of an eye. The X1 branch where I originally held a meeting has now been lifted up several thousand meters into the sky. Pirates, on the other hand, sang and danced in the marine square where they had trained. Crane, lonely in heart. She is still a marine, not a pirate. This world does not belong to her, and she dare not disembark. It was very windy at high altitude, and she was a little cold. Think about it. Go back to your cell, continue to shiver in the corner. Nuxus, captain's room. Shiki took a stack of documents. Kazan, the situation in the Kingdom of Bridge has been investigated. The Kingdom of the Bridge is ruled by a Stry Celestial Dragons family. The Celestial Dragons have garrisoned there all year round, and they control 70,000 slaves to build the bridge on the sea. Near the construction site, there are 5 large mines. Shidian has a team of over 1,000 architects, all of whom are architectural elites from around the world. After hearing Shaki's report, I gave a little bit of praise. Bagpipe Island required a lot of building materials, and Kazan set his sights on the Marie Joy's bridge. Unexpectedly, there was actually a Celestial Dragons family stationed there. Things have become clear. Quarries, stones for bridges. Slave. Architect team. Celestial Dragons family property. This is what Kazan wants to achieve in this trip. Bagpipe Island needs to be built. Celestial Dragons recruited architects from all over the world. Those who can design the big project of Cross Sea Bridge are naturally considered architectural talents. If slaves go to build bridges, it is better to go to Bagpipe Island to build islands for me. I can still give them wages and a full meal. Stone, Celestial Dragons, behind it is a huge resource. Kazan felt that after a few days of rest, he could set off and let Fenglei Island officially enter the construction. Boom. At this time, there was a knock on the door of the room. Shiki pulled Linlin into the room. Come in. Kazan saw Linlin poking his head in, with squinting eyes. Immediately a headache. It's not that he doesn't want to take Linlin down. But since he met 13-year-old Linlin, that guy has been in the shape of a little fat man. He was originally a huge tank with a childlike temperament. Now he is 28 years old. Although he is a little thinner, he is also worthy of his reputation in terms of temperament and body shape. Above is the level of armored vehicles. If Linlin was a small car, even in SUV, Kazan would turn the steering wheel hard and drive away. Armored tanks? I really don't have that driver's license. Boss. Ba. Look. Entering the room, Linlin coincidentally took out 2 devil fruits. Kazan was naturally pleasantly surprised when he saw devil fruit. He has a devil fruit upgraded box, and he needs to feed devil fruit to increase the chance of upgraded to 100%, so that the next devil fruit will produce a huge upgraded, and then improve some quality. It can be said that as long as the feeding is good, it is definitely a devil fruit of divine grade. It transcends everything. And during the feeding process, there is a chance to add new abilities. Kazan has enough patience to facilitate such a good thing, but the most needed thing is of course devil fruit. In this way, his 4th devil fruit is ready to use. Come here, Linlin. Seeing devil fruit, Kazan smiled. Linlin obediently came to Kazan's side. Boss, look. I found this red devil fruit in the drawer of the marine branch, and this black devil fruit. Kaido stinks. No, Linlin also found it from the cigarette. Well, ha ha ha. Naturally, Kazan would not complain about Linlin's clumsy deception. Still encouraged. Linlin, you are doing very well, let me see. Soon. After touching Red's devil fruit, the system prompt sounded in Kazan's mind. Ding. It is detected that the host has contacted the secret treasure of the sea. Paramecia lily fruit, experience value plus 2 million. Fortune value plus 20 points. Current fortune, the total is 20 points. Power fruit? Seeing this, Tien Zan shook his head. The power fruit is a kind of paramecia. In the original book, the first captain of the Blackbeard pirates who eats it is called the champion Giza's Badgers. Smash it out. This fruit seems to have a single ability, but if it can be added to the upgraded box, it will undoubtedly be a great help. Kazan thought. After experiencing the attack of Kong, a terrifying ancient monster, Kazan thinks that the power attribute is very powerful. And the power fruit can easily uproot a mountain, so naturally it can also target islands. Also a great boost for lion fruit. Kazan decided that when the fortune value reaches 100 points, if there is no other good devil fruit, he will feed this power fruit to the upgraded box to try to increase the chance of being upgraded. And at the same time, Kazan touches Black's devil fruit again. Ding. It is detected that the host has contacted the secret treasure of the sea, Paramecia piercing fruit, experience value plus 2 million. Fortune value plus 15 points, current fortune, 35 points in total. It's actually a fruit that wears through? The wearer fruit can pass through all inanimate objects. The user is Mr. Tanaka in the theatrical version of the Golden City. The effect is actually similar to the gate fruit, which moves through space, but the effect is much worse. I didn't expect to meet so many familiar evil fruits in this era. But what? Although Chuan Guo also has the ability to fight, Kazan doesn't need it, but he still decides to put things away. Wait until you accumulate more devil fruits, and then choose ones with good abilities. Just try your luck. Now, don't rush even if you have devil fruit on hand. Seeing Kazan accepting the devil fruit contentedly, Linlin's face was full of anticipation. Boss. Then tonight I can. Bobo. Kazan flicked Linlin's forehead twice, making a popping sound. Boss wants me to come over at 2 o'clock tonight? Linlin asked. Kazan. Do you think you are Sun Monkey? He just remembered that Stussy said last time that Linlin's physical peak period is between 30 and 40 years old, which is only 2 years away from now. Linlin, wait until your 30th birthday. Really? Another 2 years? Certainly. That's great. Well. It was the first time Linlin got a verbal promise from Kazan, and he was instantly excited. Do the math. Linlin has been waiting for 15 years, 2 more years, 17 years. A person's youth has passed, but Linlin's puberty has not yet arrived. What a strange constitution. Linlin knew that he had no chance tonight, but at least he got Kazan's promise, so he was eager for knowledge and aroused. Then Linlin can watch it up close tonight. Old sister Yamato Shaki? Well. Get out. Kazan had a headache. Shaki snickered on the side. Wait 2 years, you can play together, Linlin. Kazan. Good advice. ***************** A few days passed. Kazan and others are preparing to depart East Blue. And great things are happening in the world as well. A bustling island in the New World. Countless newsbirds hover over the harbor. This is Newland Bruce Harbor, the current headquarters of the News of the World. Pata inside the news agency, a news release was thrown to the ground. Then, a black leather shoe stepped on it fiercely, twisted back and forth, and the press release was completely broken. Are you guys idiots? The news sucks. Smoker, your writing sucks. The war in the Hachinosu Sea area, what adjective do you use? The first thing we want to do when we make big news is to specialize in yaw. At this time, the president of the news agency, Reeves, sprayed the bloody head of the young Morgans who had just joined the job. Marine. Big failure. Rocks Pirates. Big failure. The Flying Pirates are the biggest winners. They not only cut off the arm of Marine's new generation Marine Vice Admiral Zephyr, but also blinded Marine Admiral Kong's eye. They even took away Marine's X-1 branch. Take off and become a floating island. The Flying Pirates are the biggest winners. All of them are the ones you want to describe. Morgans, news depends on associations, breaking points, and brains. Besides, the duel between Kazan and Rocks on Duelist Island is also a very important material. It is compiled like a myth, touted, understand. Only news can be sold. Under the angrily reprimanded by the President Reeves, Morgan shivered and returned to his desk. Start editing news releases again. Soon. The entire news agency, all employees immediately went into rampage mode. In 3 hours. A newspaper headlined, "The evil captain comes back, the worst pirates are born, Marine becomes a disgrace to the new world, Along with the news, bird spread its wings, it floated directly to the sea. Today's sea is destined to be extremely lively, and many pirates have already started discussions with newspapers. Hiss. This is an unprecedented huge battle. Marine actually killed 30,000 people. Has the pirate group that killed celestial dragons appeared again? Flying pirates, what a bold move. This is a pirate. A pirate has never been far away from home. Has Marine Admiral Sora's eyes gone blind? It's terrible. What level of war is it that can blind people? Zephyr, that bastard. Ha ha ha. All my brothers were sent to impel down by him. Zephyr's hand is broken. The flying pirates are my heroes. They did a great job. Ah. The bounty is about to explode. Captain Kazan's original bounty is also the second highest in the world. What's more, he hasn't made a move for 15 years. It's a big deal at the first shot. As for Hachinosu, the atmosphere is different from other sea areas. Hachinosu was bombarded by the Marine and is now planning to rebuild. In Skull Rock. For this news, Luke's is also innocent. Damn the news agency. Lousy's credit is all written on Kazan's head, and how can I recruit new pirates? But, is Sora blind? Well done. Rocks paused. Newgate. The Roger pirates have taken the lead in New World recently, and the bounty has increased to 300 million berry. They can be regarded as potential pirates. Go and get in touch with them. Just say I want to see them. Gu la 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 la. Roger? I don't know. Newgate still carried Kong Yunky and walked out. In New World, a pirate group with a skeleton flag is floating in the sea. Hey. Roger. That guy Kazan is making a big deal. Listen to Rayleigh, have you ever fought him? Jabba said, holding a newspaper. Roger took a few sips of a bottle of wine, squinting his eyes as if recalling. I did have this experience with Kazan, but I lost to him in swordsmanship at the time, and I saw the look on my face. Is there a scar? It's what Kazan left me, and it still hurts. Thinking of the sparring 15 years ago, Roger tried his best, but he couldn't force out Kazan's devil fruit ability. Roger is still reminiscing at the moment. It's a pity I didn't let that guy have fun. However, we should be able to defeat him now. Roger added with his usual confidence. Jabba. Then what kind of person is Kazan? Roger said with a smile. As long as you don't become hostile to him, you should be considered a good man, and he even held a special banquet for me. While the two were discussing, the Japanese stock conquerors attacked. Yo-ho, a big guy is here this time. An hour passed. When Roger and Newgate returned to the boat, the atmosphere suddenly changed. Newgate. Looks like a tie. Marine's big defeat in New World. I heard it was caused by the joint efforts of your Rocks pirates and flying pirates? The two had just fought a game, and it ended in a draw, and they gradually became acquainted. The strong are sympathetic. Little ones, get up, take out all the good things on board, and have a banquet. He's Newgate. He's the great pirate of the Rocks pirates. Roger enthusiastically ordered the banquet. What is Kazan's strength now? What about Shiki? How about that guy, is he still so arrogant? Ha ha ha, I quite like his character. Roger asked. Gu la 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 la, I have never fought against Kazan, he should be much stronger than us. Newgate replied. Shiki, I lost to him once, and he left the chest wound. Really? The bruise on my face is from his big brother Kazan. As for this campaign, I feel that Kazan is leading it, Newgate said after thinking for a while. After all, if Kazan hadn't come back and took the initiative to board Hachinosu, this battle would have been impossible to fight. Moreover, Kazan also proposed to disperse the attack. It is also normal to be dominant. Newgate looked at Roger in a daze, and immediately said, Hey, Roger. What do you think of Rock's proposal? This is the business. Roger patted Newgate on the shoulder frantically. His tone became serious for a moment. The banquet is about to begin. Newgate. Rock's invitation, rejected again? Newgate muttered. The strong in the sea are all special cases. Naval Headquarters, Marineford, Marine Admiral Office. All the surviving officers who participated in the encirclement and suppression of the Rocks pirate group, as well as all the high-level leaders behind the scenes of the headquarters, gathered together. This meeting was held after waiting for a group of high-level soldiers to recover from their injuries for a period of time. In the office, everyone looked gloomy and said nothing. This action is definitely the biggest failure that Marine has swallowed since its establishment, the bitter pill. Marine suffered heavy losses. In the Battle of Rocks, a phantom beast user with the strength of Admiral died, Ramos in basalt form. This ability user was secretly cultivated by Marine. rocks kill with one hit. In addition, there are 38 Marine Vice Admirals. The proportion of officer deaths has exceeded 1/3 of the total investment. And those low-level Marine soldiers suffered more than tens of thousands of casualties. Although the remaining people survived by chance, almost all suffered serious injuries, and some were even permanently disabled. Countless Marines were smashed to pieces and sank to the bottom of the sea, and even their bodies could not be found. And the group of Marine soldiers who went to intercept the flying pirates suffered even more serious injuries. Zephyr, with the rank of Marine Vice Admiral, had an arm cut off by the great pirate Golden Lion Shiki, and more than a dozen bones were broken all over his body. Even now, Zephyr is still being treated in the hospital. And Garp, who is known as the Madman of East Blue, and Sengoku of North Blue, the resourceful general, were also injured one after another. There were multiple fractures all over the body, and the injury was serious. Marine Admiral Kong even had one eye removed by the captain of the flying pirates, Kazan. This result almost sank Marine's confidence to the bottom of the sea. Now, Kong had a bandage on his head, covering half of his face, except for one eye. He said with a heavy tone, "After deliberation and discussion, I am here to announce that Marines are suspending their attack on Hachinosu and are prohibited from contacting the Rocks pirates. At the same time, without orders, all Marines cannot take action against the flying pirates. The cause of this war is against the Rocks pirates. But the result? But it ended with Kazan's accidental intervention. For Marine, this ending was a big failure. Rocks only exposed 2 whole cards, causing Marine to lose a secret admiral who has not yet obtained a military rank. In Rox's pirate group, except for tens of thousands of dead pirates, no cadres were captured. Not to mention the flying pirates. Even Marine Admiral Kong, desperate for a chance to kill with one blow, hit Kazan with his fist, but failed. This action not only broke off an arm of Zephyr, who is known as the future of Marine, but Kong also permanently killed a keep your eyes on the battlefield. Not to mention that another future core figure of Marine, Crane, is also in doubt. But obviously, Crane, Marine has given up, not even a thought of rescue. With this big defeat, Marine's face was seriously damaged. It has suddenly become the talking and laughing capital of all the pirates on the sea. Almost all towns and pirate taverns talk about Marine's embarrassing escape every day. As a member country of Marie Joy's, it is natural to maintain Marine. But the most indispensable thing in this world is a country without gold in the sky. On the borders of these countries, pirates? Marine? Who is righteous and who is evil? Sorry, but in the eyes of the people of non-affiliated countries, there is almost no difference between the two. Marine didn't exist to protect them. Whether they die or not, has nothing to do with them. The reputation of the flying pirates has been unprecedentedly high with Kazan's comeback. Even suppressed the Rocks pirates, on Marine's side, within a few years, the depleted vitality could not be recovered at all. If it goes any further, Marine may fall completely. Sengoku, Garp, with a bandage on his head, was silent in the audience. But they are already secretly ruthless in their hearts. In the next time, they must practice hard, and next time, they must regain their lost face and confidence in Kazan and Rocks. It's still the kind that pays interest. Kong continued. In addition, the danger level of Kazan and Shiki is increased, and the overall bounty of the flying pirates is increased. The threat level of these two bastards will definitely not be lower than that of Luke's in the future. Kazan, a great pirate with bottomless strength and complete resourcefulness. Strictly speaking, his appearance is the key factor in the failure of Marine's preparation for the war. Because Marine's information has been updated. It was Kazan who took the initiative to go to Hachinosu with the flying pirates, found Rocks and fought a battle. Although the result ended in a draw, Kazan led the pirates to ransack Rock's Skull Rock lair under the watchful eyes of the Rocks pirates. The significance of this shows that the two are closely related. There are even shady deals. This. Just the first thing Kazan came back to do after 15 years of disappearance. In the past, many Marine executives thought that Kazan was just riding the trend of the times and possessing the strange devil fruit ability, so he was famous and hard to deal with. Now it seems that this guy's strength is probably far from exposed. Kong looked serious. In his heart, there are already two figures overlapping. Perhaps, Kazan is the second Rocks Dzebek who hides extremely deeply. End of the meeting. Kong leaves Sengoku in the office. In the air, the scene was suddenly silent. Kong took out a wooden box from the drawer and opened it on the table. A black devil fruit with a spiral pattern appeared in front of the two of them. Sengoku, send this to Zephyr. We Marine can't let this Titan's career end. Even if he doesn't want to, he must watch and eat it. This is the only way Marine currently has to allow him to connect his severed limbs. Kong had a serious expression and kept admonishing him. Sangoku took the wooden box and was silent for a long time. Finally went to the hospital. 3 months passed. New world, watch the sea. A small sailboat, sailing at 1,000-meter altitude. This is Kazan's sailboat, and he, Shiki and others split into 2 groups in the X difficult branch. Shiki leads a large force to the Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue. As for Kazan, because Edward Newgate told him about the origin of Paramecia shock fruit, this devil fruit, one of the 3 disasters, was found in the Watching Sea. Kazan intends to come and have a look. When Shiki and others arrive at East Blue, regardless of whether they find it or not, Kazan will go to join them through the door fruit. Molly, a titan, sits upright, and his huge figure occupies almost the entire deck. Boss Governor, the island ahead is very strange, is it that one? Hearing this, Tian Ying took a look. What I saw in front of me was a 5-pointed star-shaped island. From a high altitude, it looked like a starfish lying on the sea. Possibly. Kazan nodded. My Fangfeng fruit was found on a strange square island. The 5-pointed star island in front of me is not in the shape of an ordinary island, and it is indeed very strange. Immediately, under Kazan's operation, a violent storm blew up on the island. Sea spouts also writhed and writhed across the island. After the violent climate lasted for a full hour, the soil on the island was completely washed by the violent wind and rain. The real face is bare. It is just like the flat land cut by a knife, the same gray and white material. And in the center of the flat 5-pointed star island, there are 10 pieces of Black's historical text. Dada Kazan landed on the ground and saw that strange text again, but still couldn't understand it. But he finally verified his guess. That's right, the place where the black text exists is very likely to be the birthplace of the 3 disasters devil fruit. The 3 disasters devil fruit in the black text have a similar relationship. Without thinking too much, I immediately put the black text into the space. At this time, Kazan's phone bug also rang. Blue blue blue. Brother, we have arrived at the Kingdom of Bridges. Gone soon. After the phone call, Kazan immediately called Molly's door fruit, which has left door coordinates on the new XIS all the year round. Soon, a transparent door opened on the 5-pointed star island. With the entry of Kazan and Molly. Come out. The 2 of them have arrived at East Blue, the deck of the new X. The governor is back. The deck cheered immediately. Kazan is the idol of the whole group, the object of admiration of the whole group. I haven't seen you for 3 months, I miss you so much. Amazon Lily's female warrior is already smiling. Shiki came to the side. Brother, the Kingdom of Bridges is ahead. I never thought that such a ghostly place really exists in the world, and this environment is even more hellish than New XIS. It's no wonder that Shiki has little knowledge, ordinary people really can't imagine. The Kingdom of Bridges does not actually refer to a kingdom. It is the general term for several kingdoms connected by cross-sea bridges. Marie-Joy began to build a huge bridge in East Blue more than 700 years ago to connect the various islands. Times have changed for several generations, but the bridge has not yet been completed. The labor and financial resources invested in it can only be described as sky-high prices. Celestial dragons can grab slaves to do coolies at any time. People kept falling down, and people kept pouring in. But people live and work to eat. Slave labor can be free, but food must be provided. The food consumption of tens of thousands of people every day is already sky-high, not to mention the need for elite manpower management, plus the material consumption of the bridge itself. No one could afford the project except Marie-Joy's. Now, the place where the new X-West came is a sea area called Tequila Wolf. Kazan stood at the bow, looking down. The sea-crossing bridge is like a giant dragon, admiring the blue sea. And the front end of the bridge is still under construction. In the exposed places, various steel frame structures are built, and there are various transportation tools made of ropes. Inside the bridge, densely packed workers are filling the frame with cold stones. The sound of whipping and the wailing of slaves could be heard from time to time. On the sea, several huge warships about 80 meters long passed under the bridge and patrolled. A warship of this size is considered a big guy in marine. But compared with the piers of the cross-sea bridge, it is only 1/10 the size. The piers with a width of 700 to 800 meters are really like giants. This kind of building can only be imagined in migrant workers. And the height of the cross-sea bridge is like a small red 10 continent. Huge and long. It is enough to see what a huge project this is. It's here, let's go down, Kazan said. After receiving the captain's order, the members of the pirate group made their own preparations. Nuxa settled slowly, and the other side of the deck. After several months of adaptation, Crane has initially become familiar with the rhythm of captivity on the new XIS, but Crane still doesn't understand. Kazan arrested her, except for being trapped in this pirate ship. In other respects, it is free. What is the purpose of Kazan? The Crane can't figure it out at all. Time is the best killing agent. Slowly, Crane often comes to the deck to let the wind out. She likes the high-altitude scenery, the sea of clouds that can be touched at hand, and the clear sunrise and sunset. Even boats can fly with flocks of wild geese. The feeling of sailing is, honestly, wonderful. Crane has also seen countless banquets of the flying pirates, and the atmosphere is really good. Yes. The flying pirates are good everywhere, the only bad thing is that they are all vicious pirates. Therefore, although the Crane was on the boat, it never said a word. While she was ignored by the entire ship, she ignores everyone too. Now, seeing the flying pirates coming to East Blue, Crane was also very curious. Standing in a corner with no one around, he was also looking at the bottom carefully. Do you want supplies? Pity. The shackles on the feet could not be opened at all. Even if the land was close at hand, the Crane did not dare to take a step forward. Slowly, as the new X gradually landed, the cruelest scene in the world is completely exposed to everyone. At the same time, the deck of the sea crossing bridge hundreds of meters wide. All are piled up by Qingxi blocks, flat and smooth. Like flatland. People who have never seen it will think that this is a square standing on the ground, not a sky bridge over the sea. Compared with the messy construction site, there is also a clean boundary in the distance. There are marine troops stationed there. They need to keep an eye on the labor of the slaves to ensure the progress of the bridge's construction. A parasol of different colors is propped up and lined up in a row, which is very spectacular. Rocking chairs, tables, circles. There are some women in cool clothes beside the table, gently shaking their fans. Some marine officers, the person in charge of Marie Joyce, were lying on rocking chairs, with their legs resting on the naked back of the kneeling woman, and their leather shoes with black and shiny shoe polish scraped bloodstains on the woman's back. From time to time, someone sent wine and cigars. They seemed to be enjoying it all. My lord, a maid bent down and said with a smile. Poof, a grape is dropped into the officer's open mouth. It's crooked. It hit your teeth. The marine officer opened one eye, and spat the grape meat on the woman's face. Looking at the maid, she was dissatisfied. The maid immediately knelt down in front of the officer. Snapped. The marine officer stretched out his foot and kicked the maid 2 or 3 meters away. Then, with blood dripping from the corner of the maid's mouth, she stepped forward with a smile. Arranging the fruits and feeding them again, and also at this time. There were bursts of whipping sounds from the surrounding area. You lowly slave, hurry up, didn't you eat? Snapped. A group of slave laborers in shackles pushed huge stones forward like a team of ants. They were skinny and bare-chested, with a dragon's claw imprint on their backs, and sunburned skin all over their bodies. Some even exposed muscle tissue, dripping with blood, making it very difficult to move. In this state, it is already difficult to live. Still being dismissed by the soldiers on one side as working too slowly. Constantly greeted with a barbed whip. And every time the whip fell, a blood mist was brought out, and the slaves were beaten to pieces one by one. It's too slow. Going here, the amount of engineering work is not enough today. It seems that Mr. Starry Grayer Saint will lead the fleet to cruise here today. The man in the white suit didn't even open his eyes. Open, Yo-Yo said. Today's grapes are a bit sour. The previous marine officer immediately stood up. He slapped the maid away. Trash. Don't you know that grapes are sour? Here's another serving of iced grapes. Yes, yes, yes. My lord, please calm down. The maid nodded and bowed immediately. Then, the marine officer named Newtlane bowed his head respectfully and approached the ear of the man in the white suit. Softly said, My lord, please wait a moment, I will deal with it right away. Today's task is heavy. The celestial dragons actually had a strange idea and wanted to come over to inspect. If you see that the progress of the project is not enough, then you are in big trouble. Celestial dragons, but the world's privileged nobles who stand above the law. It is a god race above anyone. If they are unhappy, everyone under them will not end well. Even for some marine soldiers, if they accidentally provoke celestial dragons, the lightest punishment is to be marked with the unique, heavenly dragon's hoofprint, which is a mark representing becoming a slave. Of course. It's just a bad joke from celestial dragons. How could they make Marine a slave? Looking back, Marine soldiers burn a mark they like on their body, get a tattoo or something, and it will be fine in the past. In this way, Celestial Dragons is happy. Marine also retains her rank, and will not become a slave, so everyone is happy. Do you want to have fun with Celestial Dragons adults? Thinking of this, the Marine officer walked up to the former slave with a drop of cold sweat streaming down his forehead. Do you know that this is dragging me down? Despicable slaves. Bang bang bang. With a few soldiers, holding muskets, aiming at the slaves' foreheads, there was a burst of gunshots. After the slave fell, Shiki was thrown into the sea under the bridge. Puff, come here, transfer another 20,000 slave laborers out of Pingping. Work hard. Today's project volume must satisfy Lord Celestial Dragons. Soon, rows of slaves were released from the centralized cells in the rear. Shiki was escorted to the huge bridge, and started a new day of work, and from time to time, the sound of gunshots and falling into the water could be heard. New West. Kazan and others are looking at the situation. Prepare to find a good location to start. Seeing this scene, I couldn't help but twitch my brows a little. Everyone is not maddened by the Virgin Mary, but facing the unarmed common people, Marine killed it for granted. In their eyes, slaves are as humble as ants. It can be trampled to death at will. This kind of fate is really sad. On deck, Redfield retracted, reading people's hearts. He read the voices of countless slaves. Redfield originally thought that his childhood experience had tasted enough darkness and filth. But I didn't expect that some people are born to live in endless darkness. When people climb out, it is already the moment of death in life. Death has actually become a kind of relief. Kazan said, Pat, the cruel truth is far more than that. What we encountered is just one of them. Boss. Let's do it. Laidfield lowered his eyelids, obviously preparing to kill. Shiki said. Well, not one left. Cranes on the other side. Looking at the scene below, I am already numb at the moment. Because. The Marine officer below, Newline, she knows. Newtel was a Marine student who was in the same class as he. At that time, Newtel was honest and honest. In the training camp, he was an image of a good old man. Very good, Crane also has a little impression of him. However, Crane had excellent grades at that time and stayed in naval headquarters to partner with Garp and others. As for Newtel, he was transferred to West Blue. Unexpectedly, the two will meet again more than 10 years later, but it will be in the Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue. And when he saw New Train bowing down to Mary Jo and other officers, but when he stood up, his face changed instantly, and he raged at the slaves, taking human life as nothing at all. Crane felt that his outlook on life had been impacted. Newtelian is a serious Marine. Up to now, there are numbers inside Marine. Why is he here? How can you take someone's life at will? Just because. Are these people slaves of the Celestial Dragons? The pirate world is a slavery society as a whole, and slavery exists almost everywhere. Because of the existence of this system, Celestial Dragons can obtain many conveniences for their authority. Therefore, those in power also try their best to maintain the slavery system, and even lead it to become the world's leader. Mainstream. As a person who came out of a slavery country, he naturally knew the existence of slaves and their humble status. But now, although there are no groups of slaves, they are being abused. It's okay to beat the slave. Why don't you even spare your life? They did nothing wrong at all. Bang rumble. The new XIS floated in the air and stopped at the bridgehead where the construction started. The deck height is parallel to the bridge deck. But in front of the huge sea-crossing bridge, a colossal sailing ship like the new XIS seemed a little underwhelming. Members of the Flying Pirates immediately called in planks to build a bridge, connecting the new XIS to the cross-sea bridge. All advanced cadres of the pirates can fly. But the other members of the pirate group don't. Whenever they encounter disembarkation, they have to build bridges like other pirate groups. Thump thump. Kazan led the members of the air pirates onto the bridge. A team of 600 people. Standing on the bridge, Chi looked a little small. The touch came from under the feet. It was a solid, neatly cut blue stone. Each piece is the same size. The feeling of stepping on it is the same as stepping on a flat iron body. Enough to be, it can be seen that the quality of this bridge has reached such a terrifying specification. I saw Kazan approaching nonchalantly. The slaves showed no mood swings. Just glanced at it numbly, then continued to work and pushed up the stones, as if, to others, the aura of a strong man was nothing and nothing surprising in the eyes of the slaves. There was no disturbance. Who is Kazan? They don't know, and have no time to know. They only know that their whole body is in pain and they will die at any moment. There. Nutrien, who was replying to the order, just lowered his head when he suddenly saw a group of black shadows at the bridgehead. What unusual situation? Newly frowned. Soon a soldier tactfully brought him a telescope. Newtline put his eyes into the binoculars and took a look. The hairs of the whole person stood up immediately, like a rooster with fried hair. Redfield. Shiki. Kazan. No. The air pirates are here. Air pirates? The pirate group that directly clashed with the Naval Headquarters Army in New World recently. Newline is a marine. Naturally, I have heard of the names of Kazan et al. Even, just a few days ago, he paid special attention to the wanted notice from New World. Issued a few days ago. Air Pirates, Captain, Kazan. Head bounty has arrived. 3.040 billion berry. It is the whole sea, the second highest bounty. Compared with the 3.14 billion berry of the ocean overlord rocks, it is only 100 million berry less. And the mate, Shiki. The bounty is as high as 2.32 billion berry is the third bounty in the world. Deputy, Redfield. His bounty is only 30 million berry less than Edward Newgate's 2.02 billion berry. Now Redfield's bounty is as high as 1.99 billion berry is the fifth in the world. These people. Without a doubt, they are the most vicious criminals in the world. I am a little officer of East Blue, what an existence I can't afford to mess with. Not good. Let's run away, it's the flying pirates. Newly said anxiously. Hearing this, the man in the suit of Marie Joyce, Ron Layton, frowned. Sky pirates? Ron Layton is a Marie Joyce officer stationed in the kingdom of the East Blue Bridge. Naturally, he doesn't pay attention to the affairs of the sea. If he is a Marie Joyce executive who pays attention to the things that Marine cares about, he will drop his status. The pirates are coming. Come on, bring me those stinky pirates. Ron Ryan's attitude was extremely arrogant. I didn't take Kazan and others seriously. In the realm of East Blue, he is only inferior to those noble celestial dragons. Is truly under one person, above 10,000 people. Not to mention a bunch of little East Blue pirates, even if Marine Admiral came, he wouldn't bring a bird. And saw this scene. Neutrain's face turned green instantly. Even if you want to die yourself, please don't take me with you. That is the flying pirates, the most vicious existence in the entire sea. Back then in Sabodi Island, their deputy captain Shiki dared to shoot the existence of celestial dragons, and now it is the superpower to defeat Marine in New World. Moreover, even Admiral Kong, the headquarter, was gouged out by the captain of the flying pirates. What if this is for yourself? It must be skinned. It's over. Neutrain was completely desperate. As Kazan and the others slowly approached, Neutrain felt that his legs were trembling, and he could no longer take a step. And at this time, the news came that made Neutrain even more desperate. The celestial dragons are coming with great momentum. I saw, behind the crowd, a man wearing a glass cover looked extremely conspicuous. Keep a lid on. A face is covered with pockmarks, which looks like a pumpkin. Moreover, beside him, there are also several celestial dragons wearing glass covers. There are 5 celestial dragons in one row. Everyone holds several chains in their hands. However, the end of the chain is not connected to pets like puppies or cats, but human beings crawling on their knees. These people are of different shapes and races, but at this moment, their movements are uniform, and they are all crawling forward with hands and feet. With a flick of the celestial dragon's hands, they climbed faster. Needless to say how hard the stone slabs of the bridge are, the key is that these people are not afraid at all. Even though there was glass shards on the ground, they still crawled forward with numb expressions. These people are the celestial dragons entrenched in East Blue. Under the orders of Marie Joyce, the Stray family has been stationed in East Blue all year round, supervising the construction of the Cross Sea Bridge. In fact, it is said to be supervision, but it does not have that ability. They are also here to travel, just to see the progress. Work. Someone will do it for them. Starry Grayer Saint came slowly to Newtlane, looking at the somewhat dazed Marine in front of him, his eyes clearly showed dissatisfaction. He tugged at the chain on his hand. The slave lying on the ground immediately barked at Neutrain. Neutrain immediately knelt down. Master Greer Saint, the flying pirates are here. Please get out of here immediately. Newtlane kowtowed and said. Greer shrugged his nose and was immediately dissatisfied. What are you, dare to tell me to leave? Kneel here and don't move, trash. Come back and deal with you. Bitch, get down. Greer Street stepped on Neutrain's head, not paying attention to Marine at all. The Marine in front of him is just a Marine non-commissioned officer. Even the Vice Admiral of the Naval Headquarters, and even the Marine Admiral, are nothing more than watchdogs for the nobles of the Celestial Dragons. Facing the Celestial Dragons, Neutel didn't dare to resist at all, following the Celestial Dragon's strength. The whole body went limp and lay on the bridge. Then, a bunch of dirty footprints of different sizes were left on the Justice Cloak behind him. Yes. Greer Saint led the team to step on him one by one. Lying on the ground, Neutrain felt extremely desperate. He can't afford to offend Celestial Dragons, but can he offend the flying pirates over there? That's the one who can wrestle with Marine Admiral. The current situation is neither to leave nor to stay, and Neutrain feels that he is an outcast in the world. Just some lowly pirates. Greer Saint made a move. 4 masked people suddenly appeared beside him. No one knew how they appeared, only to see that they were all in white suits and red ties. CPO. Neutrain's forehead was dripping with sweat. CPO is an institution directly under the world's noble Celestial Dragons. It is known as the strongest shield of Celestial Dragons, and the strongest cipher pole in the world. At the same time, the CPOs brought by Greer Saint all came to East Blue with higher level missions. In order to maintain the rule of the Bridge Kingdom and make this area run stably, they are all elites among the elites. Anyone who encountered resistance before could be suppressed with one finger. Even if it is an island or a country, these people can be easily wiped out. Lawless trash. How dare you defy the will of the Creator? A CPO appeared out of nowhere and stepped directly on Neutrain's back. Neutrain raised his eyes directly. A mouthful of blood was spat on the Qingxi board. Lick clean like a dog. CPI ordered. This is Lord Greer Street, the way to go back. Do you know? Marine. The blood that I spit on the ground must be licked clean. Neutrain was full of despair. He opened his mouth full of blood and licked the ground more and more red. Seeing Newton's inefficiency, the CPO felt tired, and immediately kicked. Newton's entire body was bent into a V shape from behind. Apparently, the pillars are broken. The body was then kicked into the sea. The Marines who were maintaining order in the surrounding area suddenly felt their scalps go numb. Neutelian was their immediate boss, but he was killed just like that. The troops directly under the Celestial Dragons were really cruel. He lowered his head repeatedly and took a few steps back. Ha 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 ha. Nice job, but be quicker next time. Greer Saint glanced at the CPO who shot. Under the CPO mask, cold sweat broke out immediately. Master Greer Saint, my subordinates will remember. I promise I won't let you down. And the other side. Kazan naturally also noticed the appearance of Celestial Dragons. But for this animal like a pig, he is not interested at all. Killing feels like dirty hands. Instead, he learned that there is a family of Celestial Dragons resident in the Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue, and he is very interested in this. If you want to say who is the richest in this world, it must be the noble Celestial Dragons. And Steri's family is resident in East Blue, and the ostentation, palace and other facilities must be properly configured. Under such circumstances, don't they have some treasures in stock? There must be. And, according to Shiki's information, Marie Joyce let the Steri family coordinate the construction of the entire East Blue Bridge, which means that Celestial Dragons has a lot of Marie Joyce's resources. Don't snatch the huge wealth sent up, but keep it for raising pigs? Kazan said with a smile. Go and have a look, we probably will post it this time. It's that kind of ghost thing again. Seeing the costumes of the Celestial Dragons opposite, Shiki frowned. At the beginning of 590, he killed a Celestial Dragons, and finally attracted several Marine Vice Admirals. For such disgusting people, Shiki feels disgusting when he thinks about them. If he meets them, don't kill them, and keep polluting the air. Gee ha 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 ha. I heard that the Celestial Dragons kill people for fun. Do you want them to become clowns to entertain everyone? Shiki stroked his chin, thinking. Da da da. As they moved forward, the two groups got closer. On the other side, seeing Kazan and others approaching, Stray Greer Saint immediately shouted viciously. Open the chains, slaves, and bite them to death. Although Kazan and others are numerous, but Celestial Dragons never care about this, Marine doesn't always appear in piles. The result is not lined up, kneeling over to lick their shoes. Pat, as the chains were released, the slaves immediately went berserk, using all 4 feet together, and slowly crawled forward with barking mouths. It can be next second. A red sword light flashed. More than a dozen slaves were directly cut in half. Blood scattered on the ground. This kind of creature that has been completely enslaved can no longer be called a human being. The information that Redfield read in their minds was more like a low-intelligence animal after slavery, submissive and accepting the master's orders. Even if it is a mountain of swords and a sea of fire. As long as the master opens his mouth, they will all choose to jump. Pain? This feeling has been lost. Life like this is a tragedy. You untouchables, do you know what you did? Big stink. My big stink. Greer Saint roared furiously, and the glass cover was sprayed dirty with saliva. His slaves, only he himself can kill, not for anyone else. How dare these people challenge the noblest celestial dragons? Immediately, Starry Greer Saint yelled, as usual. As the celestial dragons get angry, the CPO should decisively understand the mind and take direct action to solve all troubles. But the 4 CPOS at the moment are dumbstruck. No, it's Kazan. The CP organization has already seen the appearance of Gold's figure clearly at this moment, and after learning of the person coming. Immediately there was a thud-thump retreat in my heart. They are lackeys, not lunatics, let alone fools. Different from those civil servants, the real combat units in the CP organization, they were set up to protect the safety of celestial dragons, and they are naturally familiar with the vicious figures in the sea. And within the CP agency, Kazan's flying pirates have been listed as the most dangerous criminals. It is an existence that everyone must avoid. Kazan? What? Greer Saint asked impatiently with a runny nose. Obviously, Greer's expression was very dissatisfied. He is not only dissatisfied with Kazan's appearance, but also dissatisfied that the CPO does not understand his intentions. When Celestial Dragons is dissatisfied, of course it is when the CPO takes action. What are these trash doing in a daze? Waste, waste, waste. You are as useless as those untouchables, Greer Holy Fury kept cursing. Escape. The 4 CPOS communicated with each other with their eyes, nodding their heads in confirmation. They knew that the 4 of them were not Kazan's opponents at all, let alone the entire flying pirate group. And Celestial Dragon's Grey Saint is by your side. The current situation, it is too late to explain. They are only allowed to violently take away the Celestial Dragons, there is no second choice. Otherwise, every second you spend here, you could put the Celestial Dragons in danger. Take away the Celestial Dragons violently, even if there are some bumps and minor injuries, as long as you go back and explain the reason to Marie Joyce, you will only be punished. But if the Celestial Dragons' lives are even a little on their hands, it's not a matter of punishment. That is a major event of genocide. When the 4 CPO cadres were about to take away the Celestial Dragons. A powerful observation hockey has locked all 4 of them together. Still want to run? What are you thinking? Present. Redfield chose to shoot, and the entire bridge deck was instantly enveloped in darkness. Countless vampire bats jumped out of the darkness, biting the faces of the 4 CPOS, as if they were going to drag them into an endless dark cave. Hiss hiss, damn it, this is Redfield's Phantom Beast ability, he is a vampire. All vision is blocked, we must disperse. The 4 CPOS were completely flustered at the moment. Kazan's pirate group, as long as they make a little move, they are the existence they can't afford. Next second. A scarlet blood streaked across, and the bat stopped neighing. And when the darkness subsides in an instant. When the 5 celestial dragons including Greer Saint come back to their senses. In front of them. 4 heads with masks of various colors are neatly arranged. You. What the hell is going on here? You untouchable pirates, how dare you attack my lackeys? Damn untouchables. Who allowed it? Greer Shang cursed angrily, and the whole person was furious, bouncing like a ball. Kicking away the heads one by one. Several other celestial dragons also looked angry, dancing with hands and feet at the moment. The heavy breathing created a layer of water mist on the glass cover. Then, the celestial dragons collectively pulled out their muskets from their waists. Aim for the masked head rolling in the distance. Bang bang bang. After a series of bullets were fired, the bullets shattered the mask of the agent, revealing the faces of the 4 CPOS, and the 4 heads also ate the bullets at the moment, like 4 exploding red watermelons. One piece in the east, one piece in the west, all over the ground. Your Excellency Greer, my marksmanship has improved again, ha ha ha. Bastard, riders, who allowed you to shoot before me? I hit 2 this time, huh. My mood is finally better. Several celestial dragons were joking with each other, laughing at the bursting watermelons on the ground. If the 4 CPS know that after their death, their heads have become targets for pleasing the celestial dragons, and they will all die in 10 walks. What kind of dogs are they protecting? It's a real dog. Have to say, celestial dragons are really pig-like creatures. Even though the highest combat power around him was dead, in his mind, they were still arrogant and domineering. Perhaps celestial dragons have not encountered any danger in their life, and have degenerated into creatures with low IQ. But at this moment, black thunders flashed past. Boom boom boom. Everyone on the bridge fell down, foaming at the mouth. 10 minutes later, the eyelids of the 5 celestial dragons moved. Immediately. Then each of them slowly opened their eyes. Wait, where am I? The body is so light, it seems to be tied by something. The head is wet and moist. What is it? Is it raining? Where is my hood? Come on, get my hood. Ah. Then, several piercing pains immediately hit the whole body, which made the thinking of several celestial dragons a little clearer. Before they passed out, they felt that there was a black lightning flashing on the bridge. Passed out. But when he woke up, he found that he had been hung up high. They were also strung together by a rope like a stack of arhats. It's a celestial dragon's family after all. Even if it is tied, of course he must be neat and tidy. At the moment, all celestial dragons are hanging from the bridge deck under construction. The most frightening thing was that when Greer Saint looked up, there were 4 other celestial dragons hanging above his head, one after another, dripping blood. And each person's body left a wound, continuously bleeding slowly. Tick 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 tick, drop it all on your forehead. Ah. The pain came through completely, and Greer Sheng was completely numb, and the stench continued to drip from his crotch. The wicked have their own grind. In terms of torture, Kazan is far more ruthless than celestial dragons. Seeing the celestial dragons clamoring over there, the whole person felt sick to death. Since they want to scream so much, Zhou Chao will let them scream enough. Directly order people to cut celestial dragons into human sticks, and then use the phoenix's blue flame to heal the wounds on their limbs, let them live well, and experience what real fear is. Certainly. First-generation ghosts have the characteristic of preventing wounds from healing, and they are also used by Kazan, especially celestial dragons, which are poor in constitution. They only need one wound, which will not only make people feel pain like death, but also make them bleed, until the last drop of blood flowing in the body. Then, such a scene appeared on the sea. At the construction site of the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge, on a steel bar, 5 celestial dragons without limbs were hung in a string with ropes like candied gourds, hanging on the lonely sea, and the sound of wailing spread across the sea, but never bothered. With the sound of wailing, tick-tock tick-tick, the blood of the 5 people dripped into the sea unstoppably. Hiss. Those Marines who had just woken up found that they were surrounded by the corpses of their bosses, and their expressions were terrified. After seeing the celestial dragons with their limbs chopped off and hung up, this person completely went into a state of numbness. They knelt on the ground one after another, trembling, not daring to raise their heads at all. In front of you is the corpse of Marine's boss, next to your ears are the non-stop screams of celestial dragons, and in front of you is the most evil pirate group in the world. All the Marines felt their hearts were going to jump out of their bodies at this moment. His expression was distorted with fear. It's over, the officers are all dead. The celestial dragons have become human sticks, and they are still hanging on the sea for display. That's the world's noble celestial dragons. It's such a tragic scene. These people are too terrifying. We are just ants like dust. Please pass us like a fart. And at this time, under Mo Li's operation, a transparent door was opened on the bridge, which seemed to lead to another world. Kazan naturally will not let these Marine soldiers go. In fact, in order to guard the tens of thousands of slaves who built the bridge, celestial dragons deployed manpower from various branches of Marine. Over the years, Marine has invested tens of thousands of manpower to maintain order. Now, they were all driven from various camps to the cross-sea bridge by the flying pirates. The bridge deck is already densely packed with Marine soldiers. Laozi gives you 2 choices. First, jump from here. Second, move the stone into the door. Shiki's voice fell. The Marines immediately breathed a sigh of relief. At least they still had the option of staying alive. But the cruelty that followed had only just begun. Demolish the cross-sea bridge. There is a gate fruit. One side is connected to the cross-sea bridge, and the other side is connected to the windpipe island, plundering materials. As long as people carry the stone from the bridge to the opposite side of the gate space, it can be reached. Actually, Shiki also has the ability of lion fruit. It is completely possible to float the stone, making the stone as light as swollen cotton, and in the suspended state, people can push and push the stone at will. But when disembarking, Kazan saw Marine holding a whip and directing the slaves to work. Kazan is going to give people a taste of what it's like to be a coolie. Of course, the villain is Shiki, who likes being the villain anyway. Snapped. Kaido swung a whip violently, directly on a Marine. Ah. My lord. I was wrong. I'm sorry. I'm going to get up and move. A blood mist erupted from Marine's back immediately. All the shredded meat was brought out, but he still apologized for the mistake just now and said with a smile, I'm sorry, I'll be right away. Hurry up. Haven't you eaten? Your mission is, one person, one day, every day. Can't do it, jump off the bridge for lousy now. Snapped. Kaido hit Marine again with a whip. Marine is the character who used to wield the whip, but now he is the target of being whipped by the pirates. And like a slave, keep moving stones, deserves it. Moreover, people like Marine are all thin-skinned and tender-skinned, and when they are whipped, they scream. But Kaido is a phantom beast-capable person. A small matter of waving a whip, waving 100 times, consumes less than him. The recovery of physical strength is fast in seconds. Therefore, the more Marine screams, the more fierce Kaido smokes. Soon, the uniforms on the Marines shattered into pieces, changing from white to red. They are carrying heavy stones one by one, using their own efforts and sweat to contribute to the construction of Bagpipe Island. Terrible, yes. Those slaves seem to accept. In the current situation, many people joined the moving team without even thinking about it. Together with Marine, they all began to move stones to the other side of the fruit. Good guy. I didn't make you work. The boss didn't let me hit you slaves. Everyone in Kaido is numb, but the whip in their hands is also very honest, and it only greets Marine. All the slack workload of the slaves will be punished on you Marines. Snapped. Seeing this scene on the Cross Sea Bridge, Zan couldn't help shaking his head. He originally attached great importance to these slaves. After all, Bagpipe Island is building cities and kingdoms, which requires a lot of patience. And these slaves are experienced bridge builders themselves, so they are very good as construction workers. Unexpectedly, in the past, these slaves have completely lost their personality and are like dead things. Day after day, year after year, they continue to repeat the bridge building work. It has reached the point of being indiscriminate. If they can recover during this period of time, they can also be sent to Bagpipe Island as labor and construction workers. If the personality cannot be restored, these people are veritable walking dead. Pat, Kazan said. Redfield said, what's the matter, boss? Go and find those construction engineers, and send all the ones who don't fall to Bagpipe Island. Well, I see. Redfield acted quickly. According to Shaki's intel, these construction engineers were searched by Marie Joyce from all over the world. They are all construction experts from all over the world. They are now responsible for designing bridges. Most of them. He was forced to join the bridge building project, wasting his architectural talent. If you send it to Bagpipe Island, there are a large number of buildings of various shapes waiting for their design. As for manpower, Kazan doesn't necessarily need these slaves. He is ready to attack the ruins of Shandora on Sky Island, and it is time to awaken the blood power of the people of Shandora. Present. After asking Shaki the location information of the Celestial Dragon's mansion, Kazan went alone. The screen changed. Kazan levitates high, earth-coiling. Facing the luxurious palace of celestial dragons on the soles of his feet, Kazan searched for it invisible and invisible through the ability of Fangfeng fruit. The valuable things on the ground were almost moved. And those guards with combat power have all become dead souls under the knife. Treasures, and the rest are in underground vaults. Naturally, there is no use keeping the mansion of celestial dragons, so it can be destroyed directly. Boom boom. At this moment, the ground swelled and swelled one after another. Celestial dragons, a servant, ran out one after another, looked around, rolled around in the yard, with a panicked look, loud for help. As a result, all of them were twisted and twisted together by lion fruit's instant fabrication of the beasts in the ground. Who would have thought that a celestial dragon's family that has occupied the kingdom of the East Blue Bridge for 700 years, dispatched all the celestial dragon's nobles in East Blue, and in just a quarter of an hour, with their attendants. Slaves, Chi-Chi's sleeping underground forever, and at this moment, the door to the celestial dragon's treasure house has been opened by earth coiling. Looking at the dense red dots on the treasure hunting radar in my mind, Kazan floated down expressionless. After Kazan came to the underground passage, he found that there were still people hiding here for refuge. Get rid of it immediately. Finally he pushed open a door inlaid with a golden lion's head. Clatter. Lion head, golden, mine. Without even thinking about it, Kazan immediately put it in the storage space. After entering the treasure house of the celestial dragon Stry family, Yizin really entered the surprise. Looking around, the ground is full of huge treasure chests. And each treasure chest also has a seal on it. Marie Joy Grant Time 4x. Use, bridge building. Kazan tore the seal and opened the treasure chests one by one, which were full of gold bars and various rare gems. See so much treasure. Having seen the gold of Sky Island, he couldn't help but take a deep breath. Visual inspection. In the huge treasury of the Stry family, there is at least 36 billion berries money. This amount is more than 3 times the gold of Sky Island. And if some specific value of the treasure is added, the value will probably exceed 40 billion. Kazan is rich though, but he also needs money very much. The reason why he wants to launch the huge floating island is to build a kingdom-like ecology on it. Not just a place for pirates to live. Now there are fruits of the door, and floating islands that can be used at any time. Floating, sinking and lion fruit. Kazan can completely turn a certain part of the floating island into an entertainment city like the Golden City, and become a supergiant wandering in the sea, swallowing money, and money begets money. Anyway, both Shiki and Redfield like to play spinach-type entertainment. Let them manage, let them be city lords. How cool it is for Kazan to be a hands-off shopkeeper. The Kingdom of Bohemia where Stussy is located also pays attention to scientific research, and can also absorb new scientists to build a future city with the theme of science and technology. You can even transport some historical relics to your own island through lion fruit, and then slightly transform them through the island fruit, so that some relics can be perfectly integrated into a part of the island and become a capital city that gathers history. In short, if Kazan wants to arrange all this, he needs Starfish's money. And without a doubt, the Starry Celestial Dragons family built bridges for Marie Joy's, with considerable financial support from the world government. Massive pockets. The bridges that have been built with money are being demolished by the flying pirates. With so many stones, marine soldiers have to move them for several months. Satisfied, Kazan emptied the treasury, but there was only the last treasure chest left. The red dots on the treasure hunting radar are all from in this treasure chest. Open the treasure chest immediately. What catches the eye are 3 devil fruits of different colors. In addition, there is a permanent pointer made of gold. Ding. You have come into contact with important objects in the plot, the Valley of the Gods, and the Eternal Pointer. Experience plus 10 million. Fortune value plus 15 points. The current total is 50 points. The Eternal Pointer of the Valley of the Gods? Kazan has already learned that the Valley of the Gods belongs to the hidden map of the pirate world. Outsiders cannot determine the location of the Valley of the Gods. The Valley of the Gods is like the Raftel of later generations. Both are islands in Legendary. Ordinary people can't find it. Unexpectedly, at this moment, I actually got the permanent pointer of the Valley of Gods. Kazan originally planned to use Rox D. Zebek to appear in the Valley of the Gods. Now it seems that it is not necessary to take the initiative to plan? But Kazan can understand it when he thinks about it. The Stry family is the descendant of the Orthodox 20 Kingdoms. For them, the Valley of the Gods is like a tribal land. It is not uncommon for the treasury to have a permanent pointer to the Valley of the Gods. Step by step. Kazan thought for a while, and put the permanent pointer into the space. Ding. You have come into contact with the secret treasure of the sea, the Anaconda Snake fruit. Ding. You have come into contact with the secret treasure of the sea, snake fruit cobra form. Ding. You have come into contact with the secret treasure of the sea, Paramecia sweet fruit. Experience plus 12 million. Fortune value plus 50 points. The current total is 100 points. Okay. Unexpectedly, the fruits of the 3 Boya sisters have been collected. Kazan also frowned. He wanted to create an ultimate phantom beast fruit, and these fruits were naturally excluded. But Paramecia lily fruit can be integrated into the upgraded form. Although the power fruit has a single ability. But the simplest attribute of strength is the most direct addition to phantom beasts. Elemental damage? There is no shortage of phantom beasts. Hockey and strength are the keys to victory. See fortune value is full. Kazan acted immediately. System, feed the Paramecia power fruit to the upgraded box to increase the chance of being upgraded. Ding. The fortune value is cleared, triggering a critical strike event. the chance of the upgraded box to absorb Devil Fruit's ability is increased to 100%. Devil Fruit upgraded box, plus 30% upgraded chance, currently 40%. The upgraded box increases the ability, Power Fruit. Congratulations, host, for a new reward, fusion card with Devil Fruit. Host can merge 2 Devil Fruit entries into one. Seeing this, Kazan understood. A Devil Fruit increases the rate of upgraded elements by 30%. Also explain. This upgraded box adds up to 3 abilities. Only 3. You must be careful when feeding Devil Fruit in the future. Only the fruit power that really increases the level of you demons can be used. The addition of the Fruit of Strength is definitely not a loss. Others can lift a mountain. Sorry, I just created one more out of thin air. But the good news is, this time Kazan finally got a Devil Fruit fusion card. When the upgraded Phantom Beast fruit is successfully created, it will be the moment for the awakening of the divine grade Phantom Beast. After finishing everything, Tien Zan returned to the new XIS satisfied. At the same time, Marie Joy, king of the Sun's circular palace. 5 male elders gathered together. It's hard to see ultimate. As the pinnacle of power in the world, the 5 elders should have hidden their emotions. But Nehi really couldn't hold back. News of the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge has reached Marie Joy's, and even Lord I Am is furious. In front of the 5 of them is Kong, who is completely at a loss. Marine's big defeat in New World has made the 5 elders angry. And now, there's another devastating news coming from East Blue. The celestial dragons of the Starry family in the Kingdom of the Bridge have been wiped out by the flying pirates led by Kazan. That's right, not a single member of the entire family was left alive. To know. A total of 15 celestial dragons were dispatched by the Stry family in the Kingdom of the Bridge, all of which were cut off. For Marie Joy's, it is undoubtedly the face that has been drawn into a pig's head. Marine was defeated and the celestial dragons were killed. The construction of the Cross Sea Bridge was forced to suspend. Things happened one after another, and the smashed 5 elders were dizzy. And it's all done by the flying pirates. Celestial dragons were hung on the sea crossing bridge and have become 5,000 bottles. What are you eating? The bald 5 elders, who was holding an unknown famous knife in his hand, pointed at the incoming intelligence screen and was furious at Kong. He's given Kong many chances. First, in the Wano-kuni Sea area, Garp and Sengoku were defeated, and Kazan, who snatched his supreme sword, first-generation Ghost, and his younger brother Shiki, both escaped. The second time, celestial dragons on Sabodi Island was headshot, but no one was caught. But Marineford suffered a devastating blow from pirates. It took 3 years to rebuild and became a joke in the world. The third time, none of New World, Rocks, and Air pirates were caught, and Marine Admiral came back with only one eye, throwing away Marie Joy's and Marine's face. And this event in East Blue, how will it end again? 15 celestial dragons were all killed, and the leader was chopped off his limbs, hung on the Cross Sea Bridge to die in the sun, and became a man. No one can afford such a serious incident. That is on the sea crossing bridge that has been built for more than 700 years. That is the symbol of Marie Joy's rule. In terms of accountability, Marine should be the first person responsible. If Kong had killed Kazan early, how could so much shit have happened? Angry. The hand of the bald 5 elders holding the knife was tightly squeezed. Kong felt a chill in his heart. Mad. Kazan was still in New World 3 months ago. Now, run to the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge again? Headache. Cold sweat. 5 elders collectively furious. Shame, shame and shame. That pirate named Kazan must not be left behind. This is an existence that is more detestable than Rocks. You can't keep it for even a day. You Marines are to blame. All of this is caused by you leaving out Kazan. He is more hated than Rocks. Bounty. Pull his bounty to number 1, never put it down. The 5 elders were really furious. The sky is high in East Blue and the Emperor is far away. Now that people pass by, the day lily is cold. What power can Marine have? The entire East Blue is no match for the flying pirates. The 5 elders need a target to vent their inner annihilation. There is no doubt that this person is Kong, actually. Of all the people present, none of them wanted to eradicate a pirate like Kazan, but Kazan came and went without a trace. He thought he was staying in New World, but he ran away to the east again inadvertently. Up. What a deal. The master who caused trouble like this must try his best to eliminate it as soon as possible. Kong sat in front of the 5 people and didn't dare to pant loudly. Block the news completely. and prevent the identity of the creator from being slandered like a catastrophe again. This matter is related to Marijoy's credibility. Also, it's time for Marines to recruit more troops. We must form a combat force that can crush pirates. Otherwise, Marines don't need to exist. The 5 elders were heartbroken, and even made suggestions in person. It is enough to show how much the 5 people hate Kazan. Kong was scolded like hell, but he couldn't find any reason to refute. For the rest of the time, Kong bit the bullet and was scolded by the 5 elders one after another for an hour. This gunpowder-flavored meeting has just come to an end. Kong walked weakly on the street of Marie Joy's, with a distraught expression on his face, and he was paying respects to the 18 generations of ancestors of the celestial dragons who were leading slaves around them. If only there were no stupid pigs like celestial dragons in the world. Marine doesn't have so many messes. Damn. Why did I have such an idea? Kong wanted to jump off the red line. On the other side, time passed again. At this time, the building materials needed for Bagpipe Island have been prepared. Tens of thousands of Marines are exhausted. Is it finally over? Torture like hell. Fortunately, there are stupid slaves rushing to work. The Marine soldiers gritted their teeth, the stones on their shoulders made them want to cry. The air pirates are evil slave owners who force Marine soldiers to work hard. During this period, Marine carried stones every day, slept no more than 3 hours a day, ate swill like food scraps, and drank rainwater prepared by Kazan. Every Marine was tortured so badly that Kaido whipped his back into twists. Fortunately, dozens of kilometers of cross-sea bridges were demolished, and the stone materials were finally cleared up. Have to say, Marine would also like to thank those numb slaves. If it weren't for the slavishness engraved in their bones, they would scramble to work. This Marine really can't move all these stones. Ah, finally saved. The accident happened again. The person who collapsed this time is Crane. During this period of time, Crane has seen too much cruelty, and his values have been hit hard every day. Thousands of slaves. Every day is like a walking dead, with a numb look and no meaning of life. Can such a person really not be saved? Nuxus, Deck. Crane cried and begged. Kazan, please, let me cleanse the hearts of those slaves. When I'm done, I'll put my shackles back on. Crane is a person with the ability to cleanse fruits, can cleanse other people's hearts, wash away Essen, and at the same time, also have the opportunity to wash away slavery, so she really wants to help these lost souls, let them find the value of living. Of course Kazan agreed to Crane's request. The reason could not be simpler. Anyway, with this little ability of the Crane, he would definitely not be able to run away. At the same time, Bagpipe Island is about to be put into construction. If these slaves really return to normal people, as long as they are recruited, it will be a considerable labor force. He has no reason to refuse. Present. The figure of the Crane shuttles back and forth on the cross-sea bridge. Short time. The bridge has become a green clothes pole. Tens of thousands of slaves, under the operation of the Crane, turned into thin sheets like clothes. Soap bubbles flashed all over the body, swaying with the wind. With the body of the slave as the outer garment, drain the water. Finally, the sanity of the first slave is restored. And the first thing he does, actually crying, kneeling in front of the Crane. Thank you, Master Pirate, you are really good people. You are not like those Marines. We will remember everything you did. Although the brains of the slaves are numb, their bodies and nerves can still remember that the pirate Kaido never did anything to them, and the pirates are willing to give them fresh food and will not force them to work. They killed the celestial dragons and punished the world's biggest disaster maker. All of this, the slaves actually saw it in their eyes, and at the same time, it was preserved like the information engraved in the genes. With waking up, memories flooded in like a flood. The slaves cried one after another, as if they were recreated by the flying pirates. Hearing this, he was completely dumbfounded. Wait, first a Marine. Your rescuer is Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters, Crane. And every word the slaves said didn't say Marine, they all sincerely praised the pirates. It's like slapping Crane's face all the time. In the eyes of slaves, is Marine even inferior to pirates? Sorry, in Bridge Kingdom, yes. True. It was Marijoy's men who captured the slaves. And it was Marine who killed the slaves. In the eyes of slaves, they are the most sinful people in the world. When all the slaves regained their sanity, their personalities awakened. The slaves looked at the Marine soldiers and suddenly became disgusted. All the oppression they had suffered in the past erupted collectively at this moment, like a landslide, a tsunami, and a flood breaking a bank. Swipe bang bang bang. At this moment, all kinds of stones were thrown at the exhausted marine soldiers, and the angry slaves, holding various tools, greeted them. In a short period of time, tens of thousands of marines were stoned to death by slaves. Now, the crane just stood there, looking at the corpse of marine all over the place. The blood was about to permeate the whole bridge. Crane's spirit completely collapsed in an instant, howled and passed out. On the other hand, Kazan was also quite speechless. This scene is simply too dramatic. Who would have thought that Crane's cleansing ability could wash away the slave's servility? And she kindly brought the slave back to a normal personality. But the first thing the slave woke up was in front of Crane. The Marine Vice Admiral killed tens of thousands of East Blue Marine. I have to say, people are a bit cruel sometimes. Crane Vice Admiral, please. Help. Suru Vice Admiral, why are you on the side of the pirates? Crane. You turned out to be a marine traitor. Crane uses the ability repeatedly in a short period of time. At the same time, the bloody scenes and the complaints and slanders of the marine soldiers directly stimulated Crane's nerves. She didn't know exactly how long she had been in a coma. And when Crane woke up, she found herself on a big soft bed that smelled of fragrance. Her feet were still in shackles, and she kept repeating in her ears those marines' cries for help, wailing, complain. These words were like nightmares, repeated day and night even when even the Crane was in a coma. Not to mention those bloody images, which kept flashing like movie clips. The moment Crane woke up, he felt weak all over. Tears flowed down uncontrollably. What can the Crane do? She also didn't know that slaves would be so fierce and hate marine after being cleansed. Washing fruit is to wash away the evil in other people's hearts. After washing, people should become more kind, gentle, and friendly. But Crane completely underestimated the torture the slaves have suffered all these years. East Blue's sea crossing bridge is 700 years old. In the past 700 years, in order to ensure the smooth progress of the construction period of the cross-sea bridge, Marie Joyce not only arrested slaves in the world to serve as laborers, but also deterred the residents of the islands through the violence of the CP organization on the islands that the cross-sea bridge passed. Become slave labor. There is no doubt that the sea crossing bridge is the largest project in the entire world. Because of the long construction period, engineering days, the required labor has already exceeded 100 million people, and the lives of hundreds of millions of people ended at the construction site of the cross-sea bridge. Rather than saying that the piers support the weight of the entire bridge, it is better to say that each pier is made of the corpses of slaves. After the slaves were transported to the kingdom of the bridge, their fate was sealed. Sunrise every day is the beginning of their labor. They will be whipped by marine with a whip all the time, blood soaking every inch of stone bricks, and every night, the breath of the screaming slaves will gradually weaken, and the next day they will no longer can't wake up. From human to slave, the slaves gradually became numb and delirious. Perhaps only numbness can make them calmly face death. In such a situation, the slaves were awakened by the Crane, and all kinds of emotions filled their hearts, and the slaves paid the most attention to two emotions. It's love and hatred. There is no doubt that the Grace is naturally the flying pirates. They killed the celestial dragons, punished those cruel marines, and let the slaves eat normal meals. Such a great kindness is enough for the slaves to repay it to the death. And hate. The only one who can suffer is marine. That's right, when the slaves wake up, it's time for gratitude and reward. Kindness can be repaid slowly, but hatred must be settled quickly. So, tens of thousands of marines were smashed to death by slaves on the spot. At this time, Crane's expression was bitter. The incident was completely beyond her expectation. Even now, she still doesn't know how to accept this revelation. At this time, a melodious flute sounded in her ears, waiting for the Crane to climb tremblingly to the deck of the new XIS. The scene in front of me. Refresh her cognition again. I see. The island is flying towards the infinite sky ahead through the sea of clouds accompanied by the melodious sound of the flute. Bagpipe Island on the island ground. The environment has changed drastically at this moment. Tens of thousands of slaves have changed the working environment. At the same time, the slaves are smiling and laughing. Working happily. Some of them carried stones and built stones. Some, drinking clear water, enjoying the shade under the tree. And some construction engineers, commanding on the side, laid out various architectural design drawings on the table, engaged in intense discussions, and even fought for a point of view. They were giving full play to their architectural talents. Yes, they are planning to join forces to build new huge buildings. The greatest masterpiece ever. What's going on? Crane was at a loss, not knowing what happened. Where is this place? When the crane woke up, it was as if he found himself in another world. She is still on the sailboat, but the new XIS has stopped in the lake of an island, and as far as the eye can see, there are slaves working all around, but the appearance of the slaves has taken on a new look. On the other side, there are also the flying pirates working together. Crane had too many questions, and she had to ask them clearly, but she found that she was still wearing shackles on her feet. That shackle that explodes off the boat, Crane. Faced with this situation, it is somewhat difficult to accept. The world is changing so fast. But Shaki on the other side also noticed the Crane's situation. Shaki asked, "Is she awake? Is it really okay to replace the shackles on her feet with common shackles?" Kazan played with the eternal pointer of the Valley of the Gods in his hand. Laughing. "Do you know the flea effect? In a previous life, biologists throw fleas on the ground at will, and it can jump more than 1 meter high from the ground. But if a cover is placed at a height of 1 meter, the fleas will jump up and hit the cover repeatedly. I can no longer jump more than 1 meter. The reason is simple: they have adjusted how high they jump. And adapt to this situation, no longer change. Not only fleas are like this, but people are actually the same. Crane is in the same situation as Flea. The shackles have restrained her for a long time, and her spirit has been severely attacked several times. In order to save her life, Kazan no longer puts her on the oppressive seastone shackles. However, the Crane didn't react for a while. She didn't even dare to leave the Nuxus for half a step. This time the trip to East Blue. The Crane should be the first. Her Paramecia washing ability can wash away the slavishness of the walking dead. Do Kazan a big favor. At this moment, tens of thousands of slaves are not only willing to work for the construction of Bagpipe Island, they don't even need wages, they only need to provide food. Almost tantamount to free labor. This kind of thing was unexpectedly encountered by Kazan. I have to say, very lucky. At the same time, the territory of Bagpipe Island is very large, and construction is a long-term process. The joining of these slaves is undoubtedly a long-term help, just like Shigur. Moreover, the island must also be popular in order to be considered a kingdom. These slaves are also considered the first aborigines on the island. It is also because of the supplement of manpower that the construction of Bagpipe Island has started, and at the same time the entire island has also started. Flying to another destination locked by Kazan. In Kazan's heart, Crane also really did a great thing for the flying pirates. Flea effect? Weird theory, you are such an interesting man. Shaki's eyes were filled with admiration, and he couldn't help but sigh with emotion. Soft spot, rubbing against Kazan's arm. By the way, some news about the Kingdom of the East Blue Bridge has reached naval headquarters. It is said, because Crane helped the slaves, tens of thousands of Marine soldiers died. Her military registration number has been sealed by naval headquarters. According to this situation, if Crane does not take actual actions to express her position, she is likely to be removed from Marine. It's impossible for her to go back to naval headquarters easily. Even, in the eyes of some Marine executives, she is already a member of the Flying Pirates. This result is a bit cruel. Hearing the news, Kazan couldn't help laughing. Let her go. There won't be any trouble anyway. There have been too many mishaps along the way. Events of the Bridge Kingdom, undoubtedly the most outrageous. Who would have thought that Crane, who was so sincere to Marine, would be abandoned by Marine's comrades in the Battle of New World, and after arriving in East Blue, just because she saved the hearts of the slaves, she accidentally provoked the slaves to riot, which indirectly caused the slaves to revolt. Thousands of Marines died. In the end, such a result came down. To be honest, it may only be described as unlucky. But what? Anyway, if you leave the Crane behind, you will be able to sting Marine. Kazan naturally felt that it didn't matter if he stayed on the boat. How soon are we going to Sky Island? Kazan asked. Shaki estimated. According to the flight speed of Bagpipe Island, it will be 2 months before we arrive at Sky Island, but I am curious, haven't we been to Sky Island before, and now we are going again? I really don't know what you are thinking. This one. Kazan put away the eternal pointer of the Valley of Gods comfortably. We left a golden clock on Sky Island back then, and now it's time to play the role of the golden clock. Besides, there are also a large number of residents on the island. If being able to be included in Bagpipe Island is another big wave of help. Suoga. Hearing this, Shaki blushed and rubbed more vigorously. Now, there are still 5 years left in the Valley of the Gods. In the past 5 years, Kazan didn't have much to do, so naturally he had to devote a little energy to take care of the floating island. Kazan plans to move Bagpipe Island to Sky Island in the park. It would be better to include the residents of Sky Island as well. After all, the Titan Mo-K has the island fruit. After so many years of development, Mo-K has the ability to blend the two islands together as long as time permits. Kazan, who got the news. The thinking of the Sky Kingdom is completely opened in an instant. He not only wants to build towns on Bagpipe Island, it is even more important to make some characteristic islands a part of Bagpipe Island. Do la la dee. Did beep beep. As the island flew, the wind tunnel in Fenglei Island made a melodious flute sound. Moving on to the next destination, the first half of the Grand Line. Paradise, Sky Island. The battlefield was filled with gunpowder smoke, and the sound of explosions came from the dense forest from time to time. Gunfire, explosions, and clouds sweeping across Sky Island. White. Kill. Drive the barbarians from our homeland. This is our territory, it is bestowed by the true God, we must not allow outsiders to touch it. Go. For the Holy Land. Nothing shall be lost to the sanctuary. Drive the barbarians off Sky Island. Accompanied by the sound of charging, some warriors wearing white wings as decoration rushed out from the forest. Some of them are running with knight spears. Some are holding various shells as weapons in their hands. They are the native warriors of Sky Island. 400 years ago, a Payado on the Kongai Sea was originally located on the Qinghai Sea, a part of Gaia Island, and was brought to the Baibai Sea by a huge soaring current 400 years ago. This island has a land that Sky Islanders have never seen before. At the moment when a Payado was washed up by the soaring ocean current, seeing the island of the land made all Sky Island people so excited that they went crazy. They immediately regarded a Payado as a sanctuary, which means a gift from the true God. From then on, a Payado was also renamed as Island of the Gods by Sky Island people. In the sky, owning land is equal to $1,000. Sky Island people will never give up, and the opposite of Sky Island warrior. They are the Aborigines of Payado and Island of the Gods. They are Sandia people who originally lived on Gaia Island in Qinghai. Sky, inexplicably arrived at a strange swap, and they were also regarded as the intruders of Sky Island. But this was originally their land, but from the sea to the sky. If you change the position, it will be occupied by Sky Island people. In order to regain the homeland in the homeland where the ancestors lived, fulfill the golden promise passed down from generation to generation by the family, ring the golden bell, and complete the agreement with Nolando. The Sandias are constantly attacking a Payado in order to regain their homeland. This battle for islands has been going on for 400 years. The golden bell of our ancestors rang 15 years ago. The holy bell exists in a Payardo. Warriors, fight hard. Warriors, for the glory of Shandora. Soldiers, for the glory of our ancestors. Our land, the enemy is only worthy of shedding blood on the earth. For a Payardo. Dark-skinned Sandias with some Indian characteristics sprang out from the forest and fought with the warrior of Sky Island. They wanted to regain their ancestral land in their own homeland, ring the golden bell again, and contact the blood of the Qinghai family. It's worth saying. 15 years ago, before Kazan and Shiki formed the Air Pirates. Just because he was going to build a pirate group in the capital of Seven Waters, he became friends with Shaki and other Amazon Lily female warriors, and went to Sky Island together, where he not only got the gold of Sky Island, but also got the thunder fruit of Logia. Out of curiosity, Kazan rang the dusty golden bell. The sound of the golden bell was not only transmitted to the Qinghai Gaia Island below, but also to every corner of the Sky Island. Sandians. Naturally, he also heard the call of the golden bell. How can one be stimulated by the golden bell? Their ancestors have known for generations that the golden bell is in a Payado. But just can't find it. 15 years ago the bells have confirmed that the golden bell is in a Payado. And the Sky Island people have been blocking too. With the ringing of the golden bell that year, all the Sandia people went into a state of rage. In the past 15 years, they kept repeating the impact on a Payado, just to witness the golden bell engraved in their blood with their own eyes. This time, they will charge bravely again. Sky Island, Arpajado. Kill kill, boom. In the wide jungle, the two camps are fighting. The sound of artillery fire and blasting of wind shells continued to sound. The battle scene became more and more violent, and countless figures were bombarded and flew out backwards. Shouts of killing and screams intertwined one after another. The war gradually moved closer to a tragic direction. And just when the war is about to heat up, A huge change suddenly appeared in the sky. Do-la-la-dee. Did beep beep. The melodious flute sound suddenly came from the sky, melodious and melodious, like a movement played by the city in the sky. Warriors of Sky Island, and warriors of Sandia can't help but look up one after another. But in this second, they were all completely stunned by the scene in front of them. They even forgot to attack each other, and the weapons in their hands couldn't help but put down. At this moment, the war came to an abrupt end. Everyone couldn't help but look up. The more they looked, the more frightened they became. This voice is. What's this? Looking around, the sky is originally covered by the white cloud layer. But now, the thick white cloud layer was pushed away by a huge black shadow, like a huge ship, pushing away the waves. Slowly, a huge floating island slowly appeared in front of everyone. Only a corner of the island is exposed. But everyone already knows the road, which is bigger than the entire Sky Island. Moreover, the oblique section at the bottom of the island is full of holes of various sizes. The smallest hole is the size of a building, and the dark inside of the hole is mysterious to the ultimate. Moreover, there are countless green winds, like giant dragons, shuttling through the wind tunnel. Drill in from this hole in a while. Drilled out of that hole in a while. Sound. It was also brought out by the wind dragon from the hole. Judging from the vertical plane of this floating sky island, it looks more like a giant cheese full of holes. This is Bagpipe Island where Kazan started, an island. An island that makes music and flies. Sky Island people have been completely dumbfounded. Yes. Sky Islanders have rarely seen land. In their eyes, there is no substance in the world that can compare with land. Even the area of Apeado Island can be regarded as a sanctuary by all Sky Islanders. Everyone thinks it is a gift from the true God. Extraordinary treasure and respect. Result. The floating Sky Island, which can fly and make noise, is at least 100 times larger in land area. How fertile and massive is the soil on this island? For the people of Sky Island, Apeado is already a paradise level, an island of gods, and a sanctuary. What is the Bagpipe Island that appears now? What else can they be called? Island of the gods? The Eternal Isle? The Aborigines of Sky Island raised their heads and opened their mouths at the moment, their faces full of disbelief. His eyes widened even more, reluctant to close them for even a microsecond. A miracle. This is a miracle. It is the will of God. It must be the true God who has come to Sky Island. It must be the God who is guiding us. Some people from Sky Island knelt down and continued to worship Bagpipe Island. The white wings on their backs swayed up and down, as if following their owners, showing the most respectful attitude towards a Sky Island. The people of Sky Island swear that they have never seen such a vast land. Like a miracle, and the Sandia was also shocked. The weapons in their hands were involuntarily put down. Dense sweat covered their somewhat brown skin, and the corners of their eyes twitched. They couldn't believe that everything they saw was real. It was incredible. Nervous. Every Sandian is too tense to breathe. Could it be? Is my hometown, Apeado, ever the same as Sky Island? Is this cheese-like island the hometown that the ancestors said? If so, then the ancestors have manifested themselves. Involuntarily, the Sandia people also made movements towards Bagpipe Island. The battlefield changes rapidly. It was supposed to be a grim war between the Sky Islanders and the Sandians. At this moment, because of the appearance of Bagpipe Island, it has entered an unusually quiet period. Both sides. No desire to fight at all. Both the people of Sky Island and the people of Shandia were shocked by this scene at the same time, and they had completely forgotten the fact that they were going to fight. And also at this moment, Kazan saw the messy, ant-like figure from high above. Immediately use fluttering ability. Gold's figure floated down melodiously from Bagpipe Island. After Kazan landed, he looked at the kneeling crowd. Seeing the scene of war in front of him, Kazan knew that the two groups were fighting again. The war between the Sky Island people and the Sandia people has lasted for hundreds of years. For a piece of land, the fighting between the two sides has never stopped pass. It was only later that Enel, the Sky Island Thor Airborne, had the power to absolutely suppress everyone. Let people feel a surge of fear. As a result, Sky Island gained a brief peace. Certainly. For both Sky Island and the Sandia, there is no chance of a large-scale war between the two sides because of the existence of a stronger force. But overall, Enel hasn't done a good job. My lord, you are. My lord. Dao, the leader of Sky Island and the leader of Sandia, were nervous at the same time and asked at the same time. The people of Sky Island believe that this is the descending of the true God who once again bestowed land on the people of Sky Island, so they are ecstatic in their hearts. Their Sky Island has been favored by God again, and they are simply children chosen by the sky. The Sandia people thought that they were from Qinghai, their hometown, to help them regain their homeland, or they were here to accept outcasts like themselves and others, and they felt more wronged and wanted to complain. Anyway, people on both sides have their own ideas. Kazan glanced at the leaders of both sides, but didn't recognize any of them. There is a little ghost next to it, it is worth noting. That guy is holding an ordinary knight's spear, and he looks a bit like Ganfer, the later Sky Island god. But Kazan doesn't care about that. Observation Hockey, a feature branch, unfolds invisibly to read people's hearts. Soon, Kazan read the minds of everyone. It turned out that in a short period of time, I, a stranger, was worshipped. This. I didn't do anything. Just because I flew Bagpipe Island over, let them have infinite reverie. Have to say, a random operation by myself can be shocking. Really, I didn't mean to. Kazan is actually here to carry the Shandora ruins. This is just right. Since everyone loves it so much, it seems that the strategy can be changed. Anyway, everyone worships so much, so it's better to let you worship happily. Kazan didn't speak. He just waved his hand in front of everyone. The next moment, the clouds in the sky were completely blown away by the fengfeng fruit, and the sunlight completely fell down. The pupils of everyone's eyes lit up, and the field of vision was expanded countless times. At this moment, the whole picture of the stalwart of Bagpipe Island is displayed in front of all Sky Island people and Sandia people. Miracle! Miracle! Hiss hiss! Everyone looked at Bagpipe Island eagerly, and gasped countless times. This. Simply a miracle. Bagpipe Island is huge. Huge beyond everyone's imagination and cognition. They have never seen such a behemoth, and with just a wave of his arm, this lord can direct the wind in the clouds in the sky. What is wind, what is cloud? They are two of the most common natural phenomena on Sky Island, Thung and Wei. They all have forms, but they cannot be touched. It is beyond the reach of ordinary people. Unexpectedly, the lord in front of him actually mobilized the sacred wind and the sacred cloud. He really is a god. Yep, everyone's first thought, Kazan is a god. Now, seeing the miracle coming, the people of Sky Island and Shandia all bowed their heads respectfully, as if they were waiting for their own, extended family. Now, Kazan is in front of everyone again. Just point your finger. Clatter! In the next instant, a green whirlwind flew out of Kazan's cuff, like a giant green python, wandering into the distance, until it brushed across the huge vines and climbed to higher clouds. At the same time, the clouds in the sky at the tip of the vines were completely dissipated. Now, which golden giant clock was completely exposed to everyone. Everyone looked from afar. The golden clock against the sun. The golden bell, shining with the brilliance of a giant star, is like the light of the gods and Buddhas who came into the world. The heart of the Sandia people completely entered a state of frenzy. It is the golden holy bell of the ancestors. No one thought that the golden bell would appear completely at this moment. And, right on the land of Apayado, it's just huge and empty. But as the vines grow and increase in height, the golden bell is even more sacred. Da. The Shandians bowed down to Kazan, and all of them had tears in their eyes. Their tears are soaked in the homeland. The Sandians until their ancestors were right. Someday, someone will ring the golden bell of the Sandians. As soon as the bell rings, it will connect the power of Shandora's bloodline from all over the world to save the Shandia people. And the person in front of him, he is the savior of the Sandians, the patron saint of the bell. God, will you choose to ring the bell? Everyone in Sandia has doubts in their hearts and has strong expectations. But accidents always follow. Crash la la la. In an instant, the forest was overwhelmed by a huge blue Sky Island snake, wandering over. Sky Island serpent. Whether it is Sky Island people or Sandia people, they are all very fearful existences. Seeing the Sky Island giant snake, everyone can only run away. That huge figure is invulnerable, and a random flick of its tail is almost like a landslide. Crack. That is a super giant that has grown to 200 meters. At this moment, it actually came on a rampage. How is this good? God, return is right in front of me and others. If you run away according to your instinctive reaction now, how will God view yourself? Will you abandon your own people? Can't run. Before God, you must not run away. This is blasphemy. The people from Sky Island and Sandia were kneeling on the ground at this moment. Their legs were already trembling, rubbing against the ground. The pain made their eyes more firm. Even if they closed their eyes, they couldn't just jump away like this. And a loud voice is coming. Hiss, getting closer and closer, more and more shocking. Kazan here. Feeling the huge creature in the distance, I couldn't help laughing. Isn't this the little Sky Island snake that I could scare with a single command 15 years ago? How come you can touch it once you come to Sky Island? Forget it. Let's say hello. At this moment, Kazan, who was in front of everyone, finally spoke for the first time. Stop and crawl over. Sky Island serpent, hiss. Brother, don't hit me. I'll crawl over right away. Honestly, the Sky Island snake is going crazy. Why is the figure of gold still in front of me? I just hid in my nest and hibernated for a while. Seeing the good weather today, I came out to look at the spring breeze. I wanted to have a dental festival, but I saw this gold man again. It was so scary, I was afraid of snakes. Never mind. This snake kneels down for you, okay? Immediately, the Sky Island giant snake meekly swam over. Come to Kazan. Docilely widen his mouth and stick out his tongue to make a ladder. It thought. Kazan is going to get someone into its stomach again. Carry those indigestible yellow metals. Since the swallowed yellow metal was moved out of the body, the whole snake became lighter and more comfortable. But it was Kazan's slap that greeted the Sky Island snake. Shut your mouth. Hiss hiss. Ah, well, this snake will do it right away. On the other side, the people of Sky Island and Shandia are all numb at the moment. What's the situation? In just one sentence, even the giant snake of Sky Island, who is like a god, surrendered. Why can they chat and communicate, and the giant snake of Sky Island is very obedient? Worthy of being a god. And Kazan directly stepped on the head of the Sky Island snake. Go to the vine. You. In the astonished eyes of the crowd again and again, Ka rode the Sky Island giant snake towards Shaw. And the shock wasn't just for the people on Sky Island. The same is true for members of the flying pirates on the new XIS. After all, in the pirate group, many people joined later. They don't have the experience of Sky Island. Naturally, I don't know that there was a story between the Sky Island snake and Kazan. Governor is incredible. He can always do amazing things. This is our captain. Every movement is so low-key and elegant. Amazing. Redfield touched his nose, as expected of the man I admire the most. Gia ha ha ha, Pat, there will be more things like this in the future. But Shiki turned to Molly and said, Molly, open the door on the ground and connect it to Gaia Island. My brother wants to ring the golden bell. A few days ago, Kazan and Shiki chatted about Sky Island's plans. Kazan means to use the door fruit to connect Sky Island and Gaia Island, so that the bell can be heard clearly in every corner of Gaia Island, and let everyone on Gaia Island pass through the door space, clearly see the existence of the golden bell. Of course, this was done to attract the first islanders. After all, Bagpipe Island needs construction. Although there are so many slaves, Bagpipe Island is so huge that it is simply not enough. In a situation like this, Karen is like trying to pick up people from all over the place. The first among them, of course, is Gaia Island, which has a belief in the golden bell. Therefore, Shiki immediately understood what Kazan was going to do. Yes, Boss Admiral. Molly nodded. With the fluctuating ability of the door fruit, a gate opens directly on the new X West, which, in turn, connects to the land of Sky Island. Hundreds of people from the flying pirates appeared on the ground along the gate. Then, Molly opened the gate again, connecting Sky Island with Yao Island. At the moment, on the uninhabited beach of Gaia Island, a transparent glass door opened suddenly. If the people of Gaia Island could notice, they would find that, as long as they looked inside the door, they could see a huge golden clock standing impressively on top of the vines. This is what many Gaia people dream of and want to see. Soon. Nuxus. Shaki stays on the deck temporarily because of the thunder fruit. Crane remained silent, just staring blankly at the scene below the boat. But her heart was already shocked beyond measure. Kazan the man. Why? It's easy to convince your heart. Yes. Seeing that we don't have any oppression, we can make people feel happy and surrender. Just like the slaves in the Kingdom of the Bridge, Kazan didn't do anything, he just let Marine do the coolie. The slaves didn't care at all, it was their voluntary behavior, Kazan just didn't target the slaves. But just after the slave awakened his personality, he immediately joined the camp of the flying pirates. At the same time, those advanced construction engineers are the same. Kazan just asked someone to call him over, and let him willingly build the entire island. What does he have? What's even more frightening is that no matter whether it's those advanced architects or those slaves, during this period of time on Bagpipe Island, there has never been a day of smiling faces. Obviously, they are the ones who were saved, because of the appearance of Kazan, their lives totally alive. Now, Crane had a premonition in his heart. Those Sky Islanders below the new XIS will soon join Kazan's camp. After all, there was still a piece of Sengoku just now, and the mere appearance of Kazan had already brought the war to a halt. That's the size of a small country, unexpectedly, just a face-to-face meeting. The people of Sky Island knelt down and surrendered? This man is really cruel and anti-terrorist. Seeing a Crane with a surprised face, Shiki laughed. Crane? Huh. Crane looked confused. This is the first time someone from the Flying Pirates talked to him. And it's Shiki, the staff officer next to Kazan. Crane was also momentarily stunned. Shiki said, "When you kneel down in front of Kazan, maybe you will understand the greatness of Kazan." Crane's eyes immediately changed, obviously a little raised, and his expression was very firm. Impossible. First, I'm a Marine. I can't kneel down to you pirates. Especially bad pirates like Kazan. If you want me to kneel, I would rather die. The attitude is very firm. Crane's position is not on the side of Marine. Even if Marine's comrades abandoned her, no matter how much he complained, he never gave up his position. And at this time, Shiki approached suddenly and whispered in Crane's ear. You will fall in love with the feeling of kneeling in front of Kazan. I can assure you, he. Kazan still has some comments on the Crane. Shiki took it to heart. Since Crane didn't show any sign of staying on the boat, it's time to use some means. Let this woman completely surrender. If it is only used to infuriate Marine, then the effect is too small. As Kazan's pillow, Shiki naturally wants to relieve his worries. Means? Shiki has plenty. It's just that I haven't understood Kazan's thoughts on Crane, so I didn't make a move. Shaki's voice fell. Crane's fine hair stood on end, and he was anxious immediately. How is it possible? That's why you're too far away from Kazan. Shiki left a word quietly. A thunder flashed and disappeared in place. And at this moment, on the deck of the new XIS, only Crane was left alone. Is the feeling of loneliness. On the other side, above the vines. Kazan has come to the front of the Golden Bell. Shaki's figure emerged. Molly has joined Sky Island and Gaia Island, 2 spaces. Is it time to ring the Golden Bell? There's no hesitation. Kazan laughed. At that moment, Kazan punched the surface of the golden clock with a wind-wrapped punch. There was a shock. The Golden Bell immediately burst into bursts of blaring. Clang clang clang. Clang clang clang. The sacred sound waves are like Sanskrit sounds, spreading layer by layer. A peyote. The Sandia kneeling on the ground was full of excitement, his heart was surging, and tears filled his eyes. Ancestors. It is this voice. This is the bell of the Golden Bell. All protection is worthwhile. The Golden Bell has finally been rung in front of our people. Ah! The guardian of the Golden Bell has appeared. Bang bang bang. The Sandia knelt on the ground, his eyes moistened again. Seeing this scene, the people of Sky Island couldn't be more shocked. Could it be that the sound of the bell is what the Sandians have been looking for? They often said that this was a relic of their ancestors, and the Golden Bell finally rang through the heavens again. Undoubtedly, I saw the pious kneeling of the Sandia people. The people of Sky Island were also moved. My own God, is he looking after the Shandia? Perhaps, the war can end. And the Crane on the new X was also shocked by the crisp bell. She also understood something in her heart. Kazan is indeed doing amazing things, that kind of soul-shocking experience, which first I'm a Marine, cannot experience, perhaps because my identity limits me. What is justice? Justice has so many meanings. Inside the Marine, justice has become a faction. It's an attitude, but attitudes are all kinds of weird. Crane is just a middle-level vice admiral, unable to determine the justice in his heart. But at this moment, Crane became more confused. At the same time, Paradise, Qinghai, West Asia Island. It was originally the market of Gaia Island today, and the island is very lively, and the islanders are rushing to the market enthusiastically. But don't want to. Suddenly, a golden bell rang, which turned into hundreds of millions of sound waves, and was transmitted from the distant beach. The bells vibrated layer by layer, and the sound of clang 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 washed the entire Yaw Island over and over again. People's hearts are washed over and over again. This is The golden bell from 15 years ago. The voice engraved in memory sounded again. And this time, it was even more real. It's like a golden bell is ringing right in front of you. The islanders of Gaia Island couldn't help but think of that scene 15 years ago. On that day, the resounding golden bell sounded from the sky to Yindi. Everyone was shocked. Then, a sailboat descended from the sky. That's the pirate group that came down from Sky Island. And the person who took the lead, named Kazan. Now Kazan's reputation has resounded all over the world, resounding throughout the Grand Line. Almost everyone knows what happened to Kazan. That's a legendary class pirate. To the people of Gaia Island, pirates are just some strange customers. Gaia Island is not a country, and it is even more impossible to pay money in the sky. There are no marines stationed around. Therefore, marine is nothing more than a power to the people of Gaia Island. It has nothing to do with myself. But, for the people of Gaia Island, the pirate Kazan is the hero who rings the bell and gives hope. It is him that the people of Ruya Island know that Shandora exists on Sky Island. It really feels like a dream come true. Only. So many years have passed. Countless the Gaia Islanders have tried to rush into the sky current by sailing boats, but failed again and again, and many people even lost their lives because of this. However, once the sky current appears, the people of Gaia Island will never turn back. Forever up. For what? Just look at that Shandora with your own eyes. Golden bell. And now, the sound of gold sounded again. All the people on Gaia Island couldn't bear the spurt of blood any longer, and they all ran towards land on the beach. That's where the bells ring. But people stop immediately when they arrive. Looking around, a space door opened on the beach, with the endless sea in the background, like a frame standing on the beach out of thin air. And the scenery inside the door seems to come from another world. And in the world surrounded by doors, a huge golden bell stands on top of a huge vine. In the picture, every movement of the golden clock, a huge sound wave will come out from the door. The sound wave is like the wind, blowing people's hair rippling, and the heart is surging. This time it shocked everyone's hearts. Golden bell. It's the golden bell. Ah, I finally saw it. Everyone in Gaia Island was obsessed at this moment. Step. 2 steps. 3 steps. Until the person at the front realized that the door could be stepped in, he immediately shouted excitedly, "Hey! We can go to Shandora." Roar. All the people filed in. Hurry up ahead. Don't block me from going to Shandora. Hey. Don't squeeze, you guys. When tens of thousands of people from Gaia Island poured into the space of the door fruit, when they reached the exit. The scene in front of them shocked everyone. Look around. In the distance, Sky Island is surrounded by a sea of clouds like white cotton. The strange landscape is something Qinghai people have never seen before. It is enough to shock everyone's eyes and is breathtaking. Nearby are the ruins of the ancient city of Shandora, and the ancient symbols on those buildings undoubtedly prove that all legendaries are true. This is the long-lost ancient city of legendary, Tula. Find the city built by your ancestors. Don't mention how excited everyone in Gaia Island is. Every plant and tree makes people linger and forget to return. And except for the view, most notable are the Sandians and the Sky Islanders. They are gathered together at this moment. Seeing someone coming, they threw their weapons into the grass one after another. After all, it was a mysterious guest summoned by God with magical abilities. Naturally, I dare not neglect. The Gaia Islanders looked at them curiously, and they could clearly tell the difference between the 2 types of people on Sky Island. The tattoo symbols on the Sandia people's faces were not found on other people's bodies, and these symbols were just handed down from Gaia Island. Ancient ornaments. There has always been a rumor on the island of Gaia. Only those elder-level figures with high status can be pierced. It's everywhere now. Seeing the Sandia people, the people of Gaia Island even have a feeling of seeing their ancestors. And when the Sandia people learned that these people who poured in from the gate were the descendants of the old place of Qinghai, immediately, everyone couldn't hold back anymore, and they all hugged their heads and cried. They have wandered the Sky Island for hundreds of years. This is the first time I see my clansmen in Qinghai. Who would have thought? The guardian of the Golden Bell not only rang the Golden Bell, cleansing everyone's hearts, but also used the bell to wake up Shandora's blood, and even has the magical ability to reunite all blood. In fact, what Kazan does today is very simple. Just ring the bell. Just open the door. But the meaning to the Sandia people is undoubtedly greater than the sky. I'm afraid that even with God's blessing, we can't achieve such perfection. That's not what a miracle is. Soon. After a period of familiarity. The entire Shandora ruins became a large-scale recognition site, and all kinds of genealogies were torn apart, and in the Shandora ruins, the Aborigines of Gaia Island gathered everywhere, and at the same time. Every minute, people will look up at Shandora's most legendary item, the Golden Bell. Wait for a full hour to pass. All the tears were shed to calm down the excitement. They all searched for the benefactor who reunited everyone. And, seeing that the concentration of people is almost the same, Kazan also started his own recruitment plan. Now he has decided. Let Mo K's next goal is to use the fruit of the island to integrate Sky Island into the side of Bagpipe Island, combining the two islands into one, and Apahado becomes a part of Bagpipe Island, a place name. And in the vicinity of Apayado, after rebuilding a city known as Chandora. As for the occupants, naturally, it is composed of Sandia people and Gaia people. Of course, this piece of land is very wide anyway, and there is no shortage of land. The Aborigines of Sky Island can also be arranged here. Now, with Kazan showing up with Bagpipe Island, Sky Island has no shortage of land to watch, and they can farm as they please. Anyway, as a ruler, it would be good to have a low tax at that time. The Sandia people also found the Golden Bell of Faith, and even found the Gaia Island people of their own lineage. There is no conflict between the two ethnic groups. Naturally, there will be no more wars, and the reason for absorbing so many people. In fact, the reason is also very simple. The so-called kingdom must have all functions. Sky Island has the special product of Bay and other special products, which can be used as goods for trade and circulation, and eventually form a solid trade system with other places. Mali has the bug ability of the fruit of the door, and the ticket to and from Bagpipe Island is not held by Kazan. For example, the country of Amazon Lily is now Kazan's territory. I want two places thousands of miles apart to have exchange of goods. In fact, it should not be too simple. In the future, the flying pirates will establish more foundations around the world and establish connections with more places and countries. I am afraid that the daily cargo throughput of Bagpipe Island, which is the leading island, will reach a terrifying level, which can be called the world's largest island. Center of the world. Isn't the money rushing in? Of course, that is for the future. At present, of course, it is necessary to absorb the population and build up the city, and then slowly form a system. Make everything normal first, and then you are qualified to talk about the future. And Kazan has read people's minds by reading people's minds. As long as you open your mouth, no matter if you are from Sandia or Sky Island, you will have a home. After all, he is a man who can perform miracles at will. It should be admired by everyone. So, when Kazan came in front of the crowd, everyone's eyes were full of respect. The residents of Gaia Island immediately recognized that the man in the gold figure in front of him was Kazan, who rang the golden bell for the first time 15 years ago, and now he is the most powerful pirate in the world, with a reward of 3.5 billion 40 million berry, the world's largest bounty. Even Rox, known as the Overlord of the Sea, has 200 million berry less than him, which is 3.34 billion berry. However, everyone is not afraid of this big pirate. Instead, respect him very much because of his kindness. Thank you, sir, for giving us the opportunity to reach Shandora. Your kindness, for us Gaia Islanders, is like rebuilding. My lord, I am the 10th generation elder of Gaia Island, Jax, and I have a blueprint of the ancient city of Shandora in my hand. Please watch it, my lord. Please allow us to contribute to the improvement of the city of Shandora. Make repairs. An old man said. The old man's name was Jax. He is the most respected person in Gaia Island, and the design of Shandora City has been handed down in his family. But he searched and searched all his life. Even if he dived into the bottom of the sea near Gaia Island, he didn't see any trace of the city of Shandora. In the countless times of disappointment, he could only choose to give up. The design drawings cannot be confirmed, and can only be regarded as a joke by outsiders. This blueprint naturally became an impossible sustenance for Elder Jax. And now, after actually seeing the remains of Shandora, he has already verified that the city design map is real through comparison. Here is a chance to restore Shandora to its former glory. Elder Jax immediately proposed to let the residents of Gaia Island repair the remains of Shandora. An ancient city plan? Kazan was also curious. After receiving the drawings, they turned out to be some architectural design drawings and urban planning drawings. Ding. It has been detected that you have come into contact with ancient architectural design drawings, and the experience value is plus or minus 8 million. Fortune value plus 20 points. The current total fortune is 20 points. Kazan didn't think much, and handed over the blueprints to the construction elites of the Forest Kingdom. Then it was highly recognized by the crowd. My lord, with this blueprint, I think it is feasible to replicate this ancient city. Moreover, if the ancient city is restored to its splendor, it will be an architect's lifelong dream. A construction engineer said. Kazan nodded, involuntarily thinking. When the ancient city of Shandora regains its glory, those who know Shandora legendary and have longed for Shandora, what kind of shock will it be when they actually see it? But what? Now that the Shandora ruins have become history, Kazan decided to let him exist as history. It should not continue to be destroyed. Anyway, I removed so many stones from the Cross Sea Bridge. Isn't it just for building things? Since Shandora is already a relic, it should be properly protected. I plan to designate a piece of land of equal size for you in the surrounding area, and rebuild a new Shandora. After the city is built, I will give you a place in this permanent residency on the island. The fruit of the door opens the door at will, no matter where it is, as long as there are coordinates, it can bring people over. It's just like opening the door as a tourist destination. Recruiting a resident is a breeze. Well now, the residents of Gaia Island actually offered to build Shandora, saving even labor costs. I have to say, Kazan was lucky once again. Really, he really got all the benefits. Even, as smart as him, I don't know why, hiss. Elder Jax was overjoyed when he heard this, and the people on Yao Island were even more excited. Unexpectedly, not only can I see the ruins of Shandora, but even the surrounding area. I have the opportunity to live in the city of New Shandora, smell the wind of history blowing from the ruins every day, and bathe in the brilliance of the Golden Bell. For a Gaia Islander, it is definitely the existence of Guangzhong Yaozu. Such beauty really exists in the world. Definitely a gift from God. Kazan thought for a while, and then said, Our Bagpipe Island has no shortage of stone materials. Since you want to build it yourself, we can provide you with stone materials at any time, and we can also provide you with help if you want. However, if you want to obtain permanent residency, you must become a citizen of my Bagpipe Island. Otherwise, you can be temporary tourists. I welcome you anytime, Kazan said. After the voice fell, the surrounding people all replied, It's all up to the adults to decide. Whether it is Gaia Island or the Sandia people, they are all very excited at the moment. It is their great honor to be the people of the guardian god of the Golden Bell. They are still figuring out how to speak. Unexpectedly, God is so kind, like a loving father. Today's surprise is enough for them to digest for a lifetime. Tourist. I'm crazy to be a tourist. And the other side. Cranes aboard the nearby New XIS. Shocked to numb at the moment. Is Kazan in front of me really just a pirate? Tens of thousands of people have been dealt with so easily. They had a war before. Didn't Crane have seen the grand scene of Marie Joyce before the 20-nation conference? But the lords of those allied countries all looked like pirates, and their eyes were full of hostility. Compared with the purer Sky Island, they were more a pure ruler. Kazan seems to be a born king with the courage to make everyone submit. He didn't even need to spend a single soldier to achieve his goal. Convincing. And at this time, Sky Island is crazy. The Sandians were arranged by God, but we Sky Islanders have not yet. Lord God. You can't be so biased. We, the people of Sky Island, cannot be forgotten. Master God. We, Sky Island, also hope to receive God's blessing. May God be merciful. Everyone in Sky Island knelt down. The wings on the back are shaking and shaking. It's very cute. Raffles, the leader of Sky Island, respectfully bowed to Kazan. My lord, please become the god of our Sky Island. We will always believe in our lord. Seeing that the Sandia people were blessed by the gods, Jean Fusi also wanted to fight for the people of Sky Island. After all, the god in front of him is really not immortal. On Kazan's side, the conquest of Sky Island is part of the plan anyway, and someone just happened to bring it up. Immediately said, the hatred between the Sandia people and the Sky Island people is all over at this moment. You can cooperate to build Shandora together, and enjoy the same treatment. For Kazan's proposal, neither the Sky Islanders nor the Sandiers have any opinion, and even think this is the best way to deal with it. Really worthy of God. He knows that there is hatred between the people of Sky Island and the people of Shandia, and now he is trying to alleviate the conflict. Let's build together. It's about maintaining the relationship. This is a perfect decision to diffuse hatred. Now that there is God's rule, there will be no disputes on the island at all. Hundreds of years of fighting each other are just for that piece of land, but now the land issue is resolved, and every race gets everything they want. If you continue to struggle, you will be wasting the happiness you have finally obtained. Therefore, the people of Sky Island and Shandia entered into a real peace. After this merger, Kazan's Bagpipe Island is officially on the right track of construction. In the next few years, Sky Island will be completely integrated into a part of Bagpipe Island through the fruit of the island. The 65,000 slaves brought back from the Kingdom of the Bridge have also returned to normal civilian status. Under the command of the architect team, they will give priority to building the castles that Kazan needs. After the construction is completed, it will enter the new city construction. They will of course also receive permanent residency. At the same time, these slaves were scavenged by celestial dragons from all over the world. Among them were some business elites and various talents, but they were captured as slaves without the status of nobles. When new cities are built, they still have a chance to make use of their waste heat. As for the new Shandora, with the help of engineers, 30,000 Sky Island Aboriginals, 15,000 Sandias, and 40,000 Gaias were newly recruited. The site is next to the Shandora ruins. As for more details, we will slowly finalize them when we meet them. Anyway, in just a few months, Bagpipe Island has absorbed more than 150,000 residents. As for money? Didn't you just rob the Tien Dragon Man's treasury? If there is no money, isn't there another Valley of the Gods? So, the first step in the kingdom, at this moment really sets the tone. On track. It is believed that after the city is built, Fanglei Island will enter an outbreak period. That's all. The time came 2 years later. Bagpipe Island, Lake Shore. Today is Big Sister 2's 30th birthday. Big Sister Head, your wish must come true tonight. Kaido finished his morning practice, jumped in the water a few times, and ran towards the meeting place of the pirates. An empty field. Even in the daytime, there were fires everywhere. Longbread began to carefully prepare the birthday cake, a lot of food and wine. There are always people around to help. The whole pirate group enjoyed themselves happily. They are all preparing for Linlin's 30th birthday. And the deck of the new XIS. Crane alone for the past 2 years, I have been living in the cabin of the Nuxus, next door or nearby. The female warrior of Amazon Lily lives. Gradually, although no one communicates with each other, they nod their heads and see each other. Everyone acquiesces in this kind of life. This day. Naval Headquarters, Marineford. The deepest part of the island. A huge situational fortress in the shape of a seagull stands towering. The 2 big characters of Marine are painted all over the wall. And at the moment Admiral of Headquarters Office. Kong, Sangoku, Garp, Black Arm Zephyr are all there, 5 people. Kong's eye sockets are inlaid with tourist glass beads. At this moment, he rubbed his chin and frowned. Seeing that Sengoku and others had come, he said in a deep voice, "I'm calling you all over here. Just to tell you, I got news from Crane." Sengoku. What? Garp. Really? Zephyr. Are you sure? It has been 2 years, and the 3 of them have been training hard, and this is the first time they have heard about the Crane. If no one mentions it again, the name Crane will almost be forgotten. There's really news about the Crane. Sengoku and the others were immediately cheered up. Kong obviously hesitated. But this news. What's the matter? We're going to rescue the Crane. Garp raised his fist, stared at Kong and spoke confidently. I can take this opportunity to take revenge on the flying pirates. Zephyr loosened his arms and smiled grinningly. Good news? Bad news? Sengoku was relatively calm and had many questions. Looking at Kong's face, something seems wrong. Since the last battle, the Marine trio suffered the biggest defeat in their lives, and even the entire Naval Headquarters team seemed to have received a severe mental blow and did not recover for a long time. After returning to the headquarters, almost everyone has started crazy training and crazy fighting. Over the past 2 years, each has grown a lot. Strength gives people inflated self-confidence. Let them want to find another chance to break their wrists with the flying pirates. Especially Zephyr. Because of Shiki's severed arm, his personality changed drastically. Today's Zephyr. The Iron Man who ate the Paramecia iron fruit. This fruit was specially found by Kong for Zephyr to eat in order to heal Zephyr's broken arm injury, in order to give Zephyr the ability to regenerate the arm. After eating it, the constitution of the capable person becomes steel, and can control iron in any state. The ability is actually similar to that of Tezzolo's Paramecia golden fruit in Golden City. Only the constituent elements are different. Of course, the development direction of Zephyr is also different. And after Zephyr made the arm with iron, the whole prosthetic limb is made of iron, pure black and hard. Because of this accident, Zephyr gets a title like Black Arm, Iron Fist, within Marine. Furthermore, Zephyr's previous character liked to torture pirates. After being ravaged crazily, he would impel down people and continue to be punished. Generally, he would not choose to kill them. But now, the fatality rate of Zephyr missions is rising. After mission, the pirates are usually smashed to pieces by Zephyr's Black Fist. There are also pirates in the sea who started calling Zephyr the Black Arm. No way, that guy not only has black hands, but also really black hands. This kind of lethality rate, Kong naturally sees it in his eyes. After all, with the emergence of the big accident of the flying pirates, all the Marines were severely stimulated, and even Kong himself became a little extreme. What's more, as Marine continued to expand its manpower in the world, Naval Headquarters' talents exploded, making up for the loss of the last New World campaign. According to the current efficiency of attracting talents, Naval Headquarters will enter the peak again in 3 years. With more and more combat power, excellence talents are playing a role. Zephyr, Garp, Sengoku. Already a candidate for Marine Admiral in the minds of the upper echelons. Marshal, will also be approved for the Marine position. Kong looked at the excited trio and hesitated for a moment. Still decided to tell the three about Crane's news. After a pause, Sora said bluntly. Crane is not dead, and has regained her youth. She has been staying in the Flying Pirates all the time. Hearing that Crane was fine, the three of Garp immediately breathed a sigh of relief, and became even more eager to rescue. The atmosphere in the office gradually became agitated. But Kong quickly poured cold water on them. I decided to issue a reward order to Crane. The reward amount is 300 million berry. The voice fell, deathly silence. Empty Admiral. Did I hear wrong? Crane, 300 million? Bounty? Hearing this information, Sengoku was a little confused. Hey, that's a Crane. Hey, you guys are right. Garp slapped the table and stood up straight away. Zephyr pinched his brows with iron hands, and the bridge of his nose turned blue. The Crane is the Vice Admiral of Naval Headquarters. How could it be rewarded by Marine's own people? Kong had expected everyone's reaction. Immediately took out a file bag from the drawer, and opened it to a stack of photos. After the photos are in the hands of Sengoku and others, it immediately made the three of them look ugly. I saw, in a few photos, the familiar figure of Crane appeared. She was wearing the special costume of Amazon Lily and mixed among the members of the Flying Pirates. The dinner scene. In other words, Crane is not treated like a prisoner. More like a member of the Air Pirates. It must be a conspiracy. Even if Crane is with the Flying Pirates, it can't explain anything. Sengoku didn't need to think too much, and immediately made a judgment. Yes, just a few photos. Can't explain what the problem is at all. When Marine catches pirates, there is also a chat session. If it is taken out of context, any photo can make a big fuss. Of course. Kong sighed, with a trace of resignation. Of course I can see that this is a divorce, or even a conspiracy. But it has already happened, and the Crane's reward has to be paid. You have been training crazily recently, and the high-level executives deliberately blocked the news. You don't even know about the Flying Pirates and Cranes. 2 years ago, the Flying Pirates raided the Kingdom of Bridges in East Blue and demolished a 41-kilometer cross-sea bridge, bringing the 700-year-old bridge to a standstill. It was not until last month that Marie Joyce collected enough slaves, back to building. As for the Bridge Kingdom incident, the slaves who entered the party were taken away by the Flying Pirates. Hey, does this have anything to do with Crane? Garp dissatisfied. That's the matter of the Flying Pirates. They took away the slaves of the Celestial Dragons. What has it to do with Crane? What the hell? The Flying Pirates are really coming. It always feels like they are deliberately looking for trouble for Marine. If Kazan knew a person who can spit out such thoughts as completely bruised. Lousy was looking for Celestial Dragons, and the dog came up with an idea. Almost. Kong continued. But because the Crane used the ability to cleanse the slaves ran away, and 12,100 Marine soldiers were buried in the sea. Even if she is not the main reason, it cannot be separated from her. Moreover, 15 Celestial Dragons died in that blocked event. Did such a big event happen? Sengoku. Kong briefly explained, and then continued. Now, not only do I have information on these photos, but Marie Joyce also has them. The reward was also requested by them. Otherwise, why would the initial amount exceed 300 million? Marie Joy will take it out on everyone, Crane included. The last pirate with an initial bounty of over 100 million, Shaw Rocks, got 240 million berry. Following Kong's voice fell. the entire Admiral office entered a long period of silence. Marine is a violent organization supported by Marie Joyce. Of course, the real right to speak is in the hands of Marie Joyce. Even if it is Kong, he needs to report to the top when he encounters important decisions. But if Marie Joyce makes a decision, Naval Headquarters will implement it immediately. Even if it is wrong, Marine must resolutely obey Marie Joyce's order. Damn it. Sengoku left only one sentence and walked directly outside. The decision made by Marie Joyce is equivalent to an imperial decree. The result of the crane being offered a bounty has been determined. Marine Ford Corridor. We can't do anything about the crane. Sengoku turned around and said, Garp, you went to hunt down the Roger pirates, how's the situation going? Huh. Lousy is in a bad mood right now. Garp's expression was obviously displeased, and he casually said, the Roger pirates are just mice, they only know how to hide, and they chased several sea areas without handing over their hands. Hearing this, Sengoku stroked his chin. That guy Roger is not simple. He directly rejected Rock's invitation. In the era when Rocks dominated the sea area of New World, the pirates who survived were already superior. Although the bounty of Roger's pirates was not high, they will become a sea force that cannot be ignored. Coward Roger. Just him? Forget it. Garp waved his hand and walked away angrily. Dong 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 dong. On Bagpipe Island, night began to fall, and Linlin's birthday party organized by the Flying Pirates was held as scheduled. Kazan sat by the campfire, his eyes just rolling. All that responded to him were Linlin's eager eyes. Hiss. Kazan couldn't help but tremble. Damn. 2 years ago, I gave Linlin a hint that she would live in the captain's bedroom when Linlin was 30 years old. Today, Linlin's body does not seem to have changed much except for the occasional pink glow. Glancing at Stussy next to him, Kazan wondered if Stussy did the wrong DNA test. Linlin has no tendency to change the constitution. Is the peak period determined to be 30 years old? Shaki couldn't help SBL*CKM*Ning. It was the first time she saw Kazan showing an uncomfortable expression. After all, today is the day he scheduled to pick up the car. Boss. Linlin blinked and came in front of Kazan, almost laughing out of the peach blossom bed in his eyes. Tick-tick. Kazan couldn't help the cold sweat. Do you want to wait another 3 years to buy it? At least Linlin from the Valley of the Gods is definitely not bad looking. That's it. Boo-boo. After bouncing 3 times on Linlin's forehead. Kazan was about to explain to her to wait another 3 years. But Linlin immediately excitedly said, 1, 2, 3, start. And also at this time, perhaps because of the beating, a faint pink halo appeared on Linlin's body, and the light became more and more shining. The next moment, Linlin began to change, the whole person began to shrink. After the light completely dissipated, everyone was stunned by the scene in front of them. What happened to Linlin? Why did Linlin suddenly become so beautiful? Is this Linlin? I just raised my head and took a sip of the wine. When I lowered my head, Linlin's whole person changed. Moo lol lol, is it still the big sister's head? Hey, the female college has 18 transformations, Linlin has at least 30 transformations. Linlin's birthday party is so surprise. All the surrounding members of the Flying Pirates couldn't help but cover their surprised mouths. Linlin is finally going to reach the pinnacle of life. Now. Linlin Pink's long hair is like the waves of the ocean. The originally fat baby-shaped face has shrunk into an oval face at a very fast speed. Anyway. It is from a common person who suddenly becomes an exotic beauty. Linlin lowered his head and looked at his slender palm. Hardly gave it a second thought. It doesn't matter whether you are beautiful or not, the important thing is that the boss must fulfill his promise. Without even thinking about it, he asked Kazan, Boss Kazan. 1, 2, 3, start. Doodle days passed again. In the past few days, Linlin feels that he has achieved the pinnacle of his life. This is not on Bagpipe Island. Charlotte Linlin walks with the wind now, and she always holds a mirror in her hand, and stretches out her palm to dazzle in front of the mirror from time to time. But, at this time, Linlin had a gold ring on his hand, which was presented by Kazan. Inside the ring, there was a grain of pure gold, and Linlin's time entered a suspended state, and his peak appearance was completely preserved. According to Kazan's evaluation, Linlin in the Valley of the Gods is not bad, but it is now several levels higher. Congratulations. Linlin's voice is everywhere. At the same time, it is different from the happy atmosphere of the entire Flying Pirates. Crane's face became more and more cold. Also today, as usual, I came to the deck to let the wind out. And on a table, I saw today's latest newspaper. Unlike usual, today's headlines are: Marine Vice Admiral Crane was deprived of his Marine number, lived in Marine, and put a head order with a reward of 300 million berry. Seeing the news, he was completely flustered. Of course she knew what that meant. The arrest warrants with an initial amount of hundreds of millions are usually issued by Marie Joyce's top management. In other words, Crane was not only removed from Marine, but also officially regarded as a thorn in the side of Marie Joyce, a huge threat. Become a globally wanted existence. In a word, there is no place for her in the world anymore. Could it be that Kong, Sengoku, Garp, and FA didn't stop it? Why did they allow the arrest warrant to be issued smoothly? Why? Issued a wanted warrant for former comrades in arms, why are they? In the pirate world, the identity of the common people is often decided by the nobles of the world. The nobles regard the common people as pariahs, slaves, and pirates. And you only need to post a message to identify other people's identities. Crane's identity is already a pirate. Suddenly, a chill filled his heart, and Crane's brain went blank. She even stopped thinking, subconsciously walked towards the edge of Sky Island. Shiki saw this happening everywhere. Can't help but smile. This is just a scheme led by Shiki, using the black market intelligence network to accidentally disclose some of his filtered information to the CP organization. Shiki knew Kazan well and must have been waiting for an opportunity to make Marine lose face by leaving Crane on board. There has been no action, but the time has not come. Valley of the Gods? A place that Kazan occasionally mentions these days. Could this be where the cranes come into play? ZZ. Just when the crane was about to jump down, the real voice suddenly came. If you jump from a height of 11,000 meters, you will be crushed to pieces. He looked at the sea of clouds surging. Is this important? It's better if you stay with the flying pirates. Pirates? Although Crane has been in the pirates for 2 years, he may have already had a premonition of his fate. According to the strength of the flying pirates, it is impossible for Marine to rescue her. Today, Kazan has built a huge palace and a huge city on Bagpipe Island. His nature is completely different from that of ordinary pirates. He is more like the king of an air kingdom, planning everything. In fact, Crane also wants to see the grand scene when this air kingdom was established. But now, the arrest warrant became the last straw that crushed the Crane. Crane feels that he is a dispensable person. Whether it is Marine or the flying pirates, there is no place for her. I'm not the same as your pirate group. Your shackles did not explode. Captain Kazan gave you freedom 2 years ago, and the other crew members will not stop you from escaping, but you have not been aware of it for 2 years. Shiki laughed. Crane. Shiki said again. As for what you said are not the same kind of people, it's simpler. As long as you integrate into the flying pirates, you will feel different, I promise you. Crane. An hour later, Suan Chi had already left. But Shaki's words were still running in Crane's head. Joining the air pirates is easy. First of all, you have to get the captain's approval. To jump, or not to jump. Crane was completely numb.